thing rolling because we have a full day ahead of us. And hopefully we can stay on time, if not a little bit ahead of schedule if possible, which would be great. Skip, if you don't mind me picking on you, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you, Skip. It's my privilege to introduce our facilitator for the day, Mr. Buzz Eddy. Comes to us with over 30 years experience, of which almost 30 of it was with Gulf Breeze as their city manager. He's helped me immensely along the way in the last 2.5, 3 years, and helps many other up-and-coming city managers and county managers along the way. In his free time, he substitutes as city and county managers for areas that are short for a short period of time, and takes that on in his retirement. Somehow he does all of this stuff together. So without further ado, Mr. Buzz Eddy, thank you.
Good morning. And really, I guess the thing I'd like to do is start on behalf of the Florida City County Managers Association and the Florida League of Cities, and thank you for doing this. Most city staffs, or the good ones, want to do whatever the city council wants them to do. And it's pretty easy in these times of tropical storms and COVID to just kind of go into a regular pattern and avoid doing something like this. And if the city council had have indicated, the mayor and the council had have indicated to the staff that maybe we shouldn't do this year, you know you wouldn't be doing it. And so I'm really proud to be associated with this organization because you didn't divert and you didn't take the, I guess, easier road and not do visioning this year, because visioning is a best practice. What you're doing here today, what you've done for years, is something that all cities ought to do. And so you're to be commended for doing this. A government organization like a municipal government formulates plans and tries to match what it does with what the mayor and the council want to have done. And on behalf of the constituents, you meet with people all day long, all week long. The people communicate to you as to what they would like to see done with Destin city government. And you communicate that to the staff, and the staff tries to put that into operation. Big projects like the ones we're here to talk about today take a lot of time to formulate, and the communication process can sometimes get a little stodgy, a little stale, and a little assumptions can be made about that communication process that cause it not to be as effective as it might be. With a visioning process like this, it's going to be work against that sort of inertia and be more effective. So as Lance said, it's a pretty aggressive agenda today, and you've all seen the agenda before you. What we've done is, on the board in the back in note cards in black are projects that are from last year and from previous years. And some of those have been accomplished. Some of those, because we did this about the same time last year, have been incorporated into the budget and they are being rolled out. They are projects that have taken a bit of time to organize and to design and to formulate, and they are being done and they're being accomplished. And just parenthetically, let me just add that in the Hurricane Sally and all the other stuff that beset the city of Destin in the past year in COVID, it's amazing the number of things that have been accomplished and are about to be accomplished in this current fiscal year. The staff then is going to, we've met with city council members, and then I guess it's purple up there. We have identified the things that were brought up again this year that were repeats from last year, and they've been added to the black and white cards. And then there are some purple cards over to the side that have been added that are new projects for this year. And The next step will be that the staff and other agencies which provide services to the city of Destin will tell you what they're doing and tell you what their priorities are. And you'll be able to, this afternoon, the council will be able to, and based on public input that is available both in person and over online, we'll be able to make new cards. And then this afternoon, the council will say, you know, based on what I've heard, based on what we did last year, based on public input, let's make a new card for this, or let's prioritize an old card, we really need to get this done, or one of the ones in purple writing. I brought that up, and I'd really like to see that done. We'll do some prioritization this afternoon. The organizations that will be presenting to you this afternoon, or this morning, will include all the city departments and agencies such as the Sheriff's Department, which provides services to the city of Destin and to the citizens. Also, Lockwood and Monica are here from Destin Water Users. They're going to make just a few comments, but just to know who they are is very important so that you can contact them anytime, anywhere. They're here to help as well, and also the Chamber of Commerce. So I commend you for doing this. It's would have been easy to just avoid it, but I think that's also critical. This is a best practice for a city to do this. It will make the organization much more effective in what they accomplish on your behalf, and they'll be able to formulate next year's budget much more effectively based on the communication which occurs today. So without further ado, Webb, Lance, the next portion of the agenda.
He'll do it. I'd like to echo what Buzz said about our guests that we have here. We've got Shane from the Chamber, Captain Mike from the Sheriff's Office. We've got Lockwood and Monica. Appreciate our partners participating in this because we need your input. It's very important to us being successful down the road as a team, as a city as a whole. So I appreciate you guys taking the time. Up on the display, you'll see a picture that, as of right now, doesn't exist. But it is the vision that the council put forward about a year and a half ago to make that exist. So that is an example of why we want vision right there. That is a view corridor that hopefully by the summertime will be there again. It hasn't been there for, I'm guessing, 25 plus years. So hats off to the council that here and the council that preceded you for having the guts to go after those beach properties out there. That's going to make that actual view corridor a reality again after a 25 plus year hiatus of where we just got to look at buildings when we drove up instead of the beautiful Gulf of Mexico in our beaches. So that's why we're here. We know where we are and we know where we want to go, and we want to make sure that we're tweaking it along the way to make sure we're staying current. So next slide, please. There we go. So Pablo Picasso said, our goals can only be reached through the vehicle of a plan. There is no other route to success. And that's why we're here. I thought he said it better than I could, so why recreate the wheel? This is why we're taking a day to do this, and I hope you all are behind it, because in my training and the staff that we currently have, this is probably the most important day of the year to us. It gives us our priorities. We know what to do and what not to do. We also know when we have competing priorities on the same day, which one to do first. And that's what we'll work through as we work through today. So I really appreciate you taking the time to do this. when Councilmember Destin was reelected, and we were talking about having this meeting, and he kidded me, but it was something I took to heart because I agreed with him. And he said, you know, a vision that changes every year isn't really much of a vision. And I could not agree more. And we set the vision. We can tweak it as we go along, and that's okay. But, I mean, the vision is something that usually takes 5, 10, 15, 25 years. Our undergrounding effort, I'm not sure that I will be alive to see it completed, but we're getting it started, and that's awesome. So the vision is something that we can look down the road to, maybe my kids, maybe grandkids, I don't know. But it's making this a little bit better place than it was when we got here. So that's why we do what we do. Next slide, please. So our council, and I think council has copies of these, and I apologize for the small size. It blows up as we go through this presentation bigger so you can see it. But last November, December timeframe, we had one of these meetings just like this, and then after we worked through the entire day, we established priorities, and then we brought it back in January of last year, and the council adopted this as our plan, and that's what we've been working on, and that's why we're here today, is to update this plan. There are much more in detailed strategic plans that you can have. I'm not going to say they're not. This is a simple plan, but it's better than not having a plan, and I think as we move forward year by year, we will get a little bit more into the details of strategic plans. But right now, this is where we're at, and I'm just real pleased that you all are embracing it and the staff is embracing it. Go ahead. Thanks. A little bit of review. The vision that we currently have for the city is Destin is a family-oriented beach and fishing community where people want to live, work, and play, and where guests are welcome to respectfully enjoy our community and its resources. I believe it was 2 to 3 years ago when we revised that, and it was just a tweak. There wasn't much of a change to that. The staff and the city council at the 2018 visioning session adopted the following core values, at which time, and we can always update these whenever you want, but it's a very solid list. So right now it is transparency, teamwork, integrity, professionalism, stewardship, and respect as our core values. We also reached out to council last year in identifying our customer groups, and they identified 3. They are our year-round residents, our Destin-based businesses, and then our visitors. And they are listed in priority order. Council did determine that our top priority, if we are in competition for resources, is year-round residents, and then Destin-based businesses, and then our visitors. The theory behind that is if we take care of our residents, then everything else should fall into line. So. Mission that supports the vision that we just read is we are an organization that strives to provide a healthy, safe quality of life, balancing the needs of our residents with the expectations of our visitors and providing open, clear, accurate communication. And you can see our very simplified strategic plan. We have our annual meeting, which is what we're doing today. After this, we will bring back a plan for council to adopt at a future council meeting, and then staff will execute that plan, and then we will bring back reports such as you will see later on this morning, and then this process starts over again. And it keeps starting over again, so it goes on and on. Strategic focus for 2025, looking out into the future, and some that we're working on already and will be discussed in greater detail in just a minute. But our beach initiative, transparent and equitable government, the financially sound city providing service value, world-class beach and fishing and harbor, improved mobility and connectivity, high quality of life and safety for the residents, and finally, quality development and revitalization through clear vision and unified approaches, which we'll talk about some today too. With that, I will turn it over to our Deputy City Manager, Mr. Webb Warren, who will go through where we are at with our current list of priorities.
Thank you, Lance, and thank you for everyone being here today. I know that everybody's busy and their time is valuable, but we really appreciate it because this session is very, very important to Destin's future. Most objectives of our strategic plan transcend both the calendar and fiscal year. It is designed to be a long-term plan with both short-term and long-term objectives. Many of these objectives were identified mid-fiscal year last year during the visioning session, and they are now incorporated into our current and future fiscal year budgets. This plan is Council's roadmap for the organization for the coming years, and this session is an annual milestone where Council can adjust the plan accordingly to meet key goals. We have many objectives, so I'm going to do my best to be concise here, but also be as informative as possible. Next slide, please. So, our Public Beach Initiative. Council's number one objective in the 2020 strategic plan is an ambitious beach acquisition project. We started with $2 million just over a year ago and now have over $22 million committed, with the majority of funding coming from tourist dollars. We should recognize the hard work and partnership between the City of Destin, Okaloosa County Commissioners, Okaloosa County Tourist Development Council, the Trust for Public Land, for making this top priority a reality. We have 2 properties purchased and 1 more under contract. These properties surround our Shore Crystal Beach Park, which will allow us to expand public access in the view corridor on Hutchinson Street, which is the gateway to Crystal Beach. The bid committee is currently reviewing demolition bids that will come before council very soon. We continue to work with the Trust for Public Land to acquire more beachfront property. Additionally, staff and council continue to pursue additional external funds for further acquisitions that will be forever entrusted for public use. To do so, the city has partnered with the Haas Center at the University of West Florida, who is conducting studies to collect data regarding public beach access, as well as the public's experience with our beaches. The process is critical to establishing future metrics which are needed to pursue Triumph funding or other grant opportunities. As more information becomes available, staff is happy to provide additional updates on this exciting project. Next slide, please. Undergrounding utilities is our number 2 priority. Councilman Dewey Destin is the council representative on this project, so I'll first defer to him if he would like to provide any updates on this.
Thank you, Webb. Staff has been working diligently with Shep, our franchise attorney, to work through and to move forward on this project. We are currently negotiating with the underground consultant, their contract. And as I say, Shep has been working with our Gulf Power to finish up on the franchise agreement. I was involved in this a number of years ago when Gulf Power had a different owner, and we pretty well were at a dead end with them. They didn't want to do it at all. Thank God we've got a different partner now who has been very encouraging verbally that they want to work with the city to go forward with this. And as we work out the details with the undergrounding consultant, I hope that parallel to that, we will be working out the details with Gulf Power on the franchise agreement. Of course, the most important factor here, as it is in almost everything we do, is money. We are talking to Gulf Power, of course. A good component of the money it will take to do this is going to be an increase in the franchise fees. They, at least verbally, have committed to that, and as we go forward, that'll make up as I say, a large component of the money it takes. But just ballpark figures about what it will cost to do the first 1.8 miles, which is the part from the bridge down to approximately around Airport Road, is probably close to $10 million. And so we have to come up with the amount of funds that will be necessary to pay a bond. And there is going to have to be some component other than the franchise fee increase. Ms. Strickland and I are going to be kicking that around this week to try to bring back some ideas to the council. And that is really the key to where we go, because we have to have a cash flow. And it can't be a cash flow that drains money out of the rest of the city of Destin's projects and things that we need to do. So I think we can come up with it. You know, we've got some ideas, and we will give you a report on that shortly, hopefully. So that important component of this entire project, without which this project can't go forward, we can probably, hopefully, get our arms around in a fairly soon schedule. And that's all I have, Webb.
Well, thank you. That was very informative. Next slide, please. Short-term rental compliance with regulations. Our code compliance staff has been implementing elements of council's strategic plan to ensure compliance with short-term rentals. Code compliance helps to manage issues during the busy tourist season by working with businesses and residents, as well as visitors, so that they can enjoy their stay in a safe and welcoming environment. All these efforts from code compliance contribute to increasing the quality of life for our residents, as well as the quality of visit for our visitors. As you can see on this slide, Mr. Forgione and his staff have established metrics to help tell the full story of code compliance's efforts. For instance, I'll just notate that 1,200 short-term rentals, that's over a course of just a couple of years, are now registered with the program. Almost 1,000 different inspections. Code compliance staff is working hard with the rest of the city in order to accomplish that. Next slide, please. Oh, yes.
I think it's interesting to note that when we kicked that program off, we had less than 200 registered short-term rentals.
That's a very good point.
I mean, that's insane how many we had in the city that was not registered.
On March 2nd, we hired Jeff Kozad as our projects, grants, and contracts manager. Jeff has done a tremendous job in streamlining how we review city projects by working with Lewis and Guzzi, Don Smith, our new city engineer, and other senior leaders in creating a project review team to help improve project design and management. This team is very instrumental in ensuring that the city can properly plan and monitor the dozens of projects that we have going on at any given time. He is also busy overseeing the grants, contracts, and helping to manage approximately $41 million in external funding that will be coming to city projects over the next few years. Jeff and Crystal Strickland, our finance director, and many other senior leaders are working hard to continue to improve our procurement and bid committee processes. Both Crystal and Jeff have accomplished a lot in their short time here, and we're very excited to have them as part of Team Destin. Next slide, please. At council's direction, staff applied for an application to the TDC in April of hopes of securing additional funding that would support additional services by the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office, which are necessary due to the extremely high call volume that deputies are responding to during peak season. However, the city will, unfortunately due to COVID-19, the TDC was not able to allocate any additional funds and all new requests were cut. However, the city will continue to pursue additional funds with the Okaloosa Sheriff's Department through various funding sources out there that might be available for Destin's public safety needs. Next slide, please. Research viability of a multi-use convention and sports community center. Council and staff hosted a public workshop in February of last year discussing various options for a multi-use center this session was well attended by the public, and it was pretty much an all-day session. We learned a lot about these different centers. Number one, they're not cheap. But number two, they are a tremendous opportunity within any city to further community initiatives and also community operations. Staff will be seeking further direction from council on this initiative, as it does require a number of resources in order to pursue this. Next slide, please. Complete a two-lane crosstown connector. The proposed two-lane crosstown connector was presented and approved by council in June of 2020. Redesign is currently underway, and the process is being monitored on an ongoing basis by our project review team. Next slide, please. Calhoun Multi-Use Trail Phase 1. This is an enhanced multi-use pathway from the community center to Clement Taylor Park. This project has been approved by council, was awarded to a contractor, and the notice to proceed has been issued. Construction is slated to begin on February 1st. Next slide, please. Phase 2 of the Calhoun Multi-Use Trail. The scope of work has been completed by the community development staff. The community development director will be working with our city manager and finance director to help determine funding and the time frame of the RFP as it relates to the design phase. Next slide, please. Improve parking, explore options, garage and surface. In 2020, we established an additional paid parking program that was to free up parking spaces for intended use. We were seeing our beach parking being consumed with overflow parking from short-term rentals and construction. Our residential pass and paid parking program has drastically reduced that unintended use and has freed up our beach parking for our residents and visitors for increased water access. All revenue generated will be earmarked for future parking expansion or maintenance. As a reminder, residents who reside within the incorporated city limits of Destin can receive a free resident beach parking pass. Several hundred Destin residents have taken advantage of this program. Staff also plans to utilize the upcoming harbor capacity study, which is being led by Lewis and Guzzi staff, to help understand our parking needs specifically in the harbor area. As we monitor this program and gather other information, the city will continue to look for innovative solutions and bring more information to council as it becomes available. Next slide, please. Beach renourishment planning and schedule. The 2020 East Pass dredge operation was completed early this summer and provided approximately 193,000 cubic yards of sand that went on Holiday Isle beaches. That sand will continue to help protect those upland structures, and it also allowed us to improve navigation in the East Pass by doing the dredging. Since Hurricane Sally, county contractors have compiled data from beach erosion, and that report is forthcoming from the county here in the next few months. Although no immediate and comprehensive beach renourishment plan is in place, the TDC and Okaloosa County staff are researching options, and they are in regular communication with the city and city administration. Next slide, please. Improve communications with council, public, and staff. Staff and council members have been meeting on a regular basis for briefings before council meetings. IT continues to innovate and serve our organization. Much of our new ways of communication and business during this pandemic is only possible through Matt Pace and IT's tireless efforts and creativity. Catherine, our public information manager, has been working hard to keep our public informed with all the many changes going on this year and sharing the good news. Like many, her schedule goes well beyond normal working hours. Our social media presence is extremely active and it keeps our public informed. In fact, our social media pages have a larger following than any other city in Okaloosa County, as well as a larger following than Okaloosa County's social media presence. She has been working with staff and IT on a redesign of our website, which will be brought to council for a preview before launching the new website by March 2021, which is only a couple months. Staff has been working hard to improve our project tracking and status updates through a weekly project task report. This lengthy report has been valuable for staff and communicating project updates and statuses. Staff has been developing a monthly newsletter, which is basically an executive report that will be going out to the public, which will outline city news in more of a narrative format. The first edition of this newsletter will be sent out by the end of this month. Next slide, please. Develop and implement wayfinding program and enhance signage control. This in your strategic plan is actually 2 bullet points. We combine them because they're really kind of, they play off of each other and go hand in hand. The master plan was reviewed and approved by council in September. Our TDD is planning a similar wayfinding initiative, and staff is in continuous communication as they look to start their project. Next slide, please. Update golf cart and low-speed vehicle rules. This was brought to council in 2020 and was sent back for a few tweaks to the item. Due to those changes, the revised draft item will be brought before the LPA in March. Next slide, please. Continuity of streetlights and conversion to LED. Staff has completed the city's first ever GIS-based streetlight inventory. Over 98% of our inventory is non-LED. Staff estimates a replacement or conversion of all lights could approach $1.2 million. Staff is monitoring a future FDOT PD&E study for Highway 98, which will include a street lighting evaluation. This issue will be brought forward as a possible budget item for future budgets, as well as staff will seek external funding sources for this project. Michael, how many lights are we talking about?
1,438.
Very good. Next slide, please. Implement a roadway striping program. Public Works has refocused its efforts to have a plan in place and money allocated to restripe the city's collector's class streets every 7 years. Estimates for this program is about $120,000 annually and to keep this plan in place. Fiscal year 20 projects include Gulf Shore Drive, Scenic 98, Dolphin, Regatta Bay, and Cybert. Next slide, please. Provide board and committee training to members. The city clerk updated various committee and council orientation packages in 2020. The city attorney has also been conducting annual sunshine and public records refresher training with each board and committee. And staff is also looking forward to further potential areas of improvement in 2021. Next slide, please. Improve sidewalks. Public Works Sidewalk Initiative focuses on funding sustainability, improvement to ADA access, and ensuring city sidewalks meet our LDC requirements. During fiscal year 20, approximately 4,600 square feet of sidewalk, which is about 1,100 linear feet of damaged 4-foot sidewalks, has been removed and replaced. In addition, the city continues to coordinate with the county as they will be constructing new sidewalks down Commons Drive. Also, the Calhoun Multi-Use Trail will also provide a new and improved walkable pathway within our community. Next slide, please. Reestablish the Environmental Committee. Staff will be bringing forward an Environmental Committee agenda for council direction so that we can reestablish the intent and the need of this committee. Next slide, please. Enforce residential boat and RV parking regulations. Code compliance metrics demonstrate that they are being proactive to ensure residents are compliant with city code and ordinances. This is an ongoing quality of life initiative that is part of code compliance's regular operations. Next slide, please. Regulate building height limits to 5 stories. Council approved the ordinance for a 6-story limit at the November 3rd, 2020 election. The referendum was approved by 82.6% of voters. Next slide. Next slide, please. These are management objectives. One of management's key objectives in 2020 has been to balance our staffing resources with the expectations of the public and objectives within this strategic plan. Staff and council work hard to ensure that staffing levels are adequate to meet the expectations of our public so that the staff has resources necessary to execute these strategic objectives. The information on this slide, and I apologize, it's small, but I'll briefly go through it. The information on this slide reflects those results and those successful efforts. In fact, almost 10 full-time equivalent positions have been added since 2019. Next slide, please. Community development has successfully aligned the comp plan, flume, and zoning maps. This was a massive undertaking by community development, our council, and the land use attorney. Below that, acquire and deploy comprehensive municipal management software along with required training. That's code for our Compass project. This is one of the most ambitious projects the city has ever undertaken, as well as time-consuming. Compass stands for Community Online Permitting and Support System. This system will streamline our permitting processes as well as memorialize the city processes and historical data within a system. It will provide the public an improved customer service experience as well as transparency to permitting and other processes. Staff has been working diligently despite many challenges that occurred in 2020 outside of our control to put this system in place. In April 21, Staff will implement phase one of the Compass system. A huge thanks to IT, community development, code compliance, finance, as well as all of Team Destin for their immense effort on this project. Many other cities of all sizes fail at these projects because they were never able to successfully spend the amount of time and resources required to implement it. And I can't say again how much this means to staff. This has been a big project. I would like to emphasize that with their day-to-day normal functions, this is added on 40, 50% on top of that. So it is stretched staff thin in COVID days, to say the least. We're very proud of what we're doing, and we're excited to launch this in April. Seek out funding sources for beach acquisitions. We started off, it's still mind-boggling to me that we started off with $2 million just over a year ago, and we're up to $22 million. So I would call that a success. Next slide, please. Code Enforcement Compliance Plan. Mr. Forgione and his crew has worked hard to successfully implement this plan. Good job, guys. Next slide. Management in progress. Next slide, please. Community development. And this is kind of a repeat, but they have successfully aligned our comprehensive future land use and zoning map, and they also continue to work on the LDC plan as well as the impact fee study. And the impact fee study is very important to ensure that we are competitive compared to our other markets and that the impacts of development is commensurate with the actual impact fees themselves. I'm sorry, go back, Matt, thank you. We also have the harbor capacity study. That city committee is established. That project will start in April. And then also, I think we've demonstrated in various measures that we now have a proactive code compliance. Again, kudos to Joey and his staff. Next slide, please. Memorialize institutional knowledge. So we're doing this in a number of different ways. First, reference back to Compass system. Our processes and historical data is being incorporated into that system for future use. And we have formed a strike team to prioritize updating and managing our operational instructions across the city, and departments are currently analyzing and revising their plans. We're also producing city facility and infrastructure plans. We mentioned the lighting inventory earlier. In addition to that, we have sign, irrigation, and other critical infrastructure inventories that are now in our GIS system. And we also have created a renewal and replacement fund set up for the fiscal year 21 budget, which is critical so that we can continue to maintain our infrastructure as necessary. Monitor and our Restore Act grants. Our grants and projects manager is regular coordination with the Restore Act administration. Next slide, please. Next slide. We talked about Compass right there. Next is airport road safety improvements. Those plans are finalized. FDOT anticipates a spring 21 construction start. Captain Royal Melvin Heritage Park. Construction has started. That has been a long time coming, and we're very, very proud of that. Renovate Clement Taylor Park. The seawall has been finished, and renovations will start in 21. Redevelop Joe's Bayou Recreation Area. This is a very large project. The DEP bid process is now in progress. Next slide, please. Last one, guys. Sorry, this is long, but it's been a long year and a big strategic plan. Noriega Point Phase 3 recreational components. DEP is currently obtaining permits. Calhoun Avenue, we talked about that briefly earlier. Our Beach Street reconstruction and resurfacing, that has been complete from Highway 98 to Kelly Street. And then last of all, we implement prioritized stormwater improvement based on the Stormwater Master Plan. That is in progress. That plan came before council on August 17th, and the final plan will come back in spring. Next slide, please. So as impressive as our visioning session and strategic plan has been for 2020, it never contemplated a pandemic. Despite this, council and staff has changed the way we are doing business and will continue to do so in a safe manner. It is safe to say that the COVID-19 pandemic has consumed more staff time and resources than almost all of our strategic objectives combined. Leadership and staff are very proud of what we have accomplished to date and are excited about further accomplishments to come. This strategic plan that council and staff collaborated on is the backbone of how our organization plans and prioritizes projects. This strategic plan provides staff with objectives and priorities that help staff plan and execute these priority items in a transparent and accountable manner to the public and our council. We have overcome major challenges, and it's all because of council and city staff working together with our public. We are already accomplishing many things our peer organizations have been unable to do. Through teamwork, new technology, innovation, Destin is making strides that it will be an organization that others look to as an example. With that, staff is happy to answer any questions you might have. All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Webb. We're actually ahead of schedule, so hopefully we can keep moving at this pace. This is great. What I wanted to do is to take a few minutes. As you can see up on the screen right now, we have our organizational chart, which is there's no way I can possibly read that. So just for the record. But if you do flip to the next slide, I can probably read that one. But instead of reading this off to you, I was just going to take just a few minutes. We have the time. I'm going to start over here with Matthew. If staff can just introduce yourself, and if you have other staff with you from your department or division, please introduce them too. And that way the members of the public will know all the staff members that are here real quick.
Morning, Matthew Pace, the IT manager here. I'm also with James, my right-hand man. Takes care of all my day-to-day operations, so happy to have him here with us.
Go back to Catherine.
I'm lost on that thing, microphone. Yeah, I'm Catherine Carter, I'm the public information manager. So, Lisa Burns, Department 3,
I'm going to jump up here, and these are our partners in crime right here, our two attorneys who are, they're staff to me. I mean, we work together every day, so if you guys...
Yep, it's almost become a full-time job, Lance. Kyle Bauman, City Attorney.
Kimberly Kopp, City Land Use Attorney.
Joey Forgio, I'm in charge of your code enforcement.
We know Webb.
Good compliance.
Crystal Strickland, Finance Director.
Can we miss the back there? Can we get Noel?
Well, Bell, City Building Official.
Don Smith, city engineer.
Warren Lake, Central Planner.
Michael Burgess, Public Works Director, and behind me is James Hart, my deputy.
Livingston, Library Director.
Karen Jankowski, HR manager for 2 weeks. And then Nicole Capito will be my replacement. She'll be officially starting on the 1st.
Ray Bailey, your local city clerk.
Awesome. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to take some time to do that. I just thought it's important that the staff be recognized. They put up with me every day, so I appreciate them doing that. I also really appreciate members of the public showing up for this event, our business community, and just our private citizens, our residents. Your input is highly sought after and needs to be a part of this plan. Next slide, please. At this point, we are scheduled for a break. I lost Buzz. There, I can see him now. You want to forge forward, or what's the group think? We'll take a 5-minute break. Councilmember Schmidt had a question for the group.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Webb, for all that extensive, detailed presentation there. I just want to make sure that you didn't want a bunch of questions and comments during that time, because a lot of these staff and management objectives, are you guys bringing those back up at the end when it comes time to prioritize? Will these be brought up again from staff and management to make sure they're on there again for future?
Those items will be left up there, and I think that should be looked at as whether they may be perpetual. They may be actually something we need to continue to work on, or maybe have a change of direction on, and we should absolutely discuss that as we get to that portion this afternoon.
So we'll be including staff's and management's objectives as well when we talk about it at the end of the day? Okay. I just didn't want to lose them. Okay, great.
In addition, this next section, we're going to be hearing from all the department heads for their top-level requests for the future, this next year and the year after, and so forth, so on. I am going to slightly modify the agenda. Normally, we're scheduled to have our partners speak next, but we are running ahead of schedule. So one of our partners was scheduled to come in at 10. So in order to accommodate that, I'm going to just, there's no objection, I'm just going to switch and go ahead and do the staff presentations first, and then we'll come back, circle back to the partner presentations. Okay? Just a note for our staff members that are here and that are going to be doing presentations shortly. Because of the world we live in now, we're broadcasting this. So it's going to be much better for those at home watching if y'all come up here to the podium. So in order to save time, if you can try to queue up a little bit before it's your turn, so kind of be on deck, and Webb is going to help everyone know who's on deck to come up next. I can tell you that I start the show, and then Webb will be on deck. So after that, I'll let Webb handle it from that point forward. So Matthew, if you are ready, could you queue up the first staff slide? Thank you, sir. So my personal 7 top priority objectives for this upcoming year and years. Number 1 is most important to me, is to continuously strive to improve transparent communications with the council, with residents, with businesses, and with staff members. So I really appreciate this council being willing to come in and meet with me. So far, every meeting, people have been willing to come in and meet, and it's just so much easier for me face-to-face, whether it be via the computer or actually in person, to talk about issues that are going forward before the meeting happens. That means a lot. And I can also do a lot of homework before the next meeting when that takes place. I can also include staff that's relevant to the questions at hand, and we usually get questions answered very quickly. So I appreciate the council members' willingness to do that, whether it be, like I said, in person, via telephone, or via the computer. I appreciate you all have been doing that. Number 2 is professionally execute the City Council's adopted strategic priorities and policies. That's what we're working on today. We're working on the strategic priorities. Of course, the policies are the policies you pass every other Monday night, and that's my primary job, is to implement those policies and what you choose as our priorities today. Number 3 is to provide staff with the resources they need to execute City Council's strategic priorities and policies. Number 4 is to remove barriers for preventing staff from executing City Council's strategic priorities and policies. Number 5 for me is oversee with integrity the stewardship of the city's fiscal and physical resources, with a lot of help from all the staff members, especially Crystal, who's helping me oversee the fiscal end of things, with Michael and Lisa on the physical side of things. As a team, we do a very good job of watching out for the resources that we have. I still can't get over the fact that we're technically a town of 13,500 people, and we have big city facilities, we have big city problems, and we have a little city budget. So for what the resources we have to work with, the staff does a remarkable job. Number 6 is to preserve the organization's knowledge and process and procedures. This has been something since day one, since even when the original group of council members asked me to do an intern shot at the city manager's job. I mean, I recognize that if we needed to work a lot more on getting our organizational knowledge recorded for the future, because there's no reason for someone coming in behind me running some sort of program for the city to not have benefited by the mistakes I already made. You don't need to make those mistakes again, and we can help that process by recording it, getting those into processes, written down, preserved forever, and that's something we're working on. And I mean, life goes on, and some of us are getting to the point where we're thinking about retiring, so I mean, some more organizational knowledge just will go away if we don't get this done. So that's very, very important to not only this organization, but every organization. And finally is to foster a team-oriented culture of continuous quality improvement. This is step one to me in that process. I commend the council for allowing staff to do this every year. Because like Buzz said earlier, it doesn't happen in every city. And I feel that this is a very important aspect of the job and of our city. If we have high expectations for the future, the council has set the bar high, and if we want to achieve those, then we have to have these types of meetings. The river that runs through all of these strategic challenges and strategic priorities doesn't stop. So we have to pick a point to dive in, and we're diving in. And I appreciate you guys being willing to do that. The staff too. I mean, we are where we are, and I appreciate everyone pitching in and willing to move towards our goals. So with that, I will turn it over to the deputy.
Lance, and also we have the SWOT analysis that our administrative team came up with. We would like to just briefly show that.
Oh, that's great, great. So we had the entire, we have home teams within our organization, so the major departments or areas within our organization make up home teams. And each home team took the time to run a SWOT analysis. For those of you, many of you have been involved in those in the past. For those of you who have not, SWOT is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. The strengths and the weaknesses that the staff is identifying are ours. They're internal strengths and internal weaknesses that our city has. The opportunities and threats are external to our organization. And we have identified what we believe to be opportunities out there and threats. And that's definitely where our partners play a role with the external opportunities and external threats. Why is this important? Well, if I want to map my course from here to Denver, Colorado, I have to know where I'm at when I'm starting to map it out. And if I don't, then there's no way I can map a course to Denver, Colorado. So this is the beginning point. This is where we are. We know where we want to go because that's our vision. But we have to know where we are. So this is where we're at, and this is why we go through this exercise.
Well, thank you, everyone. If you can show my slide, please. And first off, if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. We can, at the end of the session, we'll be happy to go in detail over anything and answer any questions you might have. So, top priorities, and a lot of these priorities, as you look through this, I know we briefly showed the SWOT analysis, but you'll see some of these things, as we see a weakness, then we try to address that in our individual departments. And so some of these things, you'll see that common thread as we see things, opportunities or weaknesses, we want to try to go at those and move those to strengths, or at least get them off the weakness charts. So one of the things that my staff and myself would like to be able to focus on this year, and IT is such an integral part of this, is to continue to adopt best practices and leverage technology to improve our administrative processes. Some of our processes is rooted in the thought process, we've always done it that way. And Lance has said that over and over, where that's one of the things that drives him crazy, is that if that's the only reason that we're doing it is because we've always done it that way, we need to look hard at that and see if there's a better way of doing it. But technology can really do that. We, with our IT staff, which has expanded staff now and very qualified staff, we're able to start incorporating these new processes within our different systems, specifically our financial and HR systems. We're finding a lot of efficiencies there in the way that we manage our records and also collaborate on different projects. Our agenda management system, all the way to Compass, which you heard about earlier, and various other systems in our organization. These transcend departmental lines. They often affect the way that we do our business and serve our customers. Another thing that I would like to work on is to continue to improve communications with our strategic partners to help implement council's policy and strategic plan objectives. I think that's something that we were successful on this past year in many ways. For instance, I think our relationship with the county has really strengthened over the last year, and that's to all of staff's efforts and council's efforts in doing so. And that has opened up doors to partnerships to fixing some of the long-term problems we have. Also, that would include tourist development, Okaloosa County Sheriff's Department, the chamber, all the way to DWU. I think there's a lot of opportunities out there for us to strengthen the communication channels so that we can find common objectives and unique solutions to difficult problems. And then last of all, another thing that I'd like to work with our staff on is to improve our volunteer and council orientation process, as well as our staff orientation process. Karen has worked hard this last year to improve how we onboard employees. With that said, I think there's opportunities with the new systems and everything else to improve that. And then also with our volunteer and council committees, I think there's some opportunity to provide better information, get them in the loop quicker, so they feel they have the opportunity to make an impact sooner in the timeline than later. And with that said, Crystal.
Good morning. So I tried to keep my points as brief as possible, but don't let them fool you. They are very deep and there's a lot of intricate work behind them. First of all, we are a brand new finance team. We are 3 people in the finance department. We do all of our payroll in-house. We do all of our W-2s, 1099s. We do all of the payables in-house. We do all of these things, and I'm working with a completely new staff, and myself, as you all know, I just started here in June. So I have a lot of training to do because, as some people know, the government world and how we do government accounting is vastly different from the for-profit world. It's all about cash flows and what's available in the immediate term to make certain payments. So it's really a big mind-altering task to take people from the for-profit world and teach them the government accounting. Next, I'll be working on updating our financial policies. Some of these policies are timeless, but others, they need freshened up. So I have a long list of policies here. Top of the list that needs revamping is our procurement policy. It's taking far too long for us to procure things as we need them. I'll be updating the fixed asset management policies and procedures as well. Accounting policies, debt policies, investment policies, budget policies, fund balance policies, all of these policies need to be freshened up into this new era that we're in. One of the reasons that I'm going to be so focused on the policies and procurement is because as we go into exploring the undergrounding project, we need to get the best bond rating that we can. And in order to get the best bond ratings, there are certain things that we as a city need to do. We need to prove to the investors that we are responsible for our fixed assets, that we reinvest on a regular basis to renew and replace all of the major components of all of our facilities. If we were to do it properly, we would be investing at minimum $3 million a year to keep up and maintain all of our facilities and all of our infrastructure, roads, sidewalks, streetlights, roofs on buildings, HVAC units. All of these things need to be updated on a regular basis and properly maintained and replaced on the regular schedules. So procurement processing, training for staff, updating fixed asset management, and I'm also would like to be working closer with staff on our FEMA procedures and training, all of them at least on an annual basis. If you complete this documentation, you note which type of project you're working on, which pieces of equipment you used, whether it was a wood chipper for debris removal or whatever it was, then we vastly improve our success rate in getting reimbursed by FEMA. So those are my top priorities for this year. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members, and I understand Council Member Braden's got a birthday today, so happy birthday. Colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts here. But first, before I go too far, I know we did do this earlier on. I do want to make sure I recognize the division managers within my department. If you could please stand and be recognized. We have Noelle Bell. She's the division manager for the building section. Lauren Witt, she's the principal planner, and she is the head of the planning division. And of course, the newbie that we have is Donald Smith, our new city engineer. He's the head of the engineering division. So thank you. I thank you all for the opportunity to share with you some of my considered thoughts about the work program of the Department of Community Development this year. But before I do that, I thought I'd want to provide you a little context. The Department of Community Development is the backbone of the city's development efforts. It is critical to the city's physical growth, economic development, and yes, the city's quality of life. Now, why am I saying this? Well, consider the following. The department is proud to inform you that during the course of 2020, this past year, it processed over 41 major residential and commercial projects, issued over 2,900 permits, issued over 1,900 business tax receipts, conducted over 4,400 inspections. Now, all these activities have a total valuation of $98.5 million. That's investment into the city of Destin. Furthermore, over the past year and a half, the department successfully completed 3 of the top major goals of the City Council. First, the alignment of the future land use map with the city's comprehensive plan. Second, the alignment of the zoning map with the city's future land use map. In all, these two initiatives alone involved over 468 parcels in the city, just to give you a sense of the magnitude of the work involved. And by the way, this is the first time in the city's history that all these development instruments, which is the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, and the zoning map, are all aligned. In addition, the department also successfully completed the wayfinding master plan, which is the cornerstone of the City Council's strategic goal of creating a Destin brand. Now, this success was achieved despite utilizing the following impediments: a manual development review system, an outdated development set of regulations, and shortages in staff, and dealing with the impacts of a devastating COVID-19 pandemic. I gotta tell you this, as director, I am so proud of my staff, particularly their abilities, motivation, attitude, and professionalism in the way they've navigated and persevered through adversity to serve the city's residents. To me, they have proved the saying that life is not about waiting for the storm to pass, but it is about learning how to dance in the rain. So having said that, in order for us to continue to enhance the city's economic growth and quality of life, it is imperative, it is absolutely imperative that we ensure that the Department of Community Development is strong, is vibrant, is efficient, and competent to continue to spearhead the city's development efforts. In light of that, let me just share with you what I think will be useful as far as addressing these things that just noted as impediments going forward. To address the operational challenges of the department, we need to fully implement the development review software InnoGov, which has been talked about today. We need to automate and reorganize our permitting system such that it is efficient, seamless, and user-friendly to our residents and the development community. Second, to address the shortcomings to our development regulations, we need to fully undertake a complete rewrite of the city's land development code with a view to updating our standards and requirements so that they all dovetail with the city's development vision as outlined in the comprehensive plan. And to address the shortages in staffing, we need to ensure that the department is fully resourced through a couple of ways. One, with outside help, and I mean consultants here, where appropriate, and also additional staff to the team. And furthermore, and I cannot stress this more than anything else, we need to address our compensation packages so that we are competitive and are able to attract and retain competent staff. I'm in the process right now of hiring city planners, and it's been a year and a half of a struggle. given our location, that should not be happening at all. I think implementing these reforms would result in several benefits. Number one, improved delivery of development services to the residents and the development community. Number two, increased in revenue. The more we do things more efficiently, the more we're going to get things done, which leads into more revenue as far as permitting process is concerned. Third, we need to ensure that the department is at full strength to continue to spearhead and sustain the city's development efforts, and of course, making Destin a family-oriented community where people want to live, invest, work, and play. Now, let me close with this. I've had the fortune of traveling around the world and worked in different parts of the world. And I can tell you this. Those communities that do well in terms of quality of life as well as economic development do three things well. One, they have determined a vision of who they are and what they are about. Two, they've identified and assembled the tools and resources that are needed to accomplish that vision. Number three, they've hunkered down and systematically and judiciously going about the business of implementing that vision. Those are my thoughts, and I can assure you that the Department of Community Development is ready to go to work and move the cheese. Thank you.
Just want to remind any council members, if you have any questions as staff members while you got them here at the dais, to ask them.
Can I ask Mr. Zanguzzi a question? Can you address it from there? Or do you want to go back to the dais?
That was so good, Louis, I knew there had to be some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
As new to council, I was unaware that you were having a problem hiring the right people and that our city staff count as far as what we are offering. Is there any way that you can put together something for us as council so we can look at and implement something sooner rather than later, so you don't continue trying to get the right people into Destin to do the jobs we need to take care of our city sooner rather than later? Hopefully by like the next meeting that we all as city council get together for. Could you do that?
The short answer is yes. I can't promise the next meeting, but certainly the meeting after that, sure.
Let me weigh in on that real quick, because Louis is absolutely right. Amongst the staff, we know that, or we consider ourselves, and it's been this way for a long time. This is not a new problem. We consider ourselves the trainers. We get the people in here with the potential. We get them trained, and then somebody steals them away from us. And that's just because that's where we're at in our package. And I think it's beyond community development as a problem. It certainly is a problem in community development, but it is organizationally a problem. So in order to fix this the right way, I mean, it would be a task for our incoming new HR manager to do a comprehensive evaluation of all the positions, including the ones in community development, and we can bring that back to council.
Karen, didn't you last year put together some sort of documentation package that looked at salaries in terms of what we're offering versus what the traditional norm is for the area? It seems like you put something together, and that was based on looking at positions we needed to fill. Can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, so FY19, we hired Evergreen Solutions to do a comprehensive wage and class study. We did 3 phases of that. And so one of their recommendations out of that, which was almost a half year process, was to bring back a wage and class study every 3 to 5 years. So as you'll see in my slide coming shortly to you, will be a recommendation for another wage and class for this coming year. It was just under 15 grand, I believe, to hire Evergreen Solutions. I did put a bid out, multiple companies quoted. So that would be the next thing that I feel that we need to do. What I've tried to do once we'd have openings is to review the market, and thankful to Crystal. She's very well educated, very up to date on current needs of the market. So I'll sit down with her before each position goes out to advertising and say, you know, this is what we have in the budget, but this is what the minimum market is showing. So I really feel that we need to bump it a little bit. And if we have room within our budget where we've had vacancies for a while and, you know, we're not over budget, we'll look at that and we will do that with management approval. I believe some of these positions that we have open, they're specialized. And we're just asking for 2 years, 3 years of experience. And folks coming straight out of college, you know, they don't have any experience, unfortunately. But their expectations of a beginning salary is really high. They're expecting more than 50 a year, right, coming out of college with no experience. So we do need to look at that, but it's the specialized positions as well that we're having trouble with. Multi-license inspector, planners, it's folks like that. Engineers, thankfully we got Don, but it's those specialized positions for sure that we've got to put some money behind to be able to be competitive and attract them. But we've got an internal equity problem as well. So when you balance that market, you've got to look at the internal equity and not pay somebody more than who's been here. We just hired a new planner, Daniel, you know, and so we're advertising for 2 new planners, but I can't justify paying someone coming in more than what I just hired him at, unless I look at that whole position. But then that would be significant dollars, I feel, that would need to be brought to council. So I know that's probably more than you wanted to know, but it's a very comprehensive, very difficult process when you're looking at this. And I feel the pains of staff and people having to wear multiple hats and, you know, make up for those vacancies.
Yep, if I may comment. So we've got a study that we had done in 2019, so that's a place to start. But as far as priorities go, the city incorporated 36 years ago. The primary purpose at that time was to get a handle around growth. While some people wanted sidewalks and streetlights, the reason we incorporated was to try to handle our growth so we could have some input into the quality of life of Destin, whereas the decisions were being made at the county level with very little input from us. Without a strong, vibrant, and efficient community development, then that main goal of the reason that we incorporated in the first place is gone. And so this will, I'm sure, come to a vote at the council. But my priority is to get these folks the resources they need to do the job that we started incorporation with at all. And I understand the problems that you just made us aware of, but we can't let those stand in the way of, in a very efficient manner, to set about putting community development on a track to become what we intended them to become 36 years ago. We've lost our way. We need to get back on the path.
Lance, if I-
Thank you, Louis.
Thank you, Louis. Lance, if you don't mind, while it's fresh on everybody's mind, you know, if you'll look at what the staff has put together, what we're going over now, just about every one of them needs staff. I mean, every one of them mentioned, you know, that they need things from the council to be able to do their jobs. And you talk about the pay, I don't need anybody, I don't need to hire anybody to tell me, you know, what somebody's making or what somebody around us is making. When I think about, I know of deckhands that are making $80,000 to $100,000 a year, deckhand on a boat. They bring nothing to the table, nothing, no education, nothing. They bring a t-shirt and a pair of jeans and some flip-flops, and they're making that kind of money. So it's, you know, and then you have people that are, you know, got an education, and, you know, we're offering the money we're offering. That's why for the 6 years I've been here, that's why we can't get anybody. You ask the city manager, why can't we hire anybody? Well, nobody's applying. Well, we're losing people. They're going somewhere, working for somebody else because they're paying more money. And it's always been our problem. And if we don't, I mean, to me, the list of things that we had last year, that list that's on that board over there, is the last thing we need to focus on. If we don't give this staff what they need, hire some people, pay them money to do the things that this council and this city expects from them, it doesn't matter what we put on this board or what we tell them we need them to do. They can't get it done. You know, when I keep, I mean, there's 22 items here that was under the year 20. When I look at it, there's probably 8 or 10 items that's really complete out of 22. So we're going to just pile more on top of it for next year. And you don't ask them to get it done. Well, it's like me painting a house with 2 guys and 2 used paintbrushes, and all of a sudden I take on 4 more jobs and still expect those 2 guys and 2 used paintbrushes to get the job done in a timely manner. You know, they're like, man, if you want us to get it done, you got to get us some help, and you got to get us some new equipment. I mean, it's amazing that the staff is telling us, you know, what we've got is outdated, and you know, it's like, you know, we've been they're proving it to us by telling us that, you know, well, here's this rotary phone we've been using, what we've got right now. Well, let's try this new iPhone 10. You know, just give us something. And I mean, they've been 6 years that I've been sitting here. It's the same stuff every year. I mean, the staff is crying for help. You know, you're piling this on us, but we're killing ourselves. You know, trying to make you guys happy and make the city happy. So I hope we really focus on more on getting this done, finding the money, getting some help, give them what they need, getting new equipment, and let's take what we looked at, our 20-year 20 plan, and just move it forward and finish it up, not just keep piling stuff on them. That's all. Thank you.
If there's no more questions, then Matthew, I believe you're up.
Good morning again, everyone. Just wanted to touch base on a couple of the things that we see as information technology encompasses every single facet of the city. So we've got a lot of things going on. However, our top priorities that we're looking at, obviously, EnerGov, the Compass software, has been a major undertaking over the last year since we started last December. We've just had a huge amount of adversarial items that come up, obviously with the pandemic, hurricanes, server room electrical storms. So we've taken care of a lot of those things, and we're getting there. But Compass software is going to change dynamically the way that the community development and code compliance departments are working. So we really want to make sure that we have a properly implemented system that is going to be usable and that is going to sustain those two departments as well as the rest of the city as we incorporate other portions of this. But the help that we've received, the IT has received from community development and code compliance has been tremendous. I can't thank them enough for all of their hard work in configuring this system. This is not something that's just out of the box. It's not a Microsoft Word type program. We actually had to configure this to work with our procedures and policies and applications that are in the two departments. So that's been a big undertaking. So I appreciate all of their help. As we move forward, this is not something that is a set it and forget it type program. This is an actual program that is going to be a living program that needs to be constantly tweaked and updated so that we can incorporate changes that you may implement over time and that we have in the city internal processes. So that's one of the big items that I would like to continue focusing on so that we maintain a proper system with Compass and have that community outreach that we desperately need to continue an excellence of service. I also would like to look at our network and information technology growth, and what by that is basically focus more on the user mobility that we've been focusing on. Lance and Webb and myself have talked about this. This was a implementation that probably was not going to happen immediately, but due to the pandemic, we rolled out telework policies thanks to Karen and her diligence in getting that to help set up, and with my IT staff getting that rolled out very quickly and ahead of the game. So we were, I think, a lot further ahead than the county and many other cities that I talked to, and I reached out to a ton in Florida. So trying to get an idea of how we can make virtual meetings. We have webinars, we have our capability of working remotely. So VPN access, which is our private network access to city services if you're off-site. So we're implemented those very quickly, and we're tweaking those every so often to make sure that we're conforming with cybersecurity measures that we need here at the city. Software upgrades across the board, just like Councilman Braden was saying, things that are getting outdated and we need to update. We're in the process of doing that, but it takes time and effort, and we have a small staff, but a good staff for IT, so we can get that done. And with the help of city departments, I really feel like we can forge forward on that. Our idea here is to create a best-in-suite type system where we're not using individual tools for just individual departments. We're trying to incorporate everything together. So using a system like Tyler for our financial software, for our EnerGov software, and other things maybe down the road as we explore different options. It's a good practice because we're able to bring those things together and work closely hand in hand. So it's not a nightmare for finance to try to pull their journals together and from different programs. So as we move forward, just keep that in mind as we talk about new software in the future, that best in suite is what we're actually going for, and that's a good policy thing to follow. New and improved equipment, we can always improve our equipment. We made great strides last year in upgrading every one of our city systems to Windows 10. So we're ahead of the game with that. We don't have any old systems. However, over time, computers, as you're well aware, tend to get outdated very quickly. So one of the things that I'd like to do is try to look at that and see where we're headed. Crystal in Finance has been a huge help in trying to assess where we are and how we can address those situations as we move forward into the future. And overhauling our wireless phone services. This has been a big push especially for me, probably in the last few months, I've started to make the transition from our current phone systems to a federally mandated system, which is actually, it's a regulated system by the federal government, provided through FirstNet. And what that will allow us to do is incorporate much more capabilities into our wireless system, have better coverage. If there's storms, we're on the same band as the sheriff's office, many of the county is going to be going to this system. So what we're doing here is getting us off the commercial residential bands and coming more into our own private bands with other government organizations, so public safety and things like that. So what that's going to do is give us some more latitude. If we have storms, we can set up trucks here to have wireless systems that are 10, 20-mile radius. So we will have our own city services for wireless services, and that will help with communication. We also have the ability to do push-to-talk, which is PTT, which will allow our code officers to communicate in real time. Instead of having to call each other, they can do almost like a radio type system. So there are some good advantages to this, and there's a net zero cost on this for what we're paying now. I've worked out with our representatives to kind of laterally move to that program. So I think that will make a big push over the next year. And of course, that will help update our phones, city phones, and things like that to newer models. And the other thing we're going to look at too is the network infrastructure and our data, cybersecurity measures. That is something that I'm passionate about. That's what my specialty is, and I would like to bring that here to the city so that we are focusing more on cyber-centric technology focus, so that we're not behind the eight ball. As you know, there's cities around us, Pensacola, Oakland County, they've all had their fair share of issues over the last couple of years. So I would like to stay ahead of that. No system is 100% secure. However, we can do our best to make sure that we are safe and secure in our digital age, especially with remote working, teleworking. Our amount of data that we've had just in the last year of scanned items, 450,000 scanned files, just from community development alone. All of the files that are in our existing legacy systems, that's all going to be coming into the Compass system. So this is something that is, a definite need for the city as we move forward. And that also encompasses end user awareness training. Everyone in the city can be more aware of what's going on electronically around them, and that will help mitigate some issues and risks as well. And it may even help with our cybersecurity policies that we have for insurance-related reasons. I just implemented advanced threat protection, and that's going to be actually moving through the year to fine-tune it, make sure that we're implementing the best practices that we can. All of our emails now have safe links and safe attachments, so everything's scanned before they even come into the city, and it actually has helped tremendously. And then, of course, one of our last points is enhancing our wireless system. We have way more devices than we originally anticipated in the city. And so enhancing our network infrastructure and our wireless infrastructure will help out tremendously in getting ourselves up to speed and get that new equipment that we need to make sure that we can do what we need to do. And I think that's pretty much our focus for right now. And if you have any questions.
I have one for you because you and I spoke about this. So you're not just an IT guy. For us. You've been wearing many hats as well. And would you like to share maybe some of the thoughts that when I asked you the questions, it's one thing to have an IT guy and an assistant with James, but the security side of things is almost a full-time job in and of itself.
It is, and what we had talked about was a little bit, there's two components to a good cybersecurity strategy. Obviously, one is going to be your end user. That is an entry point into your system. Most businesses now will train you to the basics of cybersecurity, things that make you aware of what's your surroundings. The second is many cities are going towards having what's called either a CISO or a CIO, Chief Information Security Officer, or an information officer. And what that allows is for the separation of IT and cybersecurity. Because although everyone seems to think that they go hand in hand, it's getting farther and farther separated. Yes, IT works closely with cybersecurity professionals. However, it changes the dynamics when you have policies that need to be implemented, changes to systems that need to be thought through, and make sure that data is protected at all times, especially in digital form. So I think that's one of the main components to putting together a cybersecurity strategy. And I'm hoping to kind of deliver something to the city that would kind of enhance that effect and give you a better idea of the direction that might be feasible for the city.
Yeah, and it kind of goes along with Mr. Braden's comments earlier, just about equipping everyone to do their, to equip the city to do its job. I think the ransomware that Pensacola was in excess of $1 million. You could pay somebody a salary for a long time before you reach that threshold. And that was not one of the bigger hits in the state of Florida in the last 20 months. So it's a big issue. My wife's company does title and escrow accounts, and they go through training monthly to maintain a security level that allows them to do certain types of transactions. And I would imagine that if we had a security system policy and people, that would probably help us in our grant funding and that kind of stuff. So I just wanted to kind of touch on that.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that's a very important component. And like I said, I hope to bring a good comprehensive action plan to the city for what we can do here.
I have a question. I know that you are over our city as far as staff and employees, but I've had people in the city ask me, when can Destin upgrade our infrastructure or internet or phone services? As smart as you are, can you just sort of overview why do we have such terrible internet service or phone service, especially when we're crowded?
I can speak to the wireless components to things. For wireless, we were slated in the U.S. to run out of bandwidth for our 4G networks last year, 2020. And so as we move forward, there's very little bandwidth left. And so all of these towers that are being converted to 5G, and basically, without going too nerdy with 5G, it's a totally different system than 4G and 3G. So when we went from a 3G system to 4G, we just upgraded antennas and things like that. Now what's happening is we're going to 5G, which is a completely different animal. It's a totally new system. They just call it 5G because it's easier to transition and good marketing. But so when you hear we have 5G networks all over the U.S., technically we do, but we don't really. They're just in the process of upgrading. And so what's happening is when we get an influx of people here in Destin, I mean, we have only a certain amount of towers. I'm sure you have seen the AT&T micro towers that are up by Starbucks and a few on Benning and a couple other places. They're not working to capacity because they don't have the availability of connection. So what happens is those towers that are downtown, they get overloaded with people, especially when you have events down at the harbor. I mean, it's horrible signal. I mean, sometimes I sit at my house and I can't get any, internet. So it's definitely an issue. Hopefully and that's kind of one of the reasons we wanted to switch to the FirstNet system, is because then we get a dedicated, these were the old TV bands, the old UHF bands, that they reallocated for wireless services. So we're going to be able to utilize that instead. However, for residents, it's going to make a big difference once the new towers get in place. However, we're not an urban center. We're not in Atlanta, New York City. So we're not first on the list. We're way down on the totem pole there. But once we start getting those rolled out, it will make life a lot different. But our infrastructure here is degrading as well. It's older. Nothing has been updated. It's because hopefully with maybe undergrounding and things like that, some upgrades will be taking place for wiring. But even CenturyLink, their internet services are very slow. Used to work with a lot of people on the harbor, and they had CenturyLink connections, and it was just extremely slow. So if you have it at your house, you can imagine it's not great for just general internet browsing. But as we move forward, the city, obviously smart cities are becoming more and more prevalent in the country. And obviously we have the ability to head down that path as well. It will take some, good initiatives and planning, working with PPP, the private-public partnerships, and getting some of these things done. However, those need to be cultivated. It's not just something that starts immediately. But as we go down this path in the next several years, it's definitely an avenue that we need to explore to make sure that the infrastructure is sound for residents, that we move forward, especially with internal operations as well. They go hand in hand.
Thank you. I wanted you to address that for those that are watching, because I know I've heard a lot of people like, when are we going to get 5G? I'm like, we are really far down the list.
And we work, like I said, I work closely with all of our wireless partners and everything to try to find out as much information as I can. And I'll work with Catherine as well if we get information like that. We have a great newsletter that we're putting out. So that's things like that we can actually incorporate now. And our new website redesign will incorporate that as well.
Matthew, I got a question. It's just you and James, is that correct?
We also have a GIS manager, Corey, and we have also a help desk technician who just came on board, and he's working with us as well.
So the priorities that you listed here on your presentation are very robust, and I mean, it sounds amazing. So based off of Councilman Braden and some of the things that Mayor was speaking of, I mean, these priorities that you have listed here, are these currently doable based on what you've received so far, budgeting wise? I mean, are these are things that you're on track to do and are planning on doing type of situations?
Many of these items are doable now. If you're asking, would additional funds help? Yes, immensely. Just for some of the measures, like as we enhance our network, things like that would actually benefit from additional funds.
And then speaking on the cybersecurity, obviously you didn't list on here a CIO or a CISO or whatever, but how is the cities of Destin threat in the security world? How have you noticed it so far? It's not even listed as a concern, so I guess
it's not I wouldn't say it's a concern. It's an evolving situation. I constantly maintain and look at what's going on in the city. At one point, I think we had a very bad spam problem. I mean, there was a ton of stuff coming in. I'm sure you get plenty now. I've initiated, in October, we have Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And this last October, I did a full initiative every single week to do some training that went out to internal staff as well as you folks. And so I wanted to kind of start with that and get kind of a baseline of where we are. We get threat attacks every day. I mean, it's constant, and it's not just us. Cities are targets by far more than anybody else. And especially we look enticing to cyber criminals and bad actors because we have a beautiful community. We've got expensive homes here. We've got, it looks good on paper, and it is good in real life, but they see the money, dollar signs. So what I would say is continuing to enhance what we have, in implementing programs like that advanced threat protection, like we just approved a couple weeks ago. Those are things that just add to the suite of services that we have. Could we have more? I always say yes. But you can always go too far, and it hinders the availability to folks within the city to get their job done as well. So it's not, like I said, it's not a concern, but seeing places like Pensacola and Oakland County and others that were affected by some issues related to cyber incidents, we need to keep that on the forefront, and especially in IT and every other department as we continue to get digital.
Thank you.
Mr. Schmidt.
Yes, sir.
He's being very modest because the cybersecurity side of things is a full-time job all by itself. he's trying to implement the stuff and work with us and warn us when we get these fishing expeditions virtually every single day. And so he's being modest because he's trying to do all these things on his list and try to protect the city at the same time. So we're probably not as secure as we could be if we had a officer in charge of cybersecurity. He just didn't want to say that out loud.
It's a tough job. I spend a lot of time, just not in the office just checking the systems, and, on the weekends, we're 24/7, 365. There's no time off for that type of job. So it's a tough one, but I'm glad to do it for the city. It's something I enjoy doing, but it also gives me heartburn sometimes.
Matthew, I have a question for you, and this is something that has bothered me for quite a few years, and it's the fact that the way the statutes are written, that essentially it's granting a monopoly to like the cable company or the Wi-Fi company, meaning that that is the only company that can come in and service the particular area. And like for our case, I believe it's Cox Communications is essentially the cable provider for the area. And I've talked to Webb about this before, but obviously the whole concept of where there's competition, you have better quality because obviously they're fighting to provide your service.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard any rumblings or do you have any ideas on how we might be able to change that or convince the legislature to change that? I know that it's up on a crazy level, but obviously our service suffers.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd love to see some sort of change that would allow for that competition and other companies to come in.
In my own personal experience with dealing with FTC and trying to talk about monopolistic activities by companies like Cox or whatever, it's a hard fight because we do have other services here. They're not the greatest, but we do have internet through other providers. So we have HughesNet, which is a satellite provider. We've got CenturyLink, which is a DSL provider. And then we've got Cox, which is a broadband cable service provider. Because we don't have other service providers in the cable arena, doesn't necessarily mean that they have a monopoly in one area. They can own the infrastructure or portions of the infrastructure that the wires run through. And so anything that fiber connections, if they own that tract of land or they lease it from Gulf Power or whoever is the owner of the property, and they don't allow any other users to access that wiring system, it makes it difficult for anybody else to come in. So it's not a matter of no one else can provide service, they just don't have the availability without running new lines, coming in and doing a whole new infrastructure set for that. So, and they're not the only provider in the U.S. And so it goes much larger than just the local communities, but it does affect across the board. Many small areas, especially rural areas, are the hardest hit. With the advent of 5G in some of these areas, they will take advantage, but not for another 5 or 6 years. That other internet services will start coming in, and we've got other things, obviously, like Starlink, which I don't know if you've heard of that. That's Elon Musk. He has a satellite internet system. That's another avenue that's probably going to overtake cable internet, probably here in the next 5 to 10 years. So we look at things like that are coming down the pike. This isn't something that's not on their radar with trying to address, because they're not fitting into the mold of a monopoly, so to speak, because there are other services. We just get the luck of the draw with the services that we get. I mean, they're not the greatest. I will be the first to say that. Cox Internet has worked with us business-wise. They do a great job for us. Residential, probably not so much. It's a little bit harder to talk to those people and get them to fix issues, because it takes time, money, and contractors that they just don't have the resources for. But our rates keep going up. So we have to address certain things like that. But we can't get CenturyLink, for example, to increase their bandwidth because they don't have the infrastructure. They don't want to spend the money on changing their system. So places like on the harbor get 10 megabits and if you are kind of used to what megabits are now, that's really low. I mean, most houses here are 100 with Cox, and you can't get above 10 on Harbor. So it just makes it extremely difficult. And we only really have 2 entry points to our area, which is Mid-Bay Bridge and Marla Bridge. And those are it. And when we had the barge hit, I think it cut the line and cut everything in Destin for a couple days. So, I mean, it gives you an idea of how susceptible we are to issues like that. But as far as, like you said, a monopoly effect of, Cox being the only true internet provider, there's not much that probably can be addressed just at this time, because I think there's so many things coming down the pike that will change that. And that's it. If you got any other questions, thank you so much.
Thank you, Matthew.
All right.
One thing I love about Matthew and his team is their ability to change gears fast, and I'm going to do that to him again right now. I'm going to change the agenda because we have some guests that we need to get up and have the opportunity to speak to this group, but then they have other things they need to get on to do. So if you could go back to our partner slide, and thank you very much for that presentation. And we will have our partners move forward with this, and then we'll return to complete the rest of the staff presentations. So first up, I hope I'm not putting her on the spot, but Jennifer Adams is here. I think she's behind me. Jennifer is the director of the Tourist Development Department, oversees the Tourist Development Committee. She is a strategic partner, absolutely, with the city. She's been there to help support many efforts that the city has moving forward, including the acquisition of beachfront property, the maintenance of the harbor, harbor boardwalk, the maintenance of beachfront parks, amongst other things. So it's our pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for having me here today. I'm speaking with Webb last week. I'm excited to just talk about some of the initiatives for the Tourist Development Council for this coming year. We had a tough year. We were down about 18% from the previous year, but October was up 68%. So we're looking at expanding more year-round. Obviously ebbing and flowing with shutdowns and pandemic and whatnot. But we cut a lot of our projects at the convention center, and so we really netted a loss of about $2 million without really having to tap into reserves. So I'm happy to say that those reserves are mostly intact. Last year, through the COVID and all, we did approve a 5-year, $30 million capital projects plan. Destin has the lion's share of those dollars, upwards of $18 to $19 million, with projects that do include the purchasing of the beachfront property, which we're committed to. I think we have 2 of the 3, and I know that there are more that we talked about in the future. We're very committed to that. Craig Coffey is my boss, and I know we've worked very hard to work with the city. I'm very pleased with our relationship with the city. I think we've made a lot of progress. Throughout last year, we saved $2.5 million for advertising and added it on to my normal $5 million of advertising. So we started last week. We got out about 6 weeks earlier, and we're going to go all the way through to the end of May. So we have a $7.5 million paid media program. I don't know that we'll maintain that level next year, but we really, we saw through our research and through a lot of our data collection that while we had a lot of people coming after we were open, they weren't spending money. And the bulk of those people come from Atlanta. We have more people coming from Atlanta, and they spend on average about $60 to $80 less per card holder per trip than our guests that are coming from other markets like Dallas, Nashville, and St. Louis. So we're focusing, pardon me? Okay. We're focusing on those 4 markets. We are really going to do some testing and learning with Atlanta this year. If we can't change their behaviors and their patterns, and they don't come here and recognize that we're a premier vacation destination and not a cheap joint, then we will focus on other markets. I think we all know that. We have creepy technology that we've invested in, so basically when they see an ad of ours in their market of origin, as soon as they cross our county border, we know they're here, and we know what they do, and we follow them. And it's creepy, but we all know, you know, I mean, during the holidays, I was sitting on one couch and my husband was on another couch, and I just looked at my phone, I said, honey, stop shopping for handbags for me, because I don't need any more, you know, right? I mean, it's what happens. So we've invested a lot of money and put together a strategic research plan that we'll be presenting once we get past May, so we have a full year. We all know we lost a couple months in there that the data isn't really reflective of. Webb and I were talking about this last week. The other thing that we're focusing on, which is new, is an initiative that we're called Destination Stewardship. Destination Stewardship focuses on making the experience while in market better for our visitors and our residents and people who work here. It's the first time that we're able to spend tourist development tax dollars in market. Typically, we use those promotional funds out of market to get people here. Well, we need to make the experience better here. So we're just starting this initiative. Webb sits on my Destination Stewardship Task Force, and we're going to be working hopefully with you all, and I'm more than happy to talk more about that at another time, about how we're going to make the experience better while we're here. When we're going to talk to people while they're here, particularly for the Atlanta market, well, when they're down on the Harbor Walk and I know they're there, well, they'll get some push notifications to their phone and saying, hey, you know, we know you like to zip line, but why don't you get on a charter and do something different and have a bigger spend and have a better experience. But with Destination Stewardship, we're going to put people out there and we're going to put information out there while they're here at different touch points so we can offer a different solution, get them moving. Through our research the last 18 months, our biggest problems are mobility, you can't get anywhere, accessibility to water, it's crowded and it's crowded. And interestingly enough, we lack in Southern hospitality. Both our visitors think that we lack in Southern hospitalities and our residents think. So everything that we're doing with Destination Stewardship will be designed to combat those three issues. I think you know that we rebranded. We're no longer the Emerald Coast, Northwest Florida, Okaloosa Island. We're Destin, Fort Walton Beach, Florida. And that brand is out there now, and it's starting to gain the traction. So we need to change the mindset of the visitors who come here. And then the last thing that I'll bring up, and then I'm more than happy to answer questions, and I don't have this all figured out, but you know that there's been talk of possibly expanding the taxing district to be countywide. I think it hits on product development. Destin is obviously my biggest brand. The projects that I have that have already been earmarked and those monies that have already been collected in my reserves cannot be sent to the northern end of the county. And I hope to be working with you all. We're talking about the composition of my board to ensure there's a seat for Destin and how we strategize moving forward. So that is new. We have not started those efforts. It has to be brought back to the Board of County Commissioner. I believe Commissioner Ketchel brought it up last year, but I'm committed to working with you all to be sure that however that looks is well vetted and thought out and planned out. So I'd be more than happy to answer any questions if there's any.
I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk a little bit about how, I've heard that when, sorry, I'm trying to move this so y'all can hear me better. Okay, well, I'll just be real loud. Can you talk a little bit about how the expansion of the tourist development tax district would impact distribution? Because typically distribution is done according to the largest population center. At least at one point it was. How is that going to be handled, knowing that Destin would bring in the bulk of the bed tax, but yet we wouldn't have the highest population? So
I don't distribute the funds that way. I look at the whole picture, I look at the problems, and I align it with branding initiatives. And as far as I see it, that's how we will continue to do it. That's why I'm going to be working on a plan and working with you all. But I don't, even when I came here, we did X amount for fishing and X amount for families and X amount for this, and they had it all divided up. And I don't see it that way. I see adding them as part of our product, but certainly not shifting everything up there. But I don't think that, so that would be my approach. So it's so new that I will certainly bring these issues back to you all as we move forward. I know that in Walton County, that they are going to segregate funds. That has not been any of the discussion that I have had with the commissioners in Okaloosa. So we're trying to look at it holistically. But remember, that whole product of, ecotourism and agritourism and all those other products are things that I want to just bring into the fold. But I don't want to say, okay, I'm going to take $1 million here and just put it over here, because I don't know. We react to the research, and then we allocate. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did, and I think that built off the fact that the composition of the council itself by the state legislature was also done by population.
Correct.
So,
and we've talked about, there's the way that the council is set up now is there's 3 elected officials, a county seat and the 2 most populous areas, and then there's 3 lodging and 3 non-lodging. So there's ways to play with the non-lodging and or expand the council to have 2 more seats, which is what we did in Gulf County. So I'm leaving that up to the attorneys to do that. I'm not sure, Kyle, how that goes, but I've never had a conversation about the expansion of the taxing district without saying Destin needs to have a presence on it regardless.
I appreciate that, and I want to thank you for all the hard work you've been doing, and I would be absolutely remiss if I did not thank you for the huge contribution and massive amount of money that you guys are providing towards the beach acquisition. So thank you so much for that.
I'm excited for it. Thank you.
I have a question,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I have to echo what Councilmember Preble said. We are so very appreciative, and we're so thankful to be able to get these beaches back. Did you also use the Destin Fort Walton Beach as the selling because of the airport? It kind of promotes them to fly right into Valparaiso?
It was a factor, but really, of all the research that we did about what resonates, it was just Destin Fort Walton Beach. And we looked at, there were people that didn't want me to drop the Emerald Coast, but it's ubiquitous. It didn't have any brand pull. And the airport is growing. There were a lot of factors, but mainly it was the recall of the research that had us come to that conclusion. And it's very, very simple logo. There was no need to get crazy. It fits, and people, it's like a badge, and so it just worked. But yeah, that's how we came to that conclusion.
Thank you, and thank you for being here and giving us this update. It's very valuable to hear.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
I'd like to compliment you on the level of work you've done since you came here. It brought a breath of fresh air to our TDC on the issue of trying to stay away from the great sucking noise as the money created in the south end goes north. Walton County has at least landed on what it looks like something that will give us a little more confidence. I know that it has been kicked around by our county commissioners, although not publicly. But in order to get the support from those of us who create the money to go forward with expanding it, I think we need to do something along those lines at the county, and I would encourage them, since I know you don't make that decision, to look at it some way that they won't alienate the cash cow, because the cash cow may go back to the barn. Thanks.
Yeah, and Jennifer, one of the things that a lot of folks may not be aware of is prior to you becoming the director of the TDC, the focus was on just more heads and beds. And that has been diametrically changed by your leadership and your research team. And now it's about quality people experiencing quality vacations. And that's why I'm really grateful that you're in the position that you're in, and I look forward to you coming back to this council and sharing some of that stuff with us. as we move forward and making our decisions, what our priorities here are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I know that I've been remiss at getting in front of the council, but you have my commitment that I will do so more often, because I think that it's very critical with the expansion of the taxing district and with destination stewardship, and then recovering from the pandemic and what direction we're moving forward together. I hope we buy more beachfront property. I just can't wait to see that come to fruition and move forward. So the collaboration there, it's on my radar.
I got my answer. I was just had a similar question, but thanks for being here. It's a fun presentation and really informative. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Jennifer,
Yes, sir.
thank you again for coming. I've heard nothing but great things about you from citizens and other staff, and recently the relationship that Webb and others have shared with the county and is you as well. Webb briefly touched earlier on one of his points about projects that were cut for COVID, and you just briefly mentioned about the hit that we took, in spring and the huge October we have had. Has there been a look at the whole year as a whole compared to previous years, how we ended up doing, through TDC or through y'all's research?
It's with the county, I don't really know everything until like March, when I have all my cash carry forward and all that. I do know that sales tax collections have been up. We, being up 68%, we're obviously, started the year out well. January was down a little because we didn't have the Canadian visitors. We do still have winter guests, though. They're still here. It's not a vast. But we're pacing really strong for spring break. I mean, really, one of my council members said at my last meeting, that apparently Northwest Florida opted out of having a pandemic because, we're just serious. From what I'm hearing and how we're pacing, we are doing well going into next year. I'm looking at all different factors. Again, we're focusing on 4 markets this year where we know, and like one of them, like for Dallas, for instance, Walton County and Okaloosa County are very strong in Dallas. The rest of the Northwest Florida isn't as strong there, so we're trying to pinpoint those. With destination stewardship, we've created some programs where we've actually put together some programming where we can actually invest back into the economy. So we're looking at those as well. So I think we're off to a good start. I will know more once I get the full year of my research back online, and I'll let you know that. The area that took the biggest hit was the convention center. We were just at the point where we reduced. When I started in 17, we were supplementing the convention center with about $1.3 million of tourist development tax dollars. And last year, we got it to below $500,000. So, and we were just on the trajectory, and now we're trying to figure out what we do. We cut 3 big projects, and the exterior renovation, because don't drive by there, it looks awful. When the building was construction in 2003, we ran out of money, so we don't have air conditioning, heating and cooling, and the bathrooms are non-compliant. So we cut it all. But we did do things like, we did do some beach restoration with the dredging, and then that all went away. But that reserve is still wholly intact. So I think we're pacing well. We continue to try to save. We are in our budgeting now, so there will be asks from the city. We typically do our open budget meeting the first Friday in May. I actually had a meeting with my team this morning on that. We'll probably I'm going to stay conservative and stay at the same amount, even though that hurts me with areas like public safety, because we can only contribute 10%. We'll work with Shane and the chambers to see what their asks are. If statutorily I could do more for public safety, I would, but I can't. So I'd be more than happy to have conversations with anybody about what next year looks like in regards to budget. I know that we're going to be looking at it, much, much more because the money's just not flowing as much. Walton County's up they're way over their budget, in their collections. We just lost it last spring and had to make up for it. Did I answer your question? Okay. Thank you very much.
Jennifer, I have one.
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you so much. It's real informing to listen to you, and thank you for all your help. You know, I know you hear about, you know, Destin has the lion's share of the taxes, whatever. But we need to share, or not share, but the rest of the county has to, you know, take their piece of the pie or whatever, because that's how we all thrive. I think it's great that that we're buying beachfront property, because I feel like that benefits us all, benefits the whole county. You know, spending money on taking care of our beaches, keeping those top shape. That benefits the whole county, because people want to come, stay at the beach, and spend money, and we all get taxes from it. So I hope we can continue that, and, you know, buying more property, you know, maybe something like a city fishing marina, you know, things that'll benefit this whole community, not just Destin itself. I believe we need to spend that money on benefiting the whole, you know, county. So just thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you. The projects that we have on that capital improvement plan, the bridge-to-bridge bike path, the waterfront property, the boat basin, all of those are designed to benefit the community, but they are, and they're all in the taxing district. Nothing is north. So that 5-year plan is set and approved, and the funding will be allocated to it for the next 5 years.
You also mentioned that there are people are wanting to come to Destin or to Fort Walton, Destin area for the southern hospitality. We're lacking that. Is there any suggestions that they're coming up with that we need to be doing or looking for or putting on the plan?
We've reached out to the college to see if we could do a hospitality training, and throughout my partners, we have about 110 partners at the TDC. We've been working through the partners to try to do outreach. With the destination stewardship, we are going to be employing people to be out and about, and, you know, to talk to people more and to interact with them, because right now the only time we talk to them is when they see an advertisement, not when they get here. So we're trying to do that. We're trying to be as creative as possible as to how we can get that message out and continue to have outreach and education. So it's going to be part of my suggested plan moving forward. But Shane, you talked to Julie, and we've talked to them about how we can implement courses like this, whether they're online or however, and then reward, you know, our frontline people who are completing a course with something so that it's enjoyable for them. I mean, you know, it goes both ways. I mean, you know, they're driving from Crestview. It takes them an extra 45 minutes to get through the traffic. They got to pay a toll, and then they're grumpy and people are grumpy. So we got to try to figure that. It's a bad cycle. And so the short answer is yes. I just don't know what it looks like yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Really appreciate you taking the time and being a part of the Destin community too.
Yes, I love it.
Thank you. Just for everyone's sake, Council Member Skip Overdyer is the Tourist Development Council rep for the city of Destin. So I don't know if you wanted to say anything, but I just wanted to acknowledge that.
No, I'll just echo what everybody else has said. Jennifer's done just a tremendous job, and it's just, we're light years ahead of where we were 3 years ago when she took over. And this whole thing about expanding the tourist TDC taxing district is, one of the things you have to remember is that whatever money they raise, that's going to be their money, but whatever money we raise is going to be our money. And so, and we've gotten the lion's share of their money every year now, especially now that we've gotten all this money for the beach acquisition and also beach renourishment. So there's a lot of money that's being spent here locally, and they realize that we are the cash cow, and the reason that we get that money is because the tourists that come here want to come to Destin, and that's where, as Rodney was talking about, that's how you generate the tax money that keeps this thing going. So she's doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to working with her.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have our Lockwood Warnett and Monica Autry from DWU. We appreciate them taking the time to be here, and we'd love to hear what you have to offer for this meeting.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you all today. My name is Lockwood Warnett. I'm the General Manager of Destin Water Users. We have Monica Autry right over here. She's the Operations Manager, so she's the one getting everything done out in the field. Another name you might come across is Steve Schmidt, and that's with 2 T's, not a DT. Used to be a lot of confusion about that. But Steve is out in the field with he's our Field Operations Manager. Destin Water Users serves the city of Destin and unincorporated areas of Okaloosa County that are north of 98 and west of Mid-Bay Bridge. We are your water and sewer provider. We send out clean water, we take it back, we clean it up, and then we send it out again as reuse. Our objectives are always to provide safe, reliable drinking water to our members. Our mission statement is we live and work in a little piece of paradise, and DWU is intent on doing our part to keep it that way. So what we do each year is we build projects to try to fulfill that obligation to serve the residents of Destin and the other members of Destin Water Users. We've had a very good relationship with the city through the years, although we've also had our rocky times, as Dewey well knows, having been here that long. But we have a good working relationship with staff. We ask that you continue to include us in some of that coordinating process. Some of the big projects that you've talked about today, the undergrounding of utilities along Highway 98, there's a lot of utilities in the ground. The crosstown connector, we would like to talk about that. We see an opportunity for us to continue to loop our system to provide reliable pressure throughout it, and that new right-of-way is a good opportunity for us. We've worked with the city the last few years. They've included us on plans for paving projects, and that way we can go ahead and get our work done and don't have to cut the asphalt when it's black. We like to prefer to cut it when it's broken up and gray. And then some of the other things that we have coming on, we're trying to push to eliminate septic tanks. We've done some expansion of sewer lines in the past, and we'd like to partner with the city to help us notify and press some of the property owners to convert from septic to sewer. And then also we're looking at, there's comprehensive legislation that's been passed, and they're going through rulemaking now dealing with water and sewer and asset management. And as we work through those things, we're going to be a warehouse of information, or there's information that we're going to need to share with the city, and some of that's being developed. We don't know exactly where that information is supposed to go, but it's information about laterals, sewer laterals, water lines, lead and copper, and information like that that has to be presented to the public, but they're, like I said, the rules are now just going through rulemaking. But we're glad to be a partner of the city. We're proud to be your water and sewer provider, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
I got one for you.
Yes, sir.
In your estimation, how many septic tanks do we still have within the city, Destin city limits?
It's about 200.
Wow, that's a lot. And isn't that a new move by the Florida DEP? Because they're attacking that in the middle parts of the state because of Lake Okeechobee and some of those issues. But what's the impact here in Okaloosa County, and especially in our community?
It's not as much of an issue for us here locally. The areas in the middle of the state, the watershed's different, and it's much closer to the ground, and so it's more of an issue for those areas, and they're establishing a lot of best management practices to try to remove septic tanks and clean up those watersheds.
So are you just approaching the septic tank issue here locally from a financial aspect or water quality overall in our aquifer?
Well, it's a water quality issue is why we want to get rid of septic tanks. It does not impact our drinking water. Our drinking water comes from the Floridan aquifer, which is separated by a clay layer, and there is not a transmission between the aquifers, but it is a water quality issue because it's in the sand and gravel aquifer, which interconnects with our bays and bayous.
Mr. Warnett, thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. You mentioned some things that were very good to hear about the proactive approach of working with city and staff in regards to the construction, the crosstown connector, and all the utilities, the undergrounding, and things like that. So it's very nice to hear from y'all that you're also wanting to do that in a positive way,
Yes.
because it's senseless not to do that. So that's great to hear. The West End water tower that beautifully painted and got done not too long ago and won those awards. Is that up and running, or I assume it's up and running, but can you share what that now does by it being fully active to that part of the town or the whole town or whatever?
Yes. So yes, it is operational. It's been operational since July of last year. And what it does is, one of the things that we do is our primary water supply, 66% of our water comes from the inland well field that we developed jointly with South Walton up north of Freeport in the Rock Hill area. And to get that water into our system and to get it to the western part of the system, we needed to add some storage. So that water tower, one, served as a storage vessel to get water to the west end of our system, to make sure that we could meet our mandated Northwest Florida Water Management District mandates that we limit what we're taking out of our coastal wells and that we had to take more from our inland wells. And so it served to get that water into the western portion of our system. The other thing that it did is it provides fire protection, improves fire protection for that western side of town. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lockwood. Appreciate both of you being here. Next up, at least the opportunity, if you would like the microphone. I've never known him to turn the microphone down yet. So we have the CEO of the Destin Area Chamber of Commerce with us this morning. We got Mr. Shane Moody.
Thanks for calling me out, Lance. Thanks, I'm glad to be here. Shane Moody, President CEO of the Destin Chamber. And this morning you've heard the word partner and partnership thrown around a lot. It's a trendy buzzword, but I will tell you that the Chamber and City, it is a real thing. As staff was introducing themselves, I realized that in the room there's 4 people who have been through our leadership program. James and Catherine and Michael and Karen. And Karen went through one of the early years that we did this, probably 10 years ago, and I appreciate the relationship that we've maintained over the years, and she will be missed. And then City Councilman Skip Overdeer also went through the program, so there's a good connection there. It's also interesting watching the slides earlier this morning, the things that folks have said and the things that I've seen is how, to me, for the first time in a long time, there seems to be a lot of people on the same page wanting to make the same kind of progress. And when the Chamber interviewed the folks that were running for City Council, that kind of came together as well, so we were excited about that. It's Councilman Braden, what you were talking about a while ago with the Southern hospitality thing, and I think Jennifer stepped out. We've been talking about that for a while, trying to get something going. And one of the things that's not really talked about is the labor pool. With all of the development that's happened in Niceville and Crestview and what's happening in Freeport right now, the folks who used to have to drive across the bridge for jobs here in the service sector don't have to anymore. Those jobs have been created on the north side of the bridge, and so they don't have to drive all the way here to go to work in those kind of sectors because they now have those jobs right next door to them. So that's something that we have to look at as well. We're not sure how to address it, but it is something that is truly happening. I'll also tell you that it's a trend across the state. It's not just here. I'm hearing it in a lot of my state conversations and state calls as well. Looking at the slides and the things that we've been talked about, it's great to see the Crosstown Connector on one of those slides and that we're moving forward with that. That's been a big chamber initiative. I've been here 18 years, and we were talking about it back then, and I think Lockwood would acknowledge that it's been bigger there for longer than that. Parking, I was glad to see the word garage on the slide. We've got to do something about parking. Thursday night, 98 doesn't come to a standstill because of the number of cars. It comes to a standstill because those cars have nowhere to go and park. And so parking garages, and maybe we can address the labor pool as well and public-private partnerships with garages. And you've heard me say it before, can you build a 3-story garage with 2 stories of affordable apartments or townhomes on top? You got to get creative, you got to be visionary, you got to look at things like that to address multiple issues. The event center, the new community center, we think that that's a tremendous, tremendous project, and we'll do anything we can to help you with that. Code enforcement has been something that the chamber has been addressing for years and years and years. I think in 2012, when Bill Lindsley became our chairman, that was one of his big focuses. Very glad to see where we are with code enforcement and all that Joey's doing and the things they're doing there. Beach access, buying these beaches is tremendous. If you were to sit at our front desk and answer the phone, beach access is one of the biggest complaints we get. We're going to have to take that a step further, and I've talked to several of you about that. It's not necessarily beach access, but after they get to the beach, it's water access. Because they're being fussed at by beach vendors, they're being fussed at by chair and umbrella companies saying, you can't come here, you can't do this. We've got to figure out a way to get these tourists, when they come here to spend all the money that they're spending, to be able to access the water. Tourism and telecommuting. COVID has changed the way people realize that they have to work. One of the trends that we're starting to see in Florida is that people are going to move more to rural areas than the city areas. It'll be interesting to see if that affects us at all, if people are going to move from the coast to the northern sections of the counties. But you're going to have people that are moving from Atlanta and Birmingham and Jacksonville and Dallas and Houston into areas like ours, because now they can work at home for 6 or 7 days in a row and only have to go to their office once or twice a week or every other week or maybe even a month, depending on the type of business. Kids are going to school differently now. People are going to vacation all year long because the kids can come down here, get on the computer at 8, finish my schoolwork at 10, and play on the beach the rest of the day. So, God, I could have grown up like that. That'd have been perfect for me, wouldn't it? I know, God, I wish I could work like that too. Lance, you touched on this a while ago too, and y'all have heard me say this for years. We're a town of 14,000 people. We're a region of about 20,000 people, but we're a community of about 100,000 people most of the time because of the tourists. We're a small community. We got big city issues. And so our decision-making has to be along the lines of finding solutions to take care of 100,000 people on a daily basis. So as you guys think about the things that you're wanting to do, think along those lines. And then one thing that I have got to do better, I have got to make a stronger effort as the chamber CEO to be sure that I get Michael and Lewis on the golf course more than next year. So with that, any questions you got or anything, I'll be glad to take it. Thank you. Oh, Rodney, you got something?
Yeah, I've got one. What is the, you mentioned the beach access and access actually to the water. We've renamed them beach access to beach trails.
Okay.
Because once you get there, there's nowhere to go.
Right.
What is the chamber done over the last few years? Any suggestions, or what has the chamber done to help with that problem?
Because it's all legislated, for lack of a better term, it's the private property versus access to the water issue. Once they get there, if they go 1 foot off of the trail, they've got people yelling at them that you can't sit here. Okay, this is part of the Southern hospitality problem as well. And then if they try to get to the water, the beach vendors have set the umbrellas and chairs up so tightly that they can't get through them to get to the water. We get more complaints about not being able to get to the water than we're getting about them not being able to get to the beach. So we're having to work through, as much as we hate to say it, and I know our sheriff partner hates for us to say this too, but to say call the sheriff's office and have them send a deputy or a beach access deputy down there and let them tell you what you can and can't do. Because we know there's the 20-foot line above the mean high tide water line. Meyer was chairman of our chamber in '09, I believe it was, and we were dealing with it then. Yeah, '08, oh, that's right, Karen was '09, '08. We were dealing with it then, so it's something that's been around and something that doesn't seem to be going away. But I think we're going to have to figure out some way to work with our beach vendor partners, because they bring a very valuable service and generate a lot of money in jobs and income and tax dollars running through this community to let everybody just get along so that people can have access to the water.
Thank you. And if there's anything we can do as, as a partner, increase communication or whatever it is, please let us know.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you very much. All right, thank you.
Shane, I want to build on just what Mr. Braden was talking about. When you get your board together, and I'm sure you've had this conversation many times, but you might want to reach out with the beach vendor businesses that are members of the chamber and try to come up with some solutions, and then bring them to us, because we've already taken a swing or two at this in the past with safety zones and stuff.
Right.
We've run into some glitches, but this is one of those community initiatives. If the business community and the public who this council serves, if everybody gets on the same page, then politically that puts us in a better position to execute some policy that will enhance that experience. Especially for those of us that have lived here a really long time, it would probably piss me off if a guy came up and told me I can't walk on that dry sand as I'm going to the place where I can.
Right.
So we need to come up with a solution. I know Jennifer would love that,
Right.
if we could. So when you meet with your board, if you would like to try to put together some policies for us to explore some legislative possibilities, and if it's not legislative possible at a municipal level, maybe that's something the League of Cities and the League of Mayors needs to begin to address, and we'll take it to Tallahassee.
Yeah, totally agree with you on that. And I think homeowners associations have to be brought in as well, because it's the homeowners associations directing the beach vendors what to do. So I think it's, again, there's multiple partners, multiple players in this. We've just got to get everybody on the same page, some way, somehow. I mean, tourists are calling us from the beach. I'm on the beach right now and was just told I can't sit down right here.
Yeah, it's part of the Southern hospitality problem. Thank you very much, Walton County, for that. And we'll try to address that. I think that's a bit important. We've taken a swing at it. I know Dr. Ramswell has fought this fight ad nauseum, so maybe we can breathe a fresh air into that issue prior to April.
Yeah, and one other thing too, just real quickly, I would echo what Councilman Overdeer said a minute ago and what Jennifer said earlier. We love this expanding the tax district north of the Bay. It will generate more money and give them an opportunity to market things north of the Bay for people to do. And the more they have to do on vacation, I mean, I don't want them to leave south of the Bay. I want them spending all their money right here. But if we can get people that will come here on vacation, spend their money on the beach for accommodations, even if they take a day or two to go to the Blackwater River or to a state park north of the Bay, that's a good thing, because then maybe we can spread them out and help alleviate some traffic and congestion as well. So we don't think that my conversations, and I've been lucky enough to be a big part of the discussions, my discussions are, I'm hearing that the money's going to be just like it always has been. Your concern earlier about based on population, that's a big issue with sales tax and gas tax. You know, we're generating all this money because of 100,000 people getting money back based on 14. So it's a big issue, but until you find somebody at the state level to rewrite the legislation to distribute it back proportionately, and we have tried for years to find some, nobody wants to do it because it'd be the end of their political career. So, yeah.
Yeah, that was a big concern of Mr. Destin's son. Parker brought it up that he wanted it written into the state statute of how it would be done because of the political whims of every 4 years, new elections. But I guess that's we're going to try to cross that bridge when we come to it. Because all we want to maintain, the city does, is we want to maintain Skip's seat at all cost and maintain that in the past, there was some fightings for what we felt was the city wasn't getting its fair share before I became mayor, and we just want to maintain that portion of the redistricting, if that's what it comes to. But we also recognize that if they can build a bypass, people can get here easier, that's going to facilitate us too. So it is a two-way street.
It is. And again, thank you very much, and y'all know where I am, so if you need me, call me.
Thanks, Shane, appreciate that. Next up, probably our closest partner, at least for me, because I talk with this gentleman just about every day. And I'm going to give him the opportunity to get up and speak. If he doesn't have anything, that's okay, but I at least want to give him the opportunity. We have Captain Mike Howell here from the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office.
Good morning. Thanks for allowing me the time to talk with you all. As you know, can you pull up my email I sent? As you know, the Sheriff's Office partners with the City of Destin to provide law enforcement services. The contract is made up of 21 sworn personnel, 17 road deputies, 2 investigators, a front desk deputy, and a beach marine deputy, 1 beach marine deputy. And this year, 2021, our contract went down approximately 1.2%. Where everything else is going up, our contract went down basically $28,000 and some change. These calls, oh, you can't read it, I'm sorry. The left column is the City of Destin calls for service, and the right column is the district calls for service. I'm the district commander for East District, which is made up of Okaloosa Island all the way to Walton County, from the airport to Duke Field, Niceville, Valparaiso to Walton County. So the right column is the district, the left column is the City of Destin. And the reason why I done that, I wanted you to see a comparison in numbers. So basically in 2019, and these are primary calls for service. These are not all calls for service. So if someone dialed 911 or called 651-7400, our non-emergency line, and asked for a deputy, this is the calls for service that we responded to. I did not track backup calls for service. I did not track follow-up calls for service. So if you had a traffic crash and you had to go to a hospital and interview a witness, none of those calls for service are in there. This is just primary calls for service. And in 2019, we answered 23,958 calls for service. So that's a lot of calls for service. In Destin, 7.5 square miles. In 2020, we answered 28,207. Now, you break that up amongst the deputies assigned to Destin, and you take out the 2 investigators, so you have 19 deputies, because the investigators are reactive. That's 1,485 calls for service per deputy. And those calls for service have to be followed up on, with interviews and things of that nature. Everybody is talking about COVID and how it slowed everything down. Well, in 2019, just in Destin, we responded to 168 family disturbances. In 2020, we've responded to 376, 123% increase. The latter part of 2020, that's probably due to COVID. People being locked in their homes, can't get away from each other, get some extra space. So, and one of the things I'll tell you is, a lot of people say we cannot prevent family disturbances and things of that nature. I disagree. There's one number that we can never track. I'm a data-driven person. You tell me where the numbers are, I'll tell you what we need to do. But there's one number that we'll never be able to track, and that is the number of crimes that we've prevented just by our appearance, our presence. So these areas where we're having these family disturbances, I've directed our staff, make sure we're patrolling by those residences, make sure they're seeing the patrol cars. That can act as a deterrent from these family disturbances. So that's how we're approaching that, to try and slow it down, because a lot of people working from home, they're not getting away from each other, and they're not getting their own space. We are seeing an increase, so, yeah. Second is, as we all know, like Shane spoke about, ordinance violations. I'm gonna just touch on that real quick. In Destin, our ordinance violations are up 81%, from 205 to 372. A lot of that is what he was speaking of, the beach vendors calling, asking for our guidance on how they're supposed to set up. In the district, it's up 141%. So, Okaloosa Island included, it's impacting us a lot on the beach. So that's another issue we're having to address. And as you all know, traffic crashes. Traffic crashes without injury is down from 669 to 604. It's basically a 10% decrease in traffic crashes. Traffic crashes with injuries is up 24%. So we're having more significant crashes. We're having less crashes, but we're having more significant crashes. And vehicle versus pedestrian is down. In 19, we had 28, and in 2020, we had 23. So it's down 18%. But we've had some more significant ones with fatalities. I don't really have anything else other than, can you scroll down a little bit? There you go, right there. I wanted to show you this here. I know you can't read it, but in the district, the city of Destin, 7.5 miles, is responsible for 46.5% of all of our calls for service. 46.5%, basically 47%. The city inside the city limits of Destin, the 7.5 miles, is responsible for almost half the calls for service, from Brooks Bridge to Walton County, from the airport to Duke Field to Walton County, Knoxville and Valparaiso included. But you got to remember, Knoxville and Valparaiso have their own police departments as well.
Does that include the unincorporated areas like Kelly?
No, this is just incorporated city of Destin. This is only the 7.5 miles.
And is any of that tracked as far as whether it's local residents or whether it's somebody from outside the district?
It is not. So there's no way to track that, because what they do in the CAD, for example, if someone's walking down the street on Main Street and they get in a disturbance somewhere, in front of, just say 100 Main Street, but neither person lives in the city of Destin, the call still goes in the city of Destin because that's where the incident occurred. So,
because I've heard there's a lot of that is caused by people that are not Destin residents.
oh yeah, there's no doubt, there's really no way to track that, because you would have to verify each person's address in the incident. And there's just virtually no way to track that, because it's just like our homeless rate, our homeless people. They don't have any addresses, but yet they're living here. Yeah, you see, so there's no way to get a good number on that. I tried to do that. What I was trying to do, I reached out to Jennifer, and I tried to get the bed tax collections in the city of Destin and see the increase or decrease in the bed tax collections and compare it to the 14,000 residents to try and see how many of our calls for service on average was the residents of the city of Destin based off of their visitors. But she can't break the bed tax down to just the incorporated area of Destin. So what I can tell you is calls for service in the city of Destin is up 18%. Okay? So what I was going to do, I was going to get her visitor rate for 2020, and if it was, say, for example, it was up 12%, well, then we know 6% of the city residents is using our calls for service on average. To break it down that way is what I was going to try and do, but I couldn't get it. She wouldn't. They don't break it down that way.
Sir, so this 46%, the other 54% obviously would be outside Destin. Does that include the areas that have their own police force that you were mentioning earlier?
Yes, no, it does not have their numbers included. Where if the city of Valparaiso or the city of Niceville answered a call for service, it does not have their numbers. But now, if we went and assisted them, those numbers are in there.
So what I was thinking was looking at that then, with some of those larger other population areas not included because they have their own police department, I guess it sort of makes sense because we would have the bulk of the population then.
Right, with 7 square miles, but you got the majority of the population, which you only got 14,000 residents. Unincorporated Niceville has about that.
Right, which makes the point.
Which is
of
where we're at,
the
and yeah,
tourism and-
exactly. So, I mean, you take in everything from Rocky Bayou Bridge over to Walton County, there's well over 14,000 residents. So, but then you got Duke Field all the way over, and then you got the unincorporated area of Oakleys Island. So, we're very busy. My point in showing you those numbers was to show you how busy this little 7.5 mile area is. And it's, I can tell you from my short time here, it's not the residents that utilize our services the majority of the time.
That's good to hear. And I have a few questions, if you don't mind. First
sir.
of all, the 14,000, I think it's important to remember, as Shane mentioned, as well as we do the strategic planning, that it's 100,000 people that were.
Absolutely.
You know. So just a few things, though. First, you said that you were cut 1.7%. Are you talking about within the city of Destin's budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Our contract with the city of Destin went down this year, 1.2%, $28,000.
Gotcha. Some items on here, agency assist, noise complaints, things like that, that I was just, I mean, we obviously couldn't see it all, but when do we differentiate between like a noise complaint of y'all going to it versus our code enforcement going to? Is it just because you received the call directly, so that goes up there as a noise complaint?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, but not all noise complaints are from commercial properties. Someone could be having a party at their house, things of that nature that we handle. You know, for example, someone over off of Country Club or somewhere, you know, having a party and we get a noise complaint there.
So they call you directly, where they could have called the city if they knew to possibly, if they were educated to know that they could call our code enforcement number.
Well, and the majority of those calls are after hours.
Okay.
You know,
I think we have one of those.
yeah, most of those calls are, you know, they're midnight to 4 in the morning at least. Yeah.
Isn't Will on that after hours?
Our guys are in bed by then.
I hear it. And
Yeah.
last thing, and that's it. This is very informative. But are we able to get that as well as like a description of the top number, like your codes that you have, what they actually mean? Like more of a description. Like, are we able to get these information sent to us? Like this chart that you have right here?
Yeah.
Can we get that?
I emailed it to the city to put on here. Yes, sir. And if you will look in the fourth column, that's your percentages, increases and decreases in each one of the costs for service. The first two columns is, the first one's 19, the second one's 20, the third one is the total of both years, and then the fourth one is the percentages.
Yeah.
And the very right is the same thing, but it's district-wide. I wanted you to be able to compare the city to the
Yeah.
district.
I appreciate it. I would love to get that. And one last thing I'll say, and just to make a funny joke, I guess, is if Shane keeps on telling people to call you guys, maybe we should be sending Shane some of our bills for y'all's responses.
Well, and remember, when you look at these numbers, remember, this is just primary calls for service, okay? This is not follow-up investigations or any of that. None of the data from our investigations unit, we're the two investigators. It's none of the data from deputies going to make contact with witnesses, court depositions, and everything that goes along with what we do.
Can I ask a question? Does any of this include Regatta Bay or, those that are not the incorporated? That's part of the district, is that correct?
No, the left-hand 4 columns is incorporated City of Destin only.
Thank you.
The right column, the right side is the district. Right.
Captain, you said the overall calls were up 18%. You did explain that just on domestic violence, or domestic calls, not violence, it went up from almost 123% increase from last year. You didn't break it all the way down, but of that 18%, that was part of it. But did you see more burglaries or assaults or anything like that, which might be also COVID related because of human interaction?
We did see some of it, but some of our burglaries are down, but some of our burglaries are up. Like our vehicle burglaries are down 56%. I don't know if people are.
But the smash and grabs are up, right?
Yes, but the smash and grabs are up. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any question? Any more questions?
I'm still, I guess, trying to understand the 1.9% reduction in your, the money that we get. Was that because you requested 1.9% less, or we just decided to give you 1.9% less? Or?
No, sir. No, sir. We maintained the same amount of staffing. That decrease was because insurance and benefits for the 21 positions went down. So because we have a physical fitness policy, our insurance rates went down. So that's where your decrease come in. We didn't ask for an increase in staffing this year in 21.
Got you. And the other thing, I know that our new county sheriff, Eric Aiden, I was at a meeting the other day where he was talking about that he wants to kind of institute some more, getting back to more community policing. Mm-hmm. Is that something that you see happening here in Destin, where the guys are going to be getting out of the squad cars and walking the streets? Or
Absolutely. I am a big intelligence-led policing, community policing proponent. That's my background's at. I've always led those types of units whenever I was at Walton County, and I believe in that. It works. When they see law enforcement out there interacting with the community, it helps tremendously. One, like I said, the number we can't track is the number of crimes we prevented just by our presence. And we need to be seen in the communities a lot more, getting out of the vehicles. Yes, sir. You will see that.
I mean, I see that as a good move forward, but it seems to me like if you get out of your squad car and you're walking around, that almost limits you where you can't respond to service. I mean, you get a call for service, what are you going to run 2 blocks to jump in your car? And
yeah, but there's other ways to do it. Okay, if I'm riding through Regatta Bay, ride through my windows down at a slower pace. You see someone walking, stop and engage them. Things like that. You don't, because we're not a metropolitan agency and we don't have a foot patrol, there's different ways to do that. And that's the way we would do it here. A slower patrol, roll the windows down, interact with people you see walking on the sidewalk, things like that.
Yeah, and I appreciate when your deputies get out of their patrol cars and walk along the boardwalk down on the harbor. That's always a good thing. And at the shopping centers where it actually is feasible, because you're not there as a security guard, you're there just to communicate with the folks. And I think that's a good thing. I hope you guys continue that.
Yes, sir, we will. It's to me, it sends a bad message to ride through a neighborhood with the windows up and the radio on, just cruising through. It's like, what are you really accomplishing? So yeah, that's one of the things, how we will approach the community-oriented policing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Captain. Appreciate you doing that. Right now, we were running ahead of schedule. Now we're running slightly behind schedule. So if there's no objections, I would say we take a 15-minute break for folks to grab their food. If you don't mind resuming work, do a working lunch. We've done that in the past. That should put us back on schedule. So if we just took 15 minutes or so and got our food and then came back, we can resume the presentations. I think we'll go ahead and try to get restarted. I am going to change the agenda a little bit, as you're used to me doing. But we did advertise for the public to be able to speak at noon, and I would like to stick to that if I can. So if there's members of the public that would like to address the group, I think this would be a great time for you to do that. In years past, the public comment was held till the end of the meeting, and quite honestly, that doesn't make sense to myself nor council to have y'all comment after we've already prioritized the events for the next year. So with that.
Hey, Lance, if I could
Yes,
interrupt
sir.
you really
Yeah,
quick. While you're on
please.
that same subject, and I know this is my first one, but if we're going to also spend time going over things that the public hasn't heard us talk about yet, I would prefer to move that public comments at the end before we prioritize as well, if possible. So after there's continued discussion for the next hour and a half, they have an opportunity to follow up on the things that they heard.
I mean, an additional time, right?
Well, yeah, just
Okay.
instead of that last item on this list, move that up a couple before we actually prioritize.
I don't disagree at all. That's awesome.
Okay.
So that being said, I don't have a list of members of the public who want to, but I see hands, so that's good. Myra, I know you, so I can have, do you mind? Because we're broadcasting this, if you can come up here and use this microphone, the people at home can't hear you if you're not speaking into a microphone. And yes, if you would just leave this mic on, it's on right now. That way you don't have to worry about touching what I've touched, so. Okay.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, City Council, Mayor. First of all, I've thoroughly enjoyed the updates and the planning that you've put into today. And I want to start off by saying thank you. I've lived in Destin, citizen of Destin, for almost 35 years now, seen a lot of change, but I'm going to go straight to those issues that were provided and the things that, just a couple of comments on that. Improving the look on US 98 and the West End, serving on trees on the coast, and painlessly trying to get a Preservation Act in to preserve our beautiful oaks and magnolias and everything in our city. The mayor, we had a workshop once that all crashed and burned, and we had some good initiatives come out of that workshop, and I see that you've got it back on here, kind of, sort of, to develop some corridors. You know, just like Tallahassee is, remember what we had talked about? And every day you ride around, I know that private property is private property, and we try to do something that would maybe limit a homeowner from taking down a 50 or 100-year, you know, big old tree. But at least have something in the land development code or the comprehensive plan that, you know, allows for the preservation and the preservation of the canopy. Because, look, you know, it's just like land. They're not making any more new land, and it takes more than a lifetime to get those big trees back in place, which, you know, they provide a lot of benefit. Cooling, heating, I can go on. So that was one thing I'm happy to see on here, and I hope there's some action that comes out of that. Underground and utilities, always been, you know, a big supporter of that. I think it's going to make us, it's one of those things that you don't put your finger on, but, you know, as you clean up the skyline and everything, I think that we'll be able to then have trees where we want them to line the streets, and it'll be good for storms too. Always beach cleanup, trees on the coast, and as a private, you know, citizen, I feel like there's a huge need for that. And so I know that being a part of that board, we definitely want to coordinate, and, you know, we're doing it the first Sunday of every month, but we'd like to make it larger and better. Let's see, and then we have been trying to enhance the welcome sign, and we know that there's issues with, territory and the permission from Air Force, I believe it is. So I would like to see some alternative solutions there, and I think there may be some. But I do think it's nice to come into the city and have a big welcome, when you come, well, when you pass over the East Pass, a sign does say, "Welcome Destin," but then you get entranced and enamored by that beauty there. So both of them should work hand in hand. I think that it's nice to have the welcome sign and not give up on that. I think that's, last but not least, I've been working on this project for 5 years. Well, it'll be 5 years when we open in August, and that's the Destin High School. And I want to thank all of you for your support. We will have information centers sessions February the 11th at Grace Lutheran. The council that charged Councilwoman Preble Ramswell with that initiative, that council was very supportive. This council has been very supportive. We appreciate the help of the land development attorney and, various other peoples who have helped us with whatever the tall list of things that need to be done is being done. And so we are just about this close, and then we'll be in, I guess it'll be plausible, everybody will believe, we will have signed the documents, we will be opening the doors in August, so we would like to continue that partnership, and, maybe there are things that the city and the high school can further work on as, to make it a destination high school. There's so many natural resources, so many reasons why, the workforce and the things that we have here that we can further and make our students, make our high schoolers ready and able to work here and serve project-based initiatives and, get good jobs in our area. So anyway, thank you so much. I have no complaints today, so appreciate it.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Myra. I know there were more hands over here. Yes, sir? Thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
I do want to remind folks to try to stick, this is usually what the mayor says, but I'll do this. Try to stick to 3 minutes if you can. And we're not going to cut you off right at 3 minutes, but the closer you can stick to it, the better off we will be in the end. Thank you.
Cool. The paper sticks to the podium. Cool. Well, that's good. Hi there. I'm Dave McPherson. My address is 712 Calabria. Take this thing off. I was just advertising Tampa Bay Bucks since we won last night, right? Go Bucks. What? I know you're the Saints fan, but sorry, Drew. But 712 Calabria, Davenport, Florida, and I also have a home in Baldwin County. Since I don't know the Baldwin County joke, I'll find out about that one in a second. But I'm the vice president of club operations for National Coliseums. We're based out of Scottsdale, Arizona. I was here last year to talk to most everyone. Congratulations to the new people on the city council about an event center and what's happening in our industry. I started in this as a retired pro hockey player a long time ago. Came to the States in 1983 and moved to Atlanta. Did corporate America, and then I went back into pro hockey in 1992, and we put the Tampa Bay Lightning on the ice in Tampa. So we've been working on facilities and getting kids on the ice and figure skating and things like that for a long time. Ironically, when I was coming over this morning, I put the little badge on that said Tampa Bay Buccaneers NFC champion Central Division in 1999, because I remember being in Tampa when we won. And at that time, we had 3 ice rinks in all of Florida. Today, we have 31. 4 more under construction, and we'll probably break 50 in the next 10 years. Why? All kinds of reasons. Certainly the snowbird part of coming down. We're all cultured on skating, figure skating, speed skating. 3 weeks ago on Monday, probably the only one in the room would know might be the mayor. The United States junior team is a recipient of the World Championship gold medal. Y'all beat us, so I'm a Canadian. So congratulations on that. Also, the United States is the current women's gold medal champion in the entire world. That was not the case 20 years ago. So the reason I come back and bring that up, I'm not advocating or saying we should do an ice rink in Destin. What I'm talking to you about is the growth of event centers and how to keep that cash register going instead of some of these civic centers, like the one we have in Mobile, that just sits there and waits for someone to pick up the phone and call them. So by taking a few things, the one city I'm working on to the west, they want a new performing arts center, but they can't afford it. And then the other guy over here, he wants to have a bunch of nice condos around it, but they never talk to each other. So I went in and said, can we have a collaborative meeting and discuss that? And the school's gonna cough up $12 million to pay for the HVAC, and we're gonna see a renovation of a really, really, really old building happen on the other side of New Orleans here pretty soon because of collaboration. So here in Destin, when we looked at the sites last year, I know, so I have 3 minutes? Uh-oh. Okay, go Bucks, I'll leave now. But but as it pertains to this market, we looked at 3 sites. We know it's a price tag issue. And since the COVID thing went on, I haven't been over it very much. But there are 3 sites that we looked at and said, you know what? There's an awful lot of ornaments around that if we could get a collaborative discussion going on, fiscally, knowing we've got 100,000 people here, when we heard Jennifer talk about what are the target markets, we want to get a higher average retail out of them. We talked about Nashville, we talked about Dallas, we talked about St. Louis. What do they all have? They all have NHL professional hockey teams. They all got figure skating. They all got youth hockey. They all got old timers like us, and they all want to come to the beach because we don't want to play hockey every day. We just want to use that as a way to, get a sweat on, and then we'll go out and increase your retail because we'll go and spend a lot of money. We've done 5 ice rinks for Nashville Predators. We're doing 2 right now in Jacksonville, and Jose, who's part of Stellar Construction, is doing another one for Dallas Stars. So this T2T market, which is really Texas border to Tallahassee, is really the last pioneer for us to come back better this time because we didn't do a very good job in 1996. We came in, played pro hockey, and we left. Me too. This time, we want to go and put the kids on the ice, get into the tournament business, take care of that thing that we have in the hospitality part, which is there's not too many people here in December and January and February. But Wisconsin's pretty darn cold, and we tell them, come on down here, and you see them all, right? You see the Badgers running around town. They're the ones with the shorts on, and I've been living in the Panhandle now for 25 years. We all got sweaters on. So those northerners are coming down because we got the beach. And I think that I can program this thing, if we can get a collaborative conversation, that cash register will go every day, and it will not be what you hear. You hear Savannah, $140 million building. Palm Springs, $170 million building. The renovation in Montgomery, Alabama is $41 million. The renovation in Mobile is going to be $65 million. We're not talking that kind of money if we can collaborate. So that's what's happening in event centers. I'm glad to answer any questions if you have it. But we looked at this market, it's definitely under 5,000 seats, have to move the floor around, have to go and work in conjunction with the convention center, because when they've got something that they're full on, by having another building with another 75 or 85,000 square feet, now we got a big party instead of just one little one. So that's what I saw.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you said three properties y'all have looked at. I'm pretty confident of one I know you're probably talking about. But can you highlight the other two or the three that you're mentioning so that way we'll have an idea when we start talking about this later?
Two I can, the third one I can't.
Okay.
The one is right beside the existing convention center because of their budgeted expansion dollars. We did have a conversation with Melissa and Jennifer and stuff last year a little bit. We had our architect guy go and figure out a way that does fit because her pushback was the parking aspect. So there's ways that you can just put the parking garage such that you can bring things up and that building could then have multiple purpose stuff. Not that they don't have it now because they got a programming issue. We all know that. But the way we do things, because I'm an old retailer, we have to have something going on every day. And then the other one is where the old-time pottery is. That's kind of been sitting around ever since I came to the Gulf Coast. That one, to me, even though there's a problem there, to me, that's the home run. Okay. Anything else? Good. Thanks. Good seeing you again. I'll see you at Super Bowl.
Marcy?
I know, y'all always just give me one. Hi, everyone. This is a little different because normally I'm just facing that way. I just have a couple of quick items like I do at most city council meetings, so I'll just quickly go through them and then spend time on the last one that I think might be important, the most important to me. I wanted to actually acknowledge the beach initiative that's been going on here in the city of Destin with the help of the TDC and all the other members, and for those property owners who have sold their properties in order for that to begin. So thank you, Mr. Boss, for the parcel that you have placed in that group there, and any others that are coming forward, thank you. Street lighting. You guys talked about street lighting. I just want to mention turtle lighting along those southern corridors along 98 and Gulf Shore Drive when you're wanting to put in those LED lights. Do you remember those kind of red pinkish lights that are good for the turtles so they don't come towards the street? 3, I didn't hear anything about it, and maybe I've missed it, but has anyone discussed putting solar panels on top of our government buildings to help with that? I apologize, I forgot I had my mask on. Can you hear me better? Sorry. But anyway, so on our top of our government buildings, maybe installing new solar panels. The 4th thing is, I talked about it at the last council meeting, trash cans, our waste management contract that we have with them. In section 32B of City Ordinance 1718-CN, it specifically says that the city has the right to audit waste management's records twice a year, and I would ask that this body make that happen because, as an example, on my street that I spoke about, 15 out of 20 units on my street have not been paying for trash service. So if you take the annual amount that 5 of us pay, that's $1,300 a year that we pay, while $3,900 is not paid. So when Waste Management wants to come back and tell me that they want to raise my bill, they can clearly pick up 20 units for $1,300 a year versus a total of, what's that, $4,200? So you see where I'm going with that. So I would request that you guys act on that part of the franchise agreement. Once again, it was section 32B where you are able to audit their books for twice a year. And the last thing I wanted to talk about, oh no, it's not the last thing, sorry. Prioritized customer groups. We have year-round residents, Destin businesses, and tourism. I agree with all of that. I love that list. But the problem is that in order for our Destin-based businesses to succeed, our tourists have to be happy. And if our tourists can't get to our waters because they don't have any beaches, because they only have trails, then we just have this domino effect. We've all talked about it. Shane spoke about it. So while I completely and 100,000% agree with year-round residents, Destin-based businesses, and tourism, it's kind of lopsided there. I just wanted to bring that to, in my mind, bring it to the attention of the group here. And then last but not least, Mr. Zunguzzi spoke in depth about the land development code, the comp plan, and the flume. I want to remind everyone in the room that in the spring of 2015, we had Envision Destin that happened over at the community center. 6 years ago, we started that process. 6 years of hundreds of thousands of dollars of man hours. I would not like to see anything that came out of that that was an accomplishment to be changed anywhere in the near future going forward. Thank you very much.
Did we get everyone over here? No? Anyone on this side? No? Okay, great. Appreciate that input. Like I said, it's very important that we get the public's input to be incorporated into this plan so that staff knows how to proceed. With that, I'm going to skip
Excuse me.
back.
We have an attendee online
Oh, okay.
that has their
Thank
hand
you.
raised.
Thank you, Matthew.
Ken, if you can hear me, you have your audio off. Can you go ahead and turn your microphone on?
There we go. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Perfect. Well, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone there today. It's obviously not the way that I'd like to participate in your meetings. There we go. Can you hear me now? We can hear you. All right. So thank you to everyone that's participating today. Thank you to everyone there today. It's obviously not the way that I'd like to participate in your
If
meetings.
you're watching on YouTube, you got to mute that.
So thank you to everyone that's participating today. Thank you to everyone there today. All right, so I'm getting a lot of feedback. Can you hear me, Lance?
Ken, can you mute the other broadcast that you're watching? I think that'll should clear it up.
Yeah, the YouTube version is actually a lot easier to hear than the speakers you have on the webinar. So anyways, thank you all. Obviously, I'm going to continue to do my part to represent the citizens of Destin, either professionally or in my volunteer work at the TDC and any other committee that you all are looking for volunteers. And I think the city continues to work in the right direction for work-life balance. I think we have some opportunities with everything that's going on, and I just wanted to thank you for your time and offer my services if you need me.
Thank you, Ken. Is there anyone else from the public? No one? All right. We did not quite get through all of the staff presentations, so at this time I'm going to return back to the staff presentations. I will ask staff to do me a favor. This is another speech usually the mayor gives, but if what you've touched, if what you need to push has been touched on before, just agree with that, and that way we can save a little bit of time, because we do know that staffing and making sure that we're at the right levels for staffing, both resource-wise, dollar-wise, and staffing-wise, is a key issue right now. So I'm not saying don't mention it, please. This is your time to get up here and talk, but just agree that that's very important. So next up, Jeff Kozad is our projects, grants, and contracts manager. And then on deck, we have Joey, just so Joey knows he's on deck after that. All right, Jeff.
Good afternoon. I'll keep my comments relatively brief. Our top priority is securing grant funding, especially when those efforts are going to advance the city's strategic goals that have already been identified. Several grant opportunities are being considered at this time, and over the past year, we've definitely had some opportunities to apply for some grants and work on the management of some grants. And we'll continue to do that. Grant opportunities are identified in a variety of different ways. A lot of times we'll have exterior individuals send us emails, we get information that way. We also have places we go like grants.gov, and we'll investigate opportunities through mechanisms like that as well. Project management, it's been significantly improved with the development of the project review team. This is something that Lewis came up with, and we're a part of now, and we put this team together. It's comprised of department heads, and we review the projects that are basically, the city's projects. We have quite a few, lengthy list of ones that we keep tabs on. We have internal members that come that are not on the team regularly, but we'll bring in to provide input. And then we also seek external information from, like the experts, subject matter experts. The undergrounding would be an example of this, where we had Chef Wright come to the team and help us make considerations when putting together the RFQ and the considerations for the proposals themselves. So the team, will meet about every 2 weeks, sooner if necessary, and consider all the projects we have going on at any given time. We make a list of projects we've already kind of talked about, and we revisit those if we need to. The team helps keep the projects moving forward and make sure that all city departments keep aspects of the projects in mind so that we're all on the same page and we're moving forward at the same speed. Procurement policy is the other item I'd like to bring up. We'd like to consider making modifications. It's an agency-wide project that we'll undertake over the coming year. The policy needs to be simple and efficient. With a simple and easy to understand policy, it'll be easier to repeat the process time and again. With the increased efficiency, we'll see benefits to the bid process, grant eligibility, project management, and shortening of time frames. So that's our goal, is to be able to address items more quickly with a process like this, and hopefully with Crystal's efforts we can make this happen over the coming year. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I have a question.
Yes.
What grants are you currently pursuing right now?
Well, we have one that Pat Maney recently made us aware of through the Food and Beverage Association. It's a smaller grant, but it has to do with, we're thinking about applying for some exercise equipment to put along the walkways over on Morgan's. So that's one grant. There's also a recreation trail program, and that's a larger grant that we'll be making efforts to probably pursue more likely next year, but we'll have to secure funding for that because it's a matching grant. So you'll score better if you have matching funds. I think the limit is $400,000. So if we can bring $400,000 of our own money to match it, then we'll score considerably better. And that's a trail enhancement program. So that's something we're also looking at doing. But there's a variety of different grants that we're considering, and like I said, I'm always on there looking for new opportunities, and opportunities to come to us, through different ways, emails, just people sending us or asking questions, and we do a little research and we figure out, this might work. The project review team is good for that because we discuss those opportunities and decide which ones, might be relevant and worth our efforts to pursue. And we're hoping to expand that over the coming year.
So Jeff, is that money that you're thinking about going after for the trails, is that for current trails that we have? Or is that money to do that trail that we want to do from Maine down to Airport Road?
That's the plan, is for new trails. I think the funds can be used, it depends on your project. I believe the funds can be used to either enhance trails you have or to make new ones.
So if I understand you right, right now you're pursuing one grant, active grant, I guess. How do you, I don't understand how you know what grant to go for or look for. I know we have, stormwater projects, we have, You get your, does the city manager come to you and say, look, we got this big project coming up, see if you can find us a grant for it? Do you look for our department heads? Do they say, hey, look, I need a piece of equipment, can you see if you can find me a grant for that? I mean,
Well, those are all certainly possibilities and ways that information can come my way that we can start pursuing grants. Public input is too, if the public says to the council that they're interested in particular projects and they give us the direction to explore those possibilities, we'll do that. We look to our strategic goals that's already been identified, so we try to find grants that match those goals and, line up with, the identified goals we already have.
so I guess right now there's nothing out there, no grants that we can apply for anything we got going on?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I think there's plenty of opportunities out there. It's just a matter of finding grants that we would be eligible for. When you go to grants.gov, you can see that there's thousands, literally thousands of grants at any given time. But there are also, it's a very wide net. If you tell it, you're a municipality and here's what you're interested in, then the grants will whittle way down. But, there's still an opportunity for us to, explore some of those possibilities. And that's what we did this last year with the IMLS grant. It's a grant that was generated out of CARES Act funding, but, we identified that we felt like we had a project that would be eligible for that. We went ahead and applied for that, and it was approved. And only, I want to say, under 10% of the applications that were submitted for that got approved. So, we're proud of that, and that's an example of one that wasn't something that we really had on our radar, but we became aware of it, and we put together, the information we needed, submitted that, and got the funding for it.
Got you, thank you. I'm sorry for all the stupid questions, because I have no idea about, grants and how to apply for them, or where you get them and nothing else, but it just seemed like if there's, hundreds or thousands that we would be looking for, we wouldn't just have one out there that we're pursuing right now, we would have dozens, and hopefully, we would get one of them at stick, instead of just waiting, so. I'm just kind of curious to see, what your job is and how you do it. And
I understand. Well, and it's more than just applying for grants. So there's the grant management piece, as well as working on the contracts and that, the procurement policy we talked about earlier. I'm involved in all those aspects. But as far as the grant management goes, like I said, we're pursuing opportunities, and I'm sure as, the more familiar I become with grant processes and the available opportunities that exist, the more we can go for it. So, you bet. Any other questions?
Thank you, Jeff. And something Jeff probably just forgot to mention, because it falls under other duties as assigned, is that he was heavily involved in getting our money back that was COVID-related, and the COVID-related grants that are managed through the county office. Jeff's been tracking that, and it was definitely not on his to-do list at the beginning of the year.
The CARES Act funding.
CARES Act funding.
That's correct. Yeah.
So we appreciate his effort there. And just to piggyback what Jeff said, the project management aspect of this job is probably more than a third of his responsibilities. And I've asked him right now to focus on project management, because we have so many outstanding grants that are in the queue to come in right now. We have $1.25 million for Captain Royal Melvin Heritage Park, $750,000 for Plymouth Taylor Park, $13-ish million for the Joe's Bayou Recreation Area grant, and then Phase 3 Noriega Point, I don't know how much that one is, but it's a couple $1 million there too. So I've asked him to not to disregard going after more grants, but to manage what we know is in the queue right now, so that we're making sure we're crossing our T's, dotting our I's, and getting our money back, because they're almost all, or all, Crystal will correct me, I'm sure, they're almost all reimbursement grants. So we pay it, and then if we do a good job, then we'll get it back. So.
Right, and that's the important thing, is we have to make sure what we're doing is compliant with the program, so that we do get reimbursed. So that's a big effort, is making sure we maintain our eligibility throughout that process.
Well, I want to thank you, because I know that for the Parks and Rec Committee, for the things we were trying to do for council before I became part of council, the amount of work and time and effort you had to put in to get those grants through for those parks and now for Joe's Bayou, I don't think people realize the paperwork required and what your job really is, that you really do spend a ton of time dotting your i's and crossing your t's. So thank you for all that effort.
Oh, no problem. This recreational trail program that we're looking into, we'll be working with Parks and Rec Committee at some point to bring them a plan or a design, thoughts on a program, and we'll work with them closely through that process. So that's why sometimes these things take a while. You can't just put these things together in, 2 or 3 weeks. Sometimes it's a longer process, and, we'll definitely be doing that.
Jeffrey, I'd just also like to point out, we do have a lot of active grants going on right now. The CARES Act, the city received about $1.6 million, and these are just hundreds and hundreds of little invoices and details that somebody had to track. So he helped us out tremendously with that. We also have the Okaloosa and DEP helped us get the Captain Leonard Destin Park, which we never really did have an official opening for. We're still hoping for that. We also, this past year, we had, from Hurricane Michael, there was seawall damage at the Clement Taylor Park. And the seawall was finally fixed, and we're still working through details on getting reimbursement from FEMA for that. The initial project estimate that went in some years ago, well, a couple years ago after Michael, was a bit low. So now we're trying to work through the process with FEMA to recategorize it as a larger project to get more reimbursement. And then this Hurricane Sally, from tracking all of the hours that the employees put in on emergency and protective services and on debris removal and all the equipment, city equipment that we used, we can receive, we're eligible to get reimbursed for all of those hours. And we've been putting the packets together, and then Jeffrey is the reviewer. He makes sure that all the paperwork and all of those invoices, all of the proofs of payment and everything come together as a nice package, and he uploads them into the system. So that should be another few hundred, maybe $300,000 that we're potentially going to get reimbursed for. So there's a lot of documentation and paperwork in the backgrounds, and a lot of rules to memorize, a lot of guidelines and policies and things. And so, yeah, thank you for all your efforts in helping us get reimbursed.
So, I'm sorry, I have one more question.
No, that's fine.
So the project, when you say project manager, you're not actually, to me, in my field work, the engineer should be the project manager, or, maybe Mike or somebody that's in that, they're actually out in the field. Mm-hmm. Is that the type of project manager that you are? Is it more the paperwork end of it to make sure all the money's, that we get our money back?
Right. No, I'm less in the field and more as far on the management side of things internally. That's part of the project review team. We kind of identify a champion for each project that reports to the project review team, and that's the type of project management that I do, making sure the departments are talking to each other. We've got projects moving forward, and we're all on the same page. But no, I'm not out in the field as the site manager, so to speak.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
You bet.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. For those of you who've been around long enough to remember Lindy Chabot, those were some of the silent things Lindy took care of in the background and probably didn't ever get very much credit for it, but she managed all of these things too. And so we appreciate Jeff coming on board and helping us with keeping our T's crossed and our I's dotted so that we're in line. Next up, we have our code compliance chief, who has made significant advances in the last 2 years, 3 years, 2.5 years.
Even having 2 years.
And
2 years.
couldn't be any happier to introduce Joey, and we'll let him speak.
Real quick, I won't try and bore you too much. I was brought back about 2 years ago for the old council. When I first sat down at that table, I told you where we were headed. I knew what the weaknesses were and the strengths were, so I put a plan that I thought would move best and get us moving towards the future. And in that, it's highlighted yellow, if you notice in that. Everything has pretty much been complete. Of course, your SOPs are ongoing all the time, and your strengths and weaknesses are always raised and fixed. Some of the things that I identified going through there was staffing, of course. And the staffing is more of a chain of command. If you look at how many personnel we have, there's no chain of command. It's me. So You guys to report to him, goes down to me, and I go to the guys. There's no buffer. So at night, 7 days a week, I'm out there telling your guys what to do, where to go, answer calls, make sure. At night, I that's just the cop in me. The old style is where I take care of my mother hen and make sure that they're doing right. And if they need me, I can pick up that phone for them in a minute. So some of the things that I see that we need to look at for the future is a possible either a number 2 or shift supervisors. If you notice, you have a night shift and a day shift. We also have our hard compliance and all that. So that's something that can help streamline for our, chain of command for the department. As Lewis says, and I'm going to steal this from I asked him, he said that to define a community, there's 3 items. We are the ones that communicate your definition. We're the ones that maintain your compliance of your codes of who you want to be. So we're out there in front. That's what we do. Our job is compliance through education. They're the ones that talk whether or not we go after them monetarily. We try to educate them, get them to the right spot, because the overall goal is what? Compliance. That's our overall goal. We are very unique. If you look at us, we're a 9-man department. We're the largest in the county. But what do we have? Harbor waterways, beaches, your rentals, your night shift, your day shift. We run 7 days a week. So we're a unique department, which also allows our sheriff's office to not do code. If they're biled up on their codes, if they're doing all codes, then what are they doing for their law? So that's our overall goal, is to relieve them, and it's been working for the past 2 years. One of the questions about the noise, we do manage the noise as long as we're on. They will call my officers. The supervisor will call the officers, hey, we got a noise complaint to this rental. Boom, the officers will go. If they need backup, they'll send backup. We just go there, educate them, document. Everything is documentation. That's why the biggest thing is you can't manage us in the city if you don't have the intel. And that's why I was big and I pushed them for 2 years. Document, document, document. It wasn't to get them in trouble, to get people in trouble. It's so we know how to manage and where our strengths and weaknesses are in the city. If you remember what I said, if we can control our southern district, now I can help my northern district. Rentals, I believe we're starting to get under control with self-compliance. Sometimes we got to reel them in. Now we got some other areas on the beaches and in the harbor waterways, but it'll get there. Just real quick, Cap, your activities are 13,917. Your code files are 5,748. Cases are 4,204. Your registrations out of 15,044 registrations that your code enforcement does, that totals up to 2,045 registrations. And we do that within less than 6 months. That's fast. That's turning and burning, trying to go through everything. That's no joke. My AA, I was able to get her AA. She's fielding all these calls, and I just did a snapshot. From October 1 to Friday, 2,845 phone calls. 3 months. That's not even in season. So it's a burn, turn and burn. If you notice also in there, I pointed out, for my command staffing, and then also my beach unit. Well, I got a part-time beach unit. I'd like to look at maybe possibly making it a beach unit and also clerk, so it can help out with the flooding of the influx, because we get influx with registrations right around the 1st. So we need that buffer there, and that can help where I can steer that person. One thing is I want to look at possibly getting a new vessel. It's a 17-foot 1980 boat. I'd like to get it up to around at least a 20-footer or safety, because we do sometimes have to get out in that pass to check the beach area, to make sure them vendors are towing the line with their safety corridors. So, but we can't do that now. We're just doing that from the ground. But it really beats him. And as you know, you go around the points to Joe Bayou, and waves get him pretty good. So, And IT, I've been screaming for 2 years about a radio system. Right now, the best thing is, and that's for officer safety, we got a direct connect coming, where now I can do command control of my officers. Instead of picking up the phone, call this one, pick up the phone. When there's a storm that comes in, you've got to have command control. If you don't have command control, you're no good. So like if I control my officers where they need to go, or the shift supervisor, it'd be easy peasy. Ultimately, in the future, we'd like to be where, you know, the sheriff's office can dispatch your night shift. Hopefully that'll get there one day, but that's down the road.
Joey, sorry to interrupt. Sir. That last system you spoke of, that will allow you to contact your whole team at one time, right?
Right, command control. We'll be on a group net, and we'll all be able to hear what everyone's at. And officer safety for your night guys. This guy will know where this guy is, so they can say, hey, I'm going over here. So he can be en route to back that officer up if there's a noise complaint. It's just officer safety. And then whatever, you know, sheriff's offices, their supervisors on it, if they got a direct connect, they can go direct with them.
And at the present time, Matthew's kind of pursuing the communication aspect, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, so
Yeah,
you
I've
have
been-
something to bring back to us on that.
Direct comms.
On the boat, I think paddle boards are bigger than 17 feet, aren't they, something like that? So I think that's probably a need that we need to address here in the upcoming council sessions. Yeah, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, and then one other thing for our IT needs. We're going to go to what's called a David system. Code enforcement can use David. Every one of your code officers are certified in parking now. They're certified in parking. I was able to get that. Everyone's certified in level 1 and level 4 except for your night shift because COVID hit. So level 4 is your officer safety. So that was a level 1, which they're mandatory to have, and then level 4 for their officer safety. And then I'll fill in a 2 and 3. Elvis and David's system. Your David system allows us to be able to run a tag to where we can actually locate owners of abandoned property with abandoned vessels. Now Dave or whoever the harbor unit is, they can act and try and locate that person. Of course, there's policies and procedures that I got to put in place when utilizing it. We got to track it, and it's got to be tracked to a case and so on and so forth. But you should have the MOU by tomorrow, Lance. And that's pretty much everything that I had. I just wanted to let you know where we're headed and let you know what I see. And
Hey, Joey, I see on this last page, you're also looking to get probably a staff clerk.
yeah, what that is I got a part-time beach in it. My goal is possibly making that a full-time position where they can moonlight and help out with the clerical, which can relieve Sharon because my AA gets bombarded with the rentals. So if we can kind of filter where she's like doing her AA stuff and not multitasking so much, where it's not so much pressure on her. That's the goal, is just change that from a part-time to a full-time, multi-use.
Joey, that new radio system you were talking about, is we have the money for that?
Which one? The
Two-way radio?
The direct connect, that's in the works, but the other one, we have to wait till county goes on. And then Matt can talk about that. If you have more, the county's got to get up on it because all them guys are going to be on it. And then we have to see where we would fit in the pie. That's probably a couple-year project, at least a year or two down the road.
How about a new boat? We got the money for that, or we need to be looking for a grant?
We could check a grant because there are grants out there. I do know that. I mean, one time I did some grant searches quite a few years back, and they had a part-time code enforcement officer for 2 years. That was about 5-6 years ago. So there's grants out there we could just search. There's got to be some.
Anybody else? I can tell you that Joey eats, breathes, and sleeps the city of Destin. I've never met, and we have a lot of dedicated staff members, but I've never met anyone as dedicated as Joey is to his job. He took on this challenge about expanding the hours. I mean, this department used to only operate, I'm going to just try to be straight. I mean, maybe till 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes.
We're operating till upwards of 2 in the morning now.
2 in the morning.
With that being said, that was a test, a pilot to see if we could do it. So I mean, I would completely endorse what he's asking for as far as a second. There's no way he can cover that whole 7 days a week with extended hours on both ends. So I'd like to keep him around. So,
It's just good, it's just good overall management practices. And it also shows the guys that there is room for progress, so they can shoot to become a supervisor or boss. You want to keep them in-house. You don't always want to go grab outside. You can bring them in and mold them for your guys' vision. That's the best way to do it.
Joey,
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Oh, somebody was.
No, go ahead.
We talked about community policing as
Yes.
being one of the efforts for Sheriff Aiden. And I'm wondering if that's something that you might be able to incorporate, sort of having eyes in the field that would maybe save y'all from all the legwork and being in 100 places at one
Yeah.
time.
If you remember, when I came back, I even said that, we're going to have a hometown community policing aspect. My guys do not drive around with the windows down at night. You have to be able, and I'm just going to go back on my old cop days, you have to be able to smell the streets. You have to know them. You have to live them. And how can you hear a noise complaint? So I know what Mike was talking about, so we're going to do that. That's how we're operating.
You know how some of them, and I cannot for the life of me think of it, like a citizens patrol or citizens something or another, and it's almost like having just yeah, something like that, where we could have like a couple beach vendors that keep an eye out and say, hey, I'm noticing this, or maybe we have, a couple restaurant owner, whatever. I mean, just some sort of cooperative effort that would help sort of
Right now, we kind of
funnel
loosely do
things.
that. We kind of loosely do that in
Okay.
a way. We do, but to put something in writing and put it together, we can do it. Because some of the beach vendors do contact me. Some of the harbor people contact us. Some of the rental companies, of course, they contact us. But we can rope everyone in as a representative and do an after actions season before and after. And that might be able to get some buy-in from your community.
Hey, Joe, I just wanted to say thanks. I think you were one of the first people that I had any kind of involvement with as far as city staff, and you took the time to talk to me for like a half an hour, explain to me what you guys do, to see what y'all have done in the last few years. I don't know what it was like before. Luckily, I've never had any issues with code. But
Wild West.
What's that? Yeah.
The
Well,
Wild
just to see what you guys have done and the detail that you put into what you guys are, where you guys are going. Just the professionalism, and I know you caught a lot of hell at all the meetings I've been to from different parties, but just want to say thanks, good job.
Remember, if they look professional and they feel professional, they'll be professionals. So that's my biggest thing. That's why everything looks professional, because now they feel it and they act it. So,
thank you, sir. Next up, we've got our Public Information Manager, Catherine Card, and on deck is Karen Jankowski.
Thank you, Lance. Hello, everyone. I wanted to say first and foremost that I want to extend my appreciation to council and to my fellow staff. If it wasn't for all of you, I would not be successful in what I do. Every time I had an idea or reaching out, doing the PSA, the mayor, I know I'm always blowing up his phone and I'm sorry, but it's good stuff and it's important stuff and it's things that the city needs to know. And I know Dr. Ramswell, Councilman Overdeer, you guys have also been really helpful too. When I first started, we had started a series of videos, and then we had the momentum going, and then COVID happened. So that's something, and just looking down the road as to where I see public information and where I want it to go. There's a lot of good information that we're able to push out, but there is so much more that's coming down the pipe based on council's initiatives and where staff is carrying it out. Every department is busy. There's so many good things that are going on, and I want to be able to highlight that and do even a better job of promoting. I know our media partners have been great, but I always feel like it's just a small tip of the iceberg, and then there's so much more that is going on that I think is really, really important. It's a balancing act with my job because I got to rack and stack what's most important, and there's a whole list of things that I've got that I want to focus in on. And one of the things is really just needing that strength of having these videos, really well crafted, engaging videos. Looking on social media, especially with Facebook, one of the things that I see is the engagement on the videos. We have more engagement when it comes to videos than it does still photographs. It's good, but I see the engagement more on the videos, and I think that's something that we really need to hone in on. The website is another key piece of this. That is the window as to who we are and where we're going, and constantly with the updates. So between social media, YouTube, really it's muscle memory of I'm wanting to get citizens to push back to our website. And that was one of the things I was looking at, is having somebody that can have that that strength, building these out, where in turn we can create this video library where it'll memorialize and capture historically what we're going to be doing from here on out. We've got this huge thing with this beach initiative that's coming down the pipe. Those are things that I want to capture in those videos and being able to build on that. And again, there's just so many other things that I think that is important, and I'd really love to have that opportunity to be able to do that, to build on that vision that I've got, and then moving forward. So again, I really appreciate it, but that was something that I did, want to bring to the table as consideration. If somebody who really does have that strong background in digital media, and being also to work with our, community partners. I know the Sheriff's Office has been great with our, Don't Fly on Airport Road campaign. Christopher Saul, the county PI, and I had a great collaboration on last season when we wanted to talk about the Leave No Trace initiative. That got nixed thanks to COVID, but that's something that we can re-engage in and move on forward. But again, a lot of these issues and things that we want the clarification on, being able to put you out there in front of the public and being able to share that. So we are driving the narrative, and we're driving the message of what we want the public and the citizens that we serve, what they want to know. So that's all I have.
I just want to tell you, you've done a fantastic job. I used to copy and paste stuff to my page. Now I'm just cityofdestin.com because it's all right there. So it's very informative. You do a great job of honing in on the things that people want to know about what's happening and what's going on. So it's extremely professional and well done, and I'm really proud that you're part of our city.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I always want to be proactive. I never want to be reactive. So the more I can push out, I just, like I said, there's only so much time in a day. I got to sleep at some point.
Catherine, is it just you on the information side?
It's just me.
Gotcha.
Matthew, I do want to give kudos
Sure.
to Matthew and James, because there's a lot of times that they do save me, and because I'm not the technical whiz, so they swoop in and help me out.
So do you, I know the mayor is a beautiful face in all these videos, but are you, I'm just curiosity, so, because, it's very important.
You're better looking
area.
than me, so
Sure,
she can
thank
call
you.
you.
Yes, are you videoing, are you using are we outsourcing anything? The video production, the cutting, the digital stuff, are you creating and doing it all?
It's all been in-house, and when
Sure.
I've had some issues before I start ripping my hair out and I look
Sure.
like my husband, who is bald. He's a good-looking bald guy, but I'll always go to Matthew and say, I really need some help with this. But he's so busy, and again, that's not a strength. I recognize that. I can take the video and I can tape and all that and do some editing, but not to the point of where I feel professional, where I think it needs to be.
And you don't even have the tools to outsource certain production.
Money.
Of course, yeah, I just didn't know currently if that was something that you have, but it's always, I get it's always money, but just trying to understand better what you have to do your job with.
And then it's with the videos too, even with the airport road campaign, even with the livery vessel video. Michelle Nicholson, who all of us in this room know Michelle, she was a longtime reporter at Channel 3. She's very good at what she does. She said, don't reinvent the wheel. I'll help you out. So that's great. Jared Williams with Get the Coast. He is another one. Every time I throw something at him, he's like, yeah, I would love to do this. So it's helpful. It's just, but they have jobs too.
Correct.
And it would just be really great where, something, Webb, Lance come in my office, hey, I really want to do this. I've got somebody that can help me facilitate and coordinate and get that out in a very quick turnaround.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
She does magic with an iPhone.
Oh, we're at council meetings, and it's already been broadcasted to the email before we're even done with our council meetings, so yeah, for sure.
Well, and a lot of that
she's
too
typing it up as we're sitting at council. I'm like, oh yeah, she's going to get this.
Well, and a lot
out
of it is too, and again, I'm extremely grateful to be working for a city and for folks that support what we do. In fact, Shane just emailed me because he's like, how in the world did you just send out this press release? And I was like, because I'm really good at multitasking. But it's because I have the tools that I need to be able to do my job. If I'm here or if I'm at home or in the office or someplace else, I can still keep the momentum going, so.
Catherine, could you just tell the audience about our Facebook numbers of visits and likes, because I think that they're really impressive.
I don't have it in front of me. I wrote it. I think it's in my backpack. So I want to say it's over 25,000 Facebook likes, and we have over 27,000 followers. So just doing a cursory search last week when I was just looking at other municipalities that have a Facebook page for just Okaloosa County, and then even the county were ahead. So I want to keep that going. So appreciate it. Thank you. Anything else? Okay.
Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate you doing that. What Catherine didn't take credit for is she's in the process of revamping the website also. And she plays a critical role in my top goal, which is to improve communications amongst the staff, amongst the council, and amongst the public. And she plays a critical role in that. She stays on top of all the new ways to get information out there that, quite honestly, I'm not sure that I even want to know. Some of those. I'm the old-fashioned person that I like what I like, and I've got my phone right here. So I appreciate her in helping us. And she never quits. She's a believer in what myself and Webb and Lewis preach about continuous improvement. So it's never where it needs to be, and she always continues to try to improve it. So I appreciate her for doing that. Up next, we have Karen Jankowski, our Human Resources and Risk Manager. Karen.
I also warned Karen, there's no crying in visionary sessions.
Yeah, that was all from heart, so I did promise, no crying. As you've heard, it's a very tough job to keep up with the needs of the organization. I have an HR division of 1.5. I also do risk management, so a lot of the things you have up here is just part of what I do. But we do have a flat organization. Years ago, with the downturn, people absorbed positions and is wearing multiple hats. So we have very little middle managers. As someone mentioned before, the ability to kind of promote within and train them to stay with us. We want to retain all of that wonderful knowledge that we've impressed upon them. And so the flat organization is an issue. We do have a highly competitive market right now. As I mentioned before, for those specialized disciplines, I think some of those even specialized disciplines are kind of going to the wayside. You know, not trying to say anything, but the year before when we had to search for a city manager, I was scared, really, because those types of functions, they're just not being able to recruit the people that we need for our local government type of function. So we do have a high turnover in part-time staff. For our recreation assistants, our library assistants, and those kinds of things. So that's unfortunate. We try our best to look at all those positions and hire the best qualified, and hopefully we can get, you know, some sort of understanding they'll be with us a year or so. I mean, they can't really promise that, but we kind of look at those and we try to kind of flush those things out so we can limit those part-time turnovers. As mentioned, I would like to promote and recognize that we need a new wage and class study again. Part of what I said before, when the vacancies happen, I look to other staff to see if we can bump the salary a little bit. I look at our neighboring organizations like City of Fort Walton Beach. I look at Panama City Beach, and I, try our best to be able to do that. When we did have the wage and class study back in FY18, again, it was half a year, so they looked at our job descriptions, they recommended changes. They recommended changes to our pay scale. So now we have an open range pay scale, which enables us to put money to the master's degrees or those experiences and those things that they bring to the table. So before it was a very just closed pay scale. It was just a job job class and position control. So that gave us the ability to do that. They did a huge comprehensive interview with different staffs along the organization. So I'm hoping that we would do something that specific again, so we can make sure also internally that we look at those positions and we raise those salaries. You know, the minimum wage is going to be an issue coming up because that's going to be progressively increasing over the next 2 years. So we're going to have to look at that and make sure that our lower level positions are competitive with just minimum wage. So I've taken notes of all the department heads that have come before me, and I will make sure, I've already got a folder for FY22. I did right after 21 was adopted. So I'm making notes, and the most transparent process that I like to use, my predecessor liked to use for positions, just so you guys know, is during the budget process. So what I do is I advertise, I need part-time hours, so we know that we've got the salary adjusted with the right part-time hours. For new positions, I ask for a job description, you know, what are they going to do, how often are they going to do these different qualities. But I also look to for overtime, so if there's overtime dollars we need to budget for, or even a reclassification of a position. So if I want to take a part-time to a full-time, so I can look and see what those benefit costs are and all those different things. So that's the most transparent process I like to use, is because whatever we do within that budget cycle is going to affect the future year's budget. So if we do it off-cycle, you know, I'd like to make sure it's managed and it's talked about, and Crystal has an opportunity and Lance has an opportunity to look at those, but the budget process is the most transparent process I like to use just going forward. So, like I said, I'm going to make notes of what was discussed, and we've got a couple more directors going after me, so I will leave that for my folder and the transition.
I have a quick question. I know you're saying that, you know, we train them and then they leave. Is there any way to put some sort of a 2-year clause in their contract when they sign on with the city that, you know, if you're going to invest this time getting them trained, that they guarantee they'll stay for 2 years? Is that an eligibility? Can you do that? Is that authorized in the HR world?
It's something I've kind of shied away from. I'd have to look at, you know, legal and see what we can do. We may be able to do that for specialized positions, but I've always shied away from that just because of, you know, the sensitivity of that.
Karen, do you have any idea over, say, the last 3 years, what's been the turnover rate every year? I mean, have we lost 5%, 10% every year that we've had to replace?
I don't have those numbers in front of me right now, but I'm happy to provide those. It has been, you know, in the 7, 5, but it depends too on the economy. So with COVID, there hasn't been too many changes recently, but the positions that we've had open have been kind of multiple year. Like Lewis said, he's been trying to recruit planners. We've gotten a lot of applicants in, but again, you know, our job description says we need 3 years of experience and this and this. So, you know, it's hard to have 2 planners in the office and then train, you know, somebody that's coming straight out of college with all of our LDC and our comp plan and, you know, all of our ordinances. So it takes staff time to do those things. So it hasn't been terrible, but, you know, it's an ongoing issue for me.
Well, I know that in the 2 years or plus that I've been on the council, we've replaced every department head, and you're the final one. We've replaced every department head from the city manager on down. And the issue is, in replacing an employee, you don't just have to replace the person one for one. You have to train them. They have to learn all the rules and everything that are peculiar to Destin. So there's a cost involved in that. So if you can adequately reimburse somebody salary-wise to where they don't want to leave, and if you can continue them to stay here for 4, 5, 10, 20 years, the money that you gain back from that is worth the salary increase. So I think you're right. We need to relook at that at that wage and how much we're paying our people to try to keep them here longer.
And just to put numbers to all of you, the wage and class study that we did, they gave us 5 different dollar amount options. The second one kind of was around 200K. So and I almost felt like the people that we got to do the wage and class were a little bit offended by me saying, there's no way we can do 200K. There's just no way, you know? I would love at that time to do everything that they had promised, but there's also a reality behind, you know, the millage rate that we've got set and all of the operations and maintenance projects and all of those kinds of things. There's not really grants per se for personnel unless you want to look to the TDC to get funding for Parks and Rec. And, you know, one of my ideas that if TDC can do is maybe even the code enforcement officers, you know, if the beach. So try to look at those things or have costs that offset building permits and divisions. So we got to get more creative, but I need other staff members to help me realize those costs or where we can build those costs in for those positions. So I mean, a real wage and class study it's big money. I mean, it's serious.
On that topic, besides the pay scale that you described earlier that they suggested that we did change, were there other things that we also changed, major things, or, you know, that it was recommended that we took action on in 1918?
Yes, so we did do salaries. We did actually 3 different phases of those. Initially, we did, you know, what we could kind of fit into the budget. There was about 50 grand, and then we did 20, and then we did a little bit more. Like I said, we did job description changes because the job descriptions were the same since I had been here. So it was easier to understand, and also I felt like it changed it more to our strategic goals and everything. And then the pay scale is one of the other bigger things that we did. So.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. Appreciate you mentioning too that the best time to add positions is during our budgeting process. We've been fortunate over the last 2 years, and we needed to add some staff members, and council has supported staff 100% and gave us additional staff members, which we needed desperately. But we were very fortunate that we had the unallocated funds to do those kinds of projects, and that won't last forever. The checkbook, I wish it worked like that, but it won't last forever. So I appreciate that. Moving on, we have Mr. Ray Bailey, our city clerk.
You know, before Ray starts, I wanted to say if y'all haven't read what he's put in this paper, you need to read it.
Realize that that's a lot on top of what he's really doing for us every day.
The only time I could go to see Ray, though, is so I can eat some of his chocolate on his desk.
Yeah, but it's scary when you put in there the information we're dealing with, and our data can easily be lost or compromised.
Okay, I'm Ray Bailey. I'm your local city clerk, and my job can really be boring if I let it, because we do a lot of routine time-consuming jobs, but I don't. I like to keep things very interesting. And I put 2 things up there, but like I said, we do a lot of routine time-consuming jobs on a daily basis. Everything is a priority to us. For instance, the hundreds of public records requests we get on a monthly basis, they are big priorities. The first item up there, the agenda management system upgrade to Civic Clerk 8 upgrade. As one of the primary users of the system, my staff and I are really focusing on training and learning the new and improved features of the new software. The second item, that's on top of our wish list, And a brief history of the cemeteries. The old cemetery, we call it on Stallman Avenue, has been in existence since Moby Dick was a guppy. The city took control of it in 1984, when it incorporated, and I believe we inherited boxes of 5x8 cards, and we worked through that until the year 2000, when my ex-boss and a predecessor and an outstanding city clerk created an Excel database, Excel spreadsheet, which served as our database until, until 2000. Well, until the new cemetery opened in 2002, the one on Cybert Avenue, and what it did is double the number of burial plots, and we are now managing 2 cemeteries with over 1,800 burial spaces for a couple of decades now, and it has become very overwhelming for us, very time-consuming, it's antiquated, and but I have an excellent staff, and we know the nature of the records that we're keeping, and we try to keep things, up to date. But I guess right now it's overwhelming, and we realize that the city split is full. We have the InterGov system, which is, very overwhelming, and then the civic clerk upgrade as well. But since the council asked for our wish list, we thought I would mention this, plant some seed, and hoping that we can make it happen sometime in the near future. So that's all I have, really.
So you've been doing most of this by yourself? I mean, including all the agenda and all the minutes and sending out all the public record stuff. So, and I get 2 email a day from you, so I don't know how you can manage to do this, so I definitely think we need to get you some help, because this is absolutely mind-boggling that you're managing this,
Well, I
what
have
you're already
two
doing.
excellent staff members, and they're doing a great job for me. We just need to replace this Excel spreadsheet with something
Yeah.
more manageable.
Sounds like a good idea. You got my support.
Thank you.
In my opinion, this is no wish list. I mean, how in the hell did we ever get here? And why are you just asking for this now? Why are you dealing with this kind of equipment? I mean, I don't get it.
Well,
I mean, this is,
it's getting worse as the year go by. I mean, like I said, we have 18 burial spaces, and it's just getting too much for us. So we need something.
but you're dealing with equipment that the data can be easily lost or
Correct.
compromised?
And like I said, my staff is doing a great job. We know the nature of these records, the sensitive nature of these records, and we're really doing our best to keep track of
Hey,
everything.
you're doing a great job. And again, this is, to me, this is not a wish list. This is something you should have had years ago. But thank you for all you do, Ray.
All right, sir. Thank you.
If manager, if I may point out, he does need all of that, and there's a budgetary process. And it sounds like if it goes into the budget, there's a strong possibility it will be approved. Didn't go into the budget in the past. I don't know where we hang that responsibility, but we can fix that problem.
Understood. Thank you. Thanks, Ray.
Come on, you got to introduce me.
There you go. I didn't know you were right behind me. We got our Public Works Director, Mr. Michael Burgess, who I like to say wears the catcher's mitt for the organization, because when I'm not sure where to throw it, it usually gets thrown at the catcher's mitt, and Michael handles it somehow. So I appreciate it, Michael.
All right, well, oh, it feels so good to take that mask off. I think in the future, everyone's going to have flat noses because of all these masks. But like I said, I'm Michael Burgess, the Public Works Director and Emergency Manager, and Councilor Braden a few council meetings ago asked us for our Christmas wish list, and so came up with a few suggestions, and I'd like to share them with you today. Broke it down into 3 areas primarily. We have human resources needs, and again, I'm just echoing what other department heads have said in the past. Our staffing levels took a hit back in the recession, and they just have not regained their full strength since, and that's probably a common theme, a common thread that runs through the organization. Again, the need for competitive compensation. And I hate to say this, but up until recently, when we were advertising a position for one of our maintenance techs, the starting salary was $13.44 an hour. I just don't know how to get past that. It is hard to attract a qualified, dedicated individual, but I'm going to tell you right now, I am the most blessed department director that we have, because my staff is outstanding even at $13.44 an hour. Some of them make more than that, but they are an outstanding group of men and women dedicated to this organization, dedicated to the job, making Destin better today than it was yesterday, and tomorrow better still. That's everything that they're about, and I'm so proud of them. The third thing is the need for a career ladder. My former employers, we always had a career ladder system where we had compensation for qualifications. That's probably the best way to put it. And so if you received your CDL, you got a bump. If you were scuba certified, which we do quite a bit of scuba work, you got a bump. If you were FDOT maintenance of traffic certified, again. State stormwater and erosion control certified. If you had an APWA accreditation, things like that. And what we would like to do with Ms. Jankowski for the remaining time that she's here, and her successor, is to work on a career ladder program for our maintenance technicians. That being said, we've had an opening for our maintenance tech mechanic for months, and no bites. And we have a mechanic now, but something should happen to him. I don't know what we would do. So we'd probably have to bring in someone from the outside. I don't know, but definitely have that as a need. And then the second big bullet was equipment and facilities needs. And I just got really generic. It goes beyond this, but these are just kind of the heavy hitters. We have one dump truck in the fleet that's over 20 years old. It is a very nice truck whose, the clock's ticking. And I don't know if it'll tear up today or tomorrow, but certainly we would need a replacement. That is used for public works operations as well as emergency management. The second item is a chipper trailer. The current trailer that we have, the chipper, is 20 years old. And so it handles limbs up to about 10 inches in diameter. We would like to upgrade that to a 12-inch chipper. We have another need for all this equipment that the council's been so gracious in providing us through the years. We want to protect it from the sun and the salt. And we would appreciate consideration of a new metal building for our facility right over here. About 10,000 square feet is what we're looking at. As we're well aware, for Hurricane Sally, we had some drainage issues. The 6-inch trash pump that we have right now has seen its better days. And again, it's outdated. It's not obsolete. It still works, and I will knock on wood for that. But again, if we have another hurricane this year, I would love to have a new 6-inch self-priming trash pump at the ready. So, and then the last thing, this is minutia, but the parking lot over here at the maintenance facility could use a little work, adding a few spaces. We're kind of getting cramped over there, which kind of goes against what I said about staffing levels, but remember that Public Works and Parks and Recreation share that same facility. Lastly, we have emergency management needs, and that kind of goes into resiliency. Both of these things speak to resiliency. The first one is the city of Destin has no hardened facility. Okay, so if we have a Cat 4, Cat 5 hurricane come through here, I don't know what we'll be coming back to. Might just meet on the corner if the street's still there. So certainly taking a look at a hardened facility for our, it goes into continuity of government, continuity of operations. Okay, so we have to have a base to go back to, and we don't have that right now. And then what Joey was speaking to earlier, again, this is a resiliency issue, but with the FirstNet and the cell phones and all that, if the cell phone system goes down, I don't think Western Union will be delivering telegraphs. So we will need an alternate means of communication, something like the 800 megahertz system that the sheriff's office and EMS use. And that is all I have. And just echoing again what Jeff said about the procurement process, is our hands are really tied in many situations, non-emergency situations, but by the levels at which certain approvals have to take place, because it's like everything we order is $1,100. So we have to go through that process.
Michael, is the phone system that they're talking about with the IT world getting that updated for the city, would that also include taking care of what you're needing done as well as getting connectivity?
To me, it's always about resiliency, and if that system goes down. Now, what Matt was talking about is us getting on another bandwidth, so in the event of an emergency, everybody and their grandmother is calling everyone else and their grandmother, and it just floods the system, and we get locked out. Basically, there's a busy signal. You just can't get a line. But many engineering departments, public works departments around the country use something similar to an 800 megahertz system to communicate. I asked Patrick Maddox, I know many of you know him, he's our county EM manager, about using CBs. Okay, now that's a citizens band radio, so it's not for governmental functions, but I was like, well, what if we just all get on channel 19? And I said, I want to be rubber duck. And I can't remember what he said, what his call sign was going to be, but just looking for something as an alternate. Now, we're 7.5 square miles. We've heard that several times today, so I don't know if many radio repeaters would be required, but certainly a secondary means of communication. Because during Hurricane Sally, Councilor Braden and I tried to call each other 25 times, and I was sitting right over here in Indian Bayou. He could hear me, and then he'd call me, and I could hear him, but he couldn't hear me. And it was just terrible. And it was just Hurricane Sally. It wasn't like anything super major. I could imagine what would happen if a major system came through here.
Michael, what happened to Bay County? Because when Michael came through there, they had no communications, even on their normal LEO operational radios.
Mm-hmm.
So is what you're talking about something that could be hardened and would survive the Cat 5 hurricane, so you wouldn't lose communication? Or are we talking about what the present law enforcement's using now?
Well, that was something that we could certainly coordinate with the county and the sheriff's office and EMS and Gulf Power and doing the undergrounding and all that, just to make sure that we have resilient facilities.
Yeah, because I think it was day 4 or 5 when Pasco County brought their mobile transmitter up here on a trailer. It was the first time that the EMS in Bay County and Walton County Police and us could even communicate. So whatever we do along those lines, I want to make sure that it's Hurricane Michael proof.
Sure.
Not Michael Burgess proof.
Oh yeah, we may have to get Councilor Braden's rotary phone out. That may still work.
Michael, the maintenance tech position you mentioned?
Pardon?
The maintenance tech position that you
Yes.
mentioned? Where do we publicize a position like that? That you said it's got no bites.
No qualified bites.
So qualified bites. And where do we publicize?
I publicize on Monster. I publicize with Jobs Plus. It's a veteran-based and equal opportunity. I also offer our website, local newspapers as required by our personnel rules and regulations, and professional organizations based on,
Skill.
engineering or public works or different things. So I try to stay not within a box for those things, but I try to, make sure and be flexible with each position and where I advertise. But
And I know you didn't say it, but no qualified bites. I imagine the pay is that what you're possibly getting to is our issue again of money, salary, the scale.
yeah, so just recently, again, with the vacancy, I brought to management about bumping up the minimum market So I was able to do that. I'm finishing getting the personal action forms from all the internal folks, because if I bump the advertised rate, I've got to bump everybody in-house. So I was able to bump that to $14.25 an hour. And again, hoping that, you know, there's a realization of a range. If this individual has education and, you know, experience and all of that, then again, I can go back to Crystal and to Lance and say, this individual is well above the $14.25 rate. Let's try and see what we can do with what we can work with in the current already approved budget.
So, a quick question, and over here.
Okay.
So
You're hiding over there, John.
My understanding is, and this is probably a new guy question, but it seems like to me that the people who come and visit here get the red carpet. I mean, we make every effort available to show them the best time. And because we're such a small town, we don't have the tax base to pay our employees more money, to update our trucks, to get ourselves a metal building. What's the solution? You either have to get a grant or raise the millage rate. Right? I mean, can someone speak to that? I don't want to sound like an idiot, but.
I can tell you for the personnel issues, that a grant is really not an option. It may be a short-term 1-year fix, but you can't use grants for something that's going to be ongoing like payroll. So it may be a 1-year fix, but pilot a program for Joey or something like that.
So is there a solution to this, or do we just keep making crappy wages?
Yeah, I'll just speak to the funding. As you all realize, we need recurring revenue to cover our personnel. Normally, the first thing you do when you budget is you put in the personnel budget, make sure you're covering those salaries and benefits. My background, I just spent most of my life in the nonprofit world.
I wasn't trying to be ugly. I hope I didn't sound that way.
No, I don't feel that at all. I just wanted to say that I come from a background of economic development. I've spent most of my life in economic development. What you want with that is you want to offer, thank you, a livable family wage. You know, how can a man survive on $14 an hour and raise a family anywhere near Destin on that type of a wage, right? So when we're looking at the millage rate, the city of Destin in its charter, we put a 2 mil cap on our millage rate. Back in the day, I think it was because we don't have our own first responders. We don't have a police department, and we don't run the fire department either. But the fact of the matter is, a large percentage of our annual budget does go to law enforcement through a contract, which we should all be very grateful that the sheriff's office can provide such an equitable option for us. But the city of Destin right now, our millage rate is 1.6. So for most households, the average median property value is about $420,000 in the city of Destin. So those households pay about $700 a year in property taxes to the city of Destin. If we were to, but we are by far the lowest in our area. Crestview is at 6.9 mils. Fort Walton is at 5.6 mils, Mariestra at 5 mils, Valparaiso at 5 mils, Niceville at 3.7. So we might want to look at that over the coming terms to consider. We're at 1.6, and so that brings in about $8.7 million a year. $2 million of that goes to our sheriff's office contract for law enforcement. About $6.7 million of that goes to salaries and benefits at these incredibly low wage levels that we found throughout the city. So because I started so late in June and we're already halfway through the budget process, you know, that's not something insignificant. That's an issue that needs a lot more discussion. And I'm excited that we're bringing it up now. I thought this was like on my 2 to 3 year plan to talk about some of these basic issues. But I'm grateful that it's getting some airing today.
Real quick, while you're still at the mic, so this would be, if if we, as a city and our citizens, the tax-paying ones, because we are, you know, two sections of the town that are not incorporated, so then it would ultimately come back on to those 14,000 tax-paying residents. Would they be willing to increase their millage rate by a percentage or two, an extra couple $100 a year to get our city and staff to a point where you had the right amount of money to employ people, and we had the right equipment that's not 20 years old, due to fall apart at any moment, and get our communications up to date? I mean, it seems like we're like in a hamster wheel here. We're just running in a circle. We're not making progress. We want to do all this, but without the money, we can't, without employing our citizens that are taxpayers. This is something we need to do for the better of our city so we can continue on our growth track. So this is something that is definitely, we need to discuss in full with citizens as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, first we start off with our personnel package, right? And then beyond that, certain things like the dump truck or these trails, there's a lot of grant funding out there. And I think that's where Lance was very wise in bringing in a grants manager to help us find funding for those things. But also, as I mentioned earlier, we already have all of these facilities, and we need to make sure that we are saving up enough money each year to be able to replace the roofs and the other things as they fall apart. We should have been saving all of these years. A dump truck, divide it by 20 years. How much do I need to stockpile each year in order to purchase a new dump truck when this one is too old and needs replaced? So that's where our renewal and replacement program comes in.
If I may make just one comment, and Johnny, this is for the new people. The reoccurring revenues is what will fix these problems. We are unfortunately a prisoner of decisions made by past councils right now that we took our reoccurring and spent it on something else. We formed 2 CRAs that capped the amount of revenues which would have been reoccurring going into the general revenue fund, and diverted a large amount of money away from that. We took those monies and we built projects with the CRAs, the Harbor Walk, the renovation of the Mountain Drive, things that were projects that had a lifespan for 10, 20 years, however long the bonds were. So now we find ourselves in a place where we're about to make a decision that we have been stumbling forward with for now 5 to 10 years about underground utilities. The sad fact is we're going to have to take these reoccurring revenues, such as franchise fee increase, or such as other points where we're going to get the reoccurring money, and plow it into a project that will, for 10 or 20 years, however long the bond issue is, take that out of the pipeline that's going to the general revenue that we could use to pay for some of these things. So let's not fool ourselves and not understand that we're making decisions about what we're doing with our recurring revenues, as we have for the last 30 years, that may not be nearly as wise as we thought they were. So let's think long and hard about what we're going to do with the recurring revenues, because then when we take them out of the pipeline, they can no longer go to salaries or to dump trucks or to chippers. They are going to be, for the next 20 years, going to pay off the bond issue that we built the big project with. So hopefully we'll try to be wise.
And just to add to Mr. Destin, one of the things, I think we have the 7th lowest taxes in the state as a county, and the 4th lowest as a municipality in the entire state. So, and I think we just approved this last millage rate at the previous rollback rate. So we even lowered it more. And so the discussion for the folks that are in the political arena when it comes to re-election and stuff like that and dealing with the citizens is, what level of service can we provide at what rate of their tax money. If they want to expect more, then they should probably, you have to just communicate to them the realities. This is what you're going to get for this versus this is what you can get for that. If you drive through Andalusia, their entire city, most of their entrances in the city, west, northeast, is all underground. And this is a little podunk, Alabama town, but the reason is they added an extra franchise fee and took over their own power company at the time. I think Mr. Destin will probably agree with me that just increasing the franchise fee 2% is not going to cover our cost or a bond to Underground 98 all the way to Airport Road. So we got some hard realities coming to look at is where do we want to go? How do you take the vision and get it somewhere? Well, you're going to have to pay for it. So that's one thing that I think Mr. Destin kind of reminded me in the past was vision's good, a plan is essential, but financing is the only way it's going to happen. Go ahead.
Yep, and it's true that we have the lowest tax rates, or some of the lowest in the state. We also have probably the highest tax base we are over 30% of the entire tax base of the entire county, several billion with a B dollars. And so if we can't take that and manage it, well, shame on us.
I think I read in the paper last week when they were talking about Laurel Hill, that I think Laurel Hill's millage rate is like 3.5. And isn't ours 1.6 something, 6.7? Well, yeah. So, yeah, that's wild when you make that much of a, yeah.
Well, I know we won't get a bunch of pushback. We try to raise taxes or raise millage rates, so we need to get those folks up here on that podium that don't want it and explain to us how we're supposed to run this business without it.
Well, and the trickle down of what the trickle down of what it produces. I mean, it's like you want all these. We want all these great things that cost a whole lot of money over however many years, but we're not asking anybody for any tax money. You know, it's like you have this small amount of people in this high property value type place. I'm still learning. It just is starting to kind of make a lot of sense.
Parks and Recreation.
All right, we'll move on. But I do appreciate you guys broaching these subjects. I mean, these are not easy subjects to talk about, especially where we live. That's just the truth. Lisa Firth is our Parks and Recreation Director, the largest department within the city. So I'm sure she has some big asks for.
Well, hello, I'm Lisa. As you see, my three wishes have pretty much been talked about. Aligning staff. My staff is the biggest department. We have 40-some, but about half of those are part-time, seasonal. We do take care of 40 different properties when you add the trails, the parks, Joe's Bayou, beaches. And we're getting ready to have more, thanks to all of you. That will entail more work on staff, going to need some more staff. So in the big picture, I have staffing that goes out 7 days a week, sunrise to sunset, holidays, and they keep the bathrooms on all the parks, the beaches, and the 200 trash cans. They're all touched and maintained every day. In the summer, of course, those trash cans need to be emptied 3 or 4 times a day. Not all 40 of them, 20 of them. And so that is not a real glorified job, but I have awesome staff that does it. And when they don't do it, we definitely find someone to do it. It just isn't something that can be ignored. And you know that messy bathrooms and trash cans overflowing, we will hear about it. And so that is very, very important, even though it seems like it's not. So I do have a very awesome staff that does that, and I appreciate them. So,
Lisa, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can I ask a question? You said 200 trash cans. Is that just up at the pavilions and in the restrooms, or are you counting on the beach?
I'm talking on the north part of the beach, on the top, on our, by the roadways. Those
Okay.
are our trash
Gotcha.
cans that we take care of.
I just
And then,
wanted
of
to make
course,
sure.
all the parks, the boardwalk, the harbor boardwalk. Yeah. Yes. I know, it's a lot. A lot of trash. So anyway, that's, everybody's really spoke about the staffing, so I'm not going to go on about that. Artificial turf or new sod would be exciting. We do need new sod at Morgan's. We're looking at 20-year-old sod. And that is something that Jeff will probably have something to do with. Maybe a grant for artificial turf, making our fields multi-purpose would be, at least our softball fields, that would be very, very nice. Lighting at Morgan's, again, 20 years old, we're replacing that, and would it not be the right thing to go into LED? Save money, that's the way we would like to do it, and Jeff will be called on for that too. So those are some of the things we need to do for Morgan's. Morgan's right now, of course, we're bringing in more programs. We're bringing in more tournaments. We're pretty much maxed out. Programs, we're pretty much maxed out. But we are going to be putting in bathrooms, some extra bathrooms at Morgan's, and that will stop the portalets that I have to bring in when I bring in that amount of people at the complexes. So that's much needed, or some bathrooms. And there will be bathrooms being installed over the outdoor bathrooms at Buck Destin Park, which we have the tennis courts, pickleball, basketball, playground, very heavily used at Buck Destin. So that'll be a really nice addition to Buck Destin also. Of course, community center is 30-plus years, and it needs a little updating too, and that is going into our new recreation facility, gym fields. We are at capacity. And I know we're talking about something new and exciting, and we're all going to have to just put our heads together and try to make something like that happen. Our basketball gym is 30 years ago, everybody thought, ooh, that big building, we're never going to use it. Well, we are at capacity. We have to turn, we don't like to say we turn anyone away. We turned some people away with COVID, but we try to make it all work. But we would like to see something new.
Let me add to that real quick. Nothing official has been said on this, but there is a distinct possibility that some of or all of our athletic fields at the elementary school may be going by the wayside to make room for additional buildings, is my understanding. If that happens, then we will be short those fields too, and we'll need to try to figure out where to add fields to make up for that.
Right.
Is that because the school is expanding and they need more room for them, or is it part of the COVID spreading out the kids?
No.
It's a 3-year facilities increase that is associated with the half cent. It's not been approved by the board, but while I was on the board, the plan was to increase the facilities at that field, to put in a pre-K through 2 facility and actually make it 2 schools. And that is on the plan from the construction management people. Like I say, it's not been approved by the board yet. But it most likely will be, because Destin Elementary is the biggest elementary school in the county.
What's the
If not
time?
the biggest, one of the biggest, and so they've reached the point where they've got to divvy it up some. When you get 14 or 1,500 people in an elementary school, it really doesn't work, especially when the facilities, the lunchroom, the library were all designed for 600 or 700.
Yeah.
So I think they will probably be moving forward with that, and it's on the plan.
Timeline-wise.
It's part of the 10-year half cent. So through a couple of 2 or 3 years planning, then into construction, 3 to 5 years if they do it.
I think so.
If I can also touch on the request for new sod or artificial turf. Most people don't realize it, but sod has a life expectancy, and we've exceeded it at Morgan's, not only in the amount of time that it's been out there, but because we abuse that turf out there. They are used every day on a daily basis, and they never have a chance to recover. So it's not just a glory wish or anything like that. If we want to keep attracting tournaments that we've gotten in the habit of bringing in here, we need to continuously upgrade. And that goes along with what Crystal was saying earlier, and something I've personally believed in my entire life. It's just different people have different philosophies, and that's just not the way it's been lately. But I believe 20 years ago, we should have started budgeting for the new turf. And that way, it's not such a huge chunk all at once, which is where now Lisa's asking for a huge chunk to fix the whole thing instead of 1/20th of the whole thing.
Can I ask real quick, over here, sorry. My understanding is that Morgan's is a lease from Destin Water Users, correct? How long is that lease for? And I don't assume that they're gonna pull that lease from us, but I mean, if we put, I don't know how much artificial turf is, but we put down artificial turf and something happens in the next 10 years.
I do not recall the actual terms yet right now, but I can get it out to you. It's a long-term lease. So
100 years.
I think it's a 100-year lease.
I think it was. And they didn't. Yeah. Okay.
All right, we don't remember the exact dates, but we believe it's out at least another, 18, 20 years.
Good to know.
If I could, I'm just going to echo, Lance, what you're saying, and just, Johnny, what you're asking, and I know we're talking about recurring revenues and projects underground, but just to remember, as Lance just said, and it is a big philosophy from household to household, and everybody has different opinions on the federal level, state level, and now local level, and neighborhoods, but the information and knowledge that Crystal has and is already sharing and will be continue to share, we really need to take high regards into the importance of that on our future planning and strategic planning as we're doing today, because a lot of the themes amongst all the department heads are about replacements and renewing things, and budget funds get reallocated to do these things in emergencies rather than if, like Lance just said, 20 years ago, if we were putting away 1/20th of the sod or the boat or the truck or whatever. I mean, that's budgeting 101, obviously, and HOAs and businesses and personal lives and everything. And so millage rate is a popular word, and it's always one thing to think about, but there's a lot of things to keep in mind, and I just hope that we continue to utilize our resources that we have, like Crystal and many other department people here and staff, to really remember that.
You said that was my question is, are there any other, how else do we generate funds? How else do we generate revenue other than a grant or millage rate increase?
Yeah, I wasn't answering that specifically, just in regards to the importance and prioritization of the renewing, putting the funds into that new fund that was set up by finance for renewals and replacement. I mean, that's a high priority that we actually, funds set up, but now we have to fund it. And 20 years ago, if we could be doing a lot of these things more easily. So in my opinion, it's important that we figure out how to fund these things, even if it's a little bit, but just, I hope we keep that in mind.
You're very welcome. Anything?
Thank you, Johnny. Johnny, the other thing that we have available to us for funding is cost recovery. in certain areas of the operation, we are allowed to recover a percentage of the expense it costs to run those programs, such as in Parks and Recreation. I mean, we have a flat goal, council set it 10 plus years ago when we brought it forward back then, was we wanted to try to recover at least 25%. Now, that's not the whole thing, but it's, when you add it up, it's a substantial chunk of money that is not coming out of the general fund. And the reason why we can do that is because those specific programs are benefiting specific people, and not all 13,500 residents. So we can say, you need to pitch in a little bit extra because you're getting more benefit than the rest of the residents are. So that's an option, and there are strings attached to it, as Crystal can go into in great detail as to what we can do. But there's other areas within the operation, Lewis's operation, Joey's operation, where we can collect similar type fees as long as we play within the rules.
Yeah, I'll just add, well, just in terms of Parks and Rec, just a couple of numbers here. So Parks and Rec, from charges for services, operating grants, and capital grants, we expect this year they're going to bring in about $895,000. So that's not taxpayer money, right? And that is going towards about $3.1 million of personnel, contract services, and operating expenditures, mostly utilities. Those lights are expensive to keep them on. So out of the taxpayer money, that's $2.2 million. And the rest is covered by those other sources. I also wanted to mention there's another finance and funding option that's becoming more and more popular amongst municipalities nationwide, and that's public-private partnerships. So anytime, certain things, maybe we have the ability to bring together a funding package, and we as a government get very low rates, right, to build something, and then, but we will partner with a local business, and they will operate it. So there, I see a lot of possibilities in Destin for that as well.
And if I seemed frustrated, that's not, my frustration was with that I've got a 17-year-old nephew who washes dishes for $13 an hour. That's aggravating to me. This is a respectable job, potentially a career. We live in the coolest place on earth, in my opinion. You should get paid, if you're gonna live here. And this may be a silly question as well, but do we give priority to, as far as in the city, do we give priority to people who live here? I don't know if that's like I said, that might be dumb, but it seems like a legit
Well, as
thing.
we know, they can't afford to live here because they don't make a decent wage. 90% of our people that work in Destin come in from Fort Walton Beach or Panama City, so that's our problem is that we have to make it more appealing, and we have to offer a better wage, and then maybe they could get a job here, work here, make good money, and then buy or live or rent here. Yep.
Another thing, John, to keep in mind is we have a lot of things that we have found in the last couple of years, like I'm not know for sure, but just for example, like our BTRs, business tax receipts, short-term rentals, things of that nature. A lot of our stuff hasn't, the amount hasn't been increased. Some of the things haven't been increased since the 90s. So we've got to get up to speed, and staff, we've got to task the staff to find out what's lacking and where are we lacking at, and that's money we're losing. And everybody else around us is charging X amount of dollars. And we haven't increased stuff since, 90s or, 10, 15 years ago. I think the one thing was the library. We haven't increased the price, library fees, and 20-something years. Why is that? I thought everything went up, 3-4% every year. So that's another thing we're lacking behind.
With that being said, we'll introduce our library director, Gwen Livingston. So Gwen.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I'm the last one, and I always tell everybody I have the best job in the city of Destin, and I absolutely love what I do. We at the library, we feel like the library is kind of the cornerstone of the community. We do a lot of support for the community, and it's a place to get your information and your help and to see a smiling face. Sometimes people just want to come in because they just need somebody to talk to. And so COVID has really impacted us quite a bit and pushed things in a direction we knew where they were going, but they have moved along faster as far as like our collection of e-materials and e-audio books. This past month, about half of our circulation was in e-materials and e-audio books, and those items usually cost double or triple what a print book costs. The elementary school has over 1,000 students that attend that elementary school, and when they are out in the summer or if they need extra books, then they can come to the library to get that information. But that's a lot of students. I did not realize there were that many kids at the elementary school, and now we're getting ready to start a high school, which we absolutely want to support. So our plan is, and I'm trying to future-proof this library, is to update the collections and to get more materials in that are newer and that will support what we're doing. Because I pulled a book off of the shelf. It was 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, and it was a first edition 1944, and we were still circulating that book. So I'm definitely wanting to get some things updated, and we are doing that. I do want to give a shout out to Jeff, if he's still out there, because he worked with us, and we have a nice grant that we're working, which is CARES Act money, and we're putting in some new technology and a self-checkout station and tablets that people can check out. So we're in the process of getting that coming in right now. Our building is almost 20 years old, and it is a beautiful, wonderful building, but it has some, it needs to be updated and approved, and the carpet hasn't been changed, I guess, probably since it was been built. And actually, our largest meeting room needs to be expanded so that we have big enough space to accommodate people for that. And when they designed it, they made us a beautiful little story time room. It may accommodate about 30 people, but the top of the story time is not enclosed. So when they're singing the Wheels on the Bus, everybody in the library is singing Wheels on the Bus all the way through the library, which is wonderful, except for the people that are trying to study and those kinds of things. So that's our wish list, is to try to get some renovations to the building and to update our collection and keep our programming moving forward. So any questions from anybody? All right, then, we're always easy. We're the quiet little library over there.
There you go.
So.
Thank you so much, Wayne.
Thank you.
So I would be remiss if I did not mention that I preach to the staff all the time about this PDCA thing that they, I'm sure, get sick of hearing from me. But that's just a very simple process of making things better every time we do it. And it just stands for Plan, Do, Check, and Act. And we did a session like this last November, and we got back together afterwards, and Councilman Braden is the one who brought it straight to the forefront and said, we need to hear from the staff. So that was the improvement that was made in that process. So I appreciate him bringing that suggestion up, and then the whole council for indulging the staff to give it, because you're giving up your time in order to listen to these presentations. And I appreciate you letting the staff get up and tell you where we're at, what we're trying to do. This is the most caring staff I've ever had the privilege of associating with. They are poised to do anything you want that's legal, moral, and ethical, and they can make it happen. So I appreciate you taking the time to listen to these guys, because they put a lot of thought into what they were asking for today. With that, we are way off on our current agenda, but we will fix it. But I think we should take a break right now and get back together at about 2:15, where we can start hearing from the individual council members, and that will be followed up by another opportunity for the public to speak, and then we will prioritize where we go from here. We're running about 5 minutes past what I had hoped for, so we'll try to get this thing started again so we can get people home at a reasonable hour. And then then maybe I can make my morning meeting at 7 o'clock tomorrow, right? So, without further ado, you've heard enough from myself, and I do appreciate you once again indulging the staff, letting them tell their stories, letting them express what they feel are their highest priority items. They know it, they're in the trenches. So what I didn't mention when we were talking briefly about the SWOT analysis was, I mean, they were picking the brains of their frontline people. This was not just supervisors, not just managers, but all the department heads were picking the brains of their frontline folks, the guys out there in the trenches doing the hard work. So I appreciate that. Well, once again, my pleasure to introduce Ed, Buzz, Eddie, former city manager, Gulf Breeze, and just a remarkable example for me to follow when I can, so I can hope I live up to your standards.
Tell you what, I'm so impressed with, as I started out this morning saying, you deserve all the kudos and all the congratulations from your citizens and from all the people that are here for the work that you put in today, because this has been a tremendous undertaking and a lot of things have come out that are just fantastic. But I'm a public administration geek. As Matthew said, IT guys get turned on by IT stuff. Public administration people like me get turned on by what I've heard here today. So let me just say that from several points around the table, the limitations on funding have been underscored. Several comments have been made during the day about what are we going to do with the money. And so during the break, we talked about every department needs more staff. You sort of downsized your staff after the recession, if I can summarize what I've heard today, and it's a flat organization. Every year we do a visioning process. This goes back to people before Lance and Webb were here that did a visioning every year, and Lance and Webb have continued to do that. And we add more and more projects, but we don't necessarily provide the resources to get those things done. So one of the things, as we get into the prioritization phase, the next thing we're going to do is turn it over to you, the council, and we're going to say, you see the items in black on these cards are things that were from previous visions. And there's going to be some drum roll moments at the beginning to cross out some things that these have been accomplished. And then we're going to move into the ones that have purple writing. Those are new items that have come up either in conversations with me that I've passed on to Karen and Webb and Lance, and they've written those out and put them on the purple cards. And then we want to give you the opportunity to, based on public comment, based on the citizen, the departments that have said, we need new sod on the fields, we need a new dump truck, we need those kinds of things. We're going to put those on flip charts and cards, and we're going to add those to the board. And then everybody's got 7 stickers, and like all the various prioritization meetings you've been through before, you're going to go up and put stickers on the ones that are your top priorities. But let me just take 2 minutes and talk about funding. Because as a public administration geek, I've been doing this since 1983. Local governments are unique in our way of looking at things. At the federal level, if they want to do a stimulus package, do a stimulus package, and you add to the deficit. If you want to run a deficit and a trade deficit or an economic deficit, it's not a big deal. But that is not the case at the local government level. The city of Destin can't spend any more money than it has, any more money than it brings in. And so every time you're talking about undergrounding, you're talking about new sod on the fields and dump trucks and chippers and new staff because the organization is flat, you got to sustain it. And one of the things that you might want to look at doing right off the bat is to say to Crystal and Lance and Webb, let's take a look at our revenue sources. Ad valorem taxes last year brought in this. Ad valorem taxes coming up this year are going to bring in that. That's a function of the increase in property value and the fact that, as the mayor pointed out, you went to the rollback rate. But not to spend too much time talking about millage rates, but in their infinite wisdom, the legislature has put limitations on how much you can increase. In addition to the charter limitations, the legislature has put in limitations on what you can do to the millage rate. So millage rate hits property owners. They add that to the assessed valuation of the property and they pass it on to whoever they rent to or whoever they sell their property to. There are other types of revenue sources that are available to local government that you may or may not be using. Municipal utility service tax, franchise fees, user fees, and not user fees just on renting a park, $895,000 against $3.1 million. Not just that, but code enforcement or other types of facilities or other types of services that the city provides that aren't necessarily translating to a fee. They should, because they don't benefit everybody in town. And if they don't benefit everybody in town, or if the fee's not high enough, then what happens? Mom and pop that live on Maple Street that never consume that service are subsidizing that service. So one of the first things you might want to do, and I hate to take too much time because it's just something that Crystal and the staff are going to have to study and give you a report back. But there may be some services, there may be some revenue sources that are more equitable than just saying, okay, let's jack up the millage rate. Maybe the municipal utility service. I'm doing some work for a town that's kind of at the other end of the spectrum from Destin. But just to use them as an example, most of the properties in that town are not on the tax roll. The properties are at such a valuation that they don't even show up on the tax roll. So you have a lot of citizens in the community consuming city services but don't pay anything in taxes. So in order to correct that problem, everybody wants to pay for the services they're using. You have to put in a municipal utility service tax. 10% on the Gulf Power charge, 6%, something like that. The city of Gulf Breeze just did this a few years ago. A nominal fee on the utility bill goes a long way to properties that aren't paying their equitable share on ad valorem taxes. Destin, to me, is on the other end of the scale. You have high assessed valuation, but a lot of the properties are used for, and I don't have any research to back this up, this is just my gut reaction listening to the discussions. A lot of the properties are used as they're generating a lot more activity than just Mr. and Mrs. Jones that live in there and their 2 kids. They're using a lot more city services than you might think. So it might be worthwhile to do a little analysis of the revenue sources that you're levying, the revenue sources that are available by law, and what is a more equitable mix of those so that Crystal can tell you at budget time, this is the stack of money that you had last year. It's going to be 2% more than it was last year, and it's coming up, and it's going to be that much bigger coming into the new budget. And that will pay for sod, it'll pay for a new person in this department, and this department, but it ain't gonna pay for everything. And some tough decisions are gonna have to be made. And again, it takes a lot of guts to do what you've done today to say, this is what we want, this is the level of service that we're at right now, and this is the level of service that we want to be at, and then how to figure out how to pay for it. So I don't say that to kind of put a dampening effect on the prioritization that you're about to do, but it goes back to something that Mr. Braden said early on. We seem to be adding more to it, we're not finishing a lot, and a lot of the reason for that is COVID and it's Hurricane Sally, but it's also the organization is flat from recession days, and it's maybe time to build things up so that things can be done. And I'll get off my soapbox at that point and hush. But just, when you get a public administrator in the room, you gotta watch yourself, because they just tend to talk and don't shut up. So, I'm sorry, but now's the time for prioritization, and I think, Dr. Ramswell, I think you're first. We're gonna bring up some things that may be on the purple cards, they may be on the ones with the black writing. If they're not, you may want to elaborate on some of those. They're in your the sheet. You may want to elaborate on some of those that you have raised and provide more detail so that the cryptic notes that we've made might not tell the whole story. And then we'll just go down each of the council members and give you the opportunity to elaborate on what you've brought up in the past and what you'd like to maybe add. If there are new items, we're going to put them up on the flip charts and on cards. And then we're going to do the prioritization.
You want us to present what we discussed with you. It's not like it's in our packet. Am I correct? This is when we sat down with you and here's what we would like to see the city do, the go forward mode.
Yes,
So we're
ma'am.
not looking for paperwork in our folder. This is our discussion with you of what we did, right?
Some of the things that you brought up are in here. Some of the things that were brought up last year or the year before are in here, but they're in a different place. They're on the,
If I may, they're on the poster. Yeah, so it's this bottom corner. These are all of the black cards. And then the next sheet, oh, excuse me.
this one is the purple. Most of them. But some new purple cards are there today because things have come up and Karen's sort of Johnny on the spot and she made a purple card and put it up there. So if there's something that, I'm trying to think of an item that came up, the fish pool thing, a place for inshore guides to have parking spaces and a bathroom and a place for their customers to come meet and go out. That's here at about that level of detail. But if you want to add more to it as we go through it and kind of put some flesh to the bones, this would be the time to do it. Oh, sorry. And Dr. Ramswell, I think one of the things that you brought up, just to put the pressure on you, is the high school. Is there something that could be done by the city of Destin to assist in that process? That's all I put up there, is assist the high school. If you want to provide more detail to that, this would be the time to do it. Or if you just want to say, you know enough about that, you've heard that discussed, I'm going to go on to something completely new because I listened to Michael Burgess and something he brought up I'd really like to put up as a priority item, so that'd be new. And now would be the time to do that.
So how many do you want us to speak on?
Dr. Ramswell, could you use the mic for the people that are, thank you.
So I don't think there's any limitation, other than the limitation that we talked about earlier, that we're in a time when we're trying to match needs with dollars available. So it's really up to you.
So it's interesting because I actually have my notes from 2019, 2020, and then from this year. And almost everything from 2019 was on 2020, and I came back with them this year. So part of that is annexation and trying to work on incorporating some of those individual parcels in the neighborhoods that are within our boundaries, so to speak, but not in the city of Destin. And I know when we've talked about this in the past, one of the questions was always, well, what sort of incentive do we have to try to make them come into the city? And some of the thoughts that are coming out are, maybe you waive some certain fee or some sort of tax or something on a sliding, I don't know, but that's certainly things that I think we need to think about. I know one of the prime examples was a few years ago when someone came to us and was concerned about the potential for having alcohol around the middle school, and they were asking us to do something. Well, we couldn't. I mean, we can't really say any, I mean, we can certainly issue an opinion, but we don't have that jurisdiction. It's county because that's not incorporated in the city of Destin. We've had students want to be on our youth council that live in Kelly. Well, Kelly is not part of the city of Destin. So even though those aren't giant incentives, I think they're things that we really need to look at it being cohesive. Another example is businesses and how we have certain regulations in terms of what particular signage they can have, whether they can have feathers. We say no, but literally the case has been where a parcel across the street from another one, county versus city, county allows the feathers, we do not, so it looks like we're allowing certain elements and certain types of special favors, for lack of a better reason. But there's just, it's very difficult. I know we've come across this in zoning, especially right there on Airport. There's a few parcels right where we go into Airport Drive right here at Commons, Legion, whatever it is right here, where literally the parcels are zoned differently, the ones that are in the city than the ones that are in the county. This guy can have a car lot, that guy can't. This guy, so all sorts of examples of that nature and how it's really impacting what's going on. Aside from the fact that, it would really benefit everyone to have just everything within this certain perimeter is city of Destin. I can't tell you how many times I've had people say, oh, I voted for you. Well, I know that they live in Regatta Bay and they actually couldn't vote for me. Yeah, so that's another, I mean, if you want to vote and participate and have the city be able to help you on a more local level, I don't know. But annexation is certainly a big issue. I know League of Cities has been bringing it up year after year. They've worked on getting certain regulations and designations for what they call the enclaves, which is certain neighborhoods, and if you have so many houses or so many acreage, then automatically you could be annexed into the, so they're trying, but there's just so many different elements and so many different moving pieces that I think it would really behoove us, aside from getting the taxes that would come from that and having more of a cohesive, unified city.
That one's up as a, that's kind of the meat to add to that issue.
Yeah, that's the meat. So the other one is something that we've really talked about, and it came up as a result of a right-of-way issue, and it was the Harbor Lane, where we talked quite a bit about, private and this is public, how this is our access, this is a part, whatever. And I talked about how wouldn't it be great if we were able to actually make all those accesses available for the residents to use or improve them in some way. And there was another piece that I found that I shared with Mr. Warren, a parcel on the harbor that was next to a condominium that would be perfect for us to have another waterfront access, and this one actually on the harbor. So really looking at ways we can provide more public access to our waterways and improve them, not just have them, but actually improve them and make them feasible and viable for people to utilize and enjoy. Okay, and let's see, obviously the high school is something that this council, the 2016 council empowered me to form a committee and look at whether it was feasible and viable. We determined that, and here we are almost 5 years to the date looking at opening Destin High School in August. So again, I'm very appreciative for the council's faith in us and the community's support, but I'm looking at potential partnerships or maybe use agreements of sports fields or even financial something so that we could continue to support that effort, because it's really only going to help us as a city. For folks, actually, this sounds crazy, but people actually will call realtors and say, well, where do they go to high school? Oh, Niceville, or for what? So there's not a high school in Destin? Oh, well, we'll move where it's, and of course, other related issues. But any way that we could help, and I don't know that that's top scale priority. I don't know how you want us to level everything. I mean, it is a priority to me, but certainly we have lots of more expensive things, so that's just sort of, and let's see, the wayfinding and the vision. That's another thing I've talked about, and in the past, I've even brought examples of signage and things we could do along the corridor to make some sort of unique, you are in Destin because all the power light poles are actually fishing poles, and the end of the fishing pole is the street light. I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but just something, and something unifying. And Michael, I know, did a great job of trying to bring the decorations and stuff this year, and people complained it wasn't enough. Well, it's a start. And I know we've all been talking about trying to do something like that, but anything that we could do to kind of have some sort of unique thing. You're here, this is the fishing village, whether it is the street light, whatever. But building on that is the wayfinding. And I've submitted in the past examples of Gulfport, Mississippi, where on every street sign, not only does it say, beachfront road, there's a circle with a crawfish and it's a number, like 3. And so people that are coming in town, they don't know where Prince Street is from Beachfront Street, but if you say 3, take, exit 3 or look for 3, well, people can count. And we know, if they're not having to do that last minute pull over from the left lane to turn right because, here's Matthew, So again, you could have a marlin on it or whatever we wanted on it, and just a simple circle sign with a number. So everything from the Destin Bridge to the county line had the little circle and the number, and I think not only would it be nice looking, but it's a way to sort of help all the visitors that come in town and try to ease up some of those traffic woes and issues that we have. And those are generally my main issues, and I'll let others speak because there's 100 things we could each say, and I'll stop there.
That's elaboration of the cryptic note that's on the sheet, so that's good. I think the next is Vice Mayor Destin. Is that right? Did I get it wrong? Braden.
Okay, I'll be short and sweet. I didn't add anything to the list. I think the only thing that we spoke about was I wanted the Intergov, get that finished, and maybe the Royal Melbourne Heritage Park, get that finished. Was the biggest thing.
I think we put those up there, didn't we, Karen? Yep.
Yeah, and it's we've got a lot of other things that we need to finish. Like Ms. Ramsell said, we've been from 19. We just keep moving stuff forward. Even last year and the year before last, I said I don't know why we're having this vision session. We just need to change the date on this one and keep going. But a lot of these things, that's in black. We're doing, and it's just like the short-term rental, compliance and regulations. That's an ongoing thing. That'll be going, from now on that they're doing. The golf cart, stuff. That's just stuff we're gonna just continue to go on and on. It's not anything that we're gonna finish to be complete and get away from it because it's 100% done. But I guess the biggest thing, really after hearing from the staff is I really hope we can focus more on, getting up to speed with where we need to be. I mean, if you'll look, a lot of it is, I need more staff. I need more staff. And I mean, some of this stuff is embarrassing because it's, should have been in place years ago. The high turnover of part-time help. And that all comes, I know a lot of the stuff is turning over from staff. It's because of the money issue, but we got to get that figured out. It's just frustrating, and I get tired of hearing it from the staff every year. You're killing us, we're working 24/7, and I mean, we got to get up to speed with everybody else. I mean, that's why we're losing people, because they're going somewhere else. I mean, the fire department, that's a training ground. They, you know, for years I've heard it from them. You know, we get people hired on, we train them for a couple of years, then they go to Walton County because they're paying more money. So we just got to get up to speed, I think. And
I think the discussion of the wage and hour study, that classification study that Karen responded to is important. I was talking to some of the folks in the back, and you know, been away from this for 3 years. The work at the federal level to increase the minimum wage is going to cause an internal equity issue that Karen alluded to. So it's going to make it worse. You're going to have somebody that's going to say, well, I've been working here for 4 years and I'm not making much over 15 an hour. So that's going to cause a compression or an internal equity issue that you're going to, that study is going to be very important. So.
Well, my thought to that is we did a study a couple of years ago and we're still in the same boat.
So maybe just
I
update.
feel like we're still in the
update
same boat. No, I don't think the study's going to do us any better. I don't feel like it might, it may not, but I mean, like I said, we all know, and our staff and department heads, they know what, you know, these positions are paying or need to be paying to keep good health.
Well, that'll make the study easier to do.
I mean, I keep help with me because, you know, my guy's been with me because I take care of them. I pay them. You either pay them, or they're going to steal from you, or they're going to leave. You know, it's that simple.
That's it. That's it.
Are we allowed to comment on his things that he's talking about right now?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done.
You brought up the study. I mean, on that subject, I'm sure it's a very important study, but if we already know, I'm not saying we know what it's going to tell us, but we're pretty confident that it's going to tell us we have low wages, they don't compare with other cities and all this stuff. So I think a better focus is, you know, knowing what we need to change with the staff wages and all that. I mean, how are we going to get that to change rather than paying somebody $15,000 or $200,000 to do a study, which I know the study isn't on a vote right now, but, you know, it's like you just said. I mean, why get a study? We just had one 2 years ago. It says what we already know, which is we don't pay good enough and we have a tough market. So,
but I mean, Karen may want to speak, but sounds like we're still in the same boat.
We are. That's why I'm agreeing with you.
So why we're going to pay for another study?
And I agree too. We shouldn't
I might not
spend
sound like
money.
it, but I was trying to say I'm agreeing with
Well,
you.
Rodney, I agree that, I don't understand why we have to spend more money to have somebody come in and tell us, oh, thanks for the extra 15 grand. Yeah, y'all need to raise everyone's pay by $2 an hour. Let's put that $15,000 into the employees' pockets. Stop wasting money on studies. I know it makes everyone feel good to do studies, just like poor engineering guy, he was hating that we said, put that stop sign up, we don't care about a study, just put the stop sign up, put lights around it, and then in about 2 months, we're gonna put speed bumps on Kelly and Main. You don't have to have a study, it's a lot of common sense. We're wasting time and money on some contract, coming in for 3 or 6 months, doing a study, and yeah, Fort Walton pays this and put. We got a bunch of intelligent people working at this city, and there's a lot of people making decisions at the intelligent level of the department heads. You just come to us and say, we've looked at this city, we've looked at what they're paying, we've looked at what they're paying. This is what we're going to pay. We need y'all's help getting this approved, because that's our goal: is get them hired, get them locked in, give them a 2-year. You have to stay on with us. We're going to pay you $20 an hour, but you can't leave for 2 years. You know, lock them in.
I think we need to reshift our focus to actually maybe more of a PR campaign on why we need to increase the millage. If you want us to retain employees, instead of having them come and use this as a training ground, if you want this improvement or these, beautiful amenities and this, we have to have money to pay it. And then build on it, answer the questions that they're going to ask. Well, you're rich, you get all the visitors and all the tourists. Yes, but, well, why should we increase your millage? Well, compare with all the other cities. Show them the chart that we're the bottom of the bear. I mean, I think trying to get the public's understanding, and one of the things when we had to up it several years ago to try to deal with a lot of the stormwater issues that we had was saying, look, this is $4 on 100, or this is, whatever it was at the time. We're talking about a millage rate of being 1.6 is, what is that?
$50,000 home.
so that, I mean, it's information, so people aren't going, whoa, you're gonna jack up my taxes and suddenly I'm gonna be broke, and have information, PR, and Catherine's wonderful at it. So maybe we utilize what we have, the resources we have that we know work, with information and explanations. You know, if y'all have got a better idea, meaning the public, bring it to us.
We need to, I mean, everybody I speak to, you know, everybody thinks Destin's rich. We got plenty of money. We've had people come in that was gonna try to show us where to save money, and then when we tell them what we're bringing in, they think we have a budget of, you know, $200,000, $300,000, and they find out it's 15, or 200 million, and they find out it's 15, like, I can't help you, and they leave. But we need to let the people know, yeah, there's a lot of money here, and when I explain it to them on the street, that we collect this, but we get this little bit, and they're like, well, I didn't know that. I had no idea that all this money, you know, was distributed around the county. So yeah, I mean, we really need to educate people.
While I sympathize with the desire not to spend any more money on studies, the bare truth is, so we don't do the study and we don't have an independent advice. So what do then? We go to the department heads and you tell us what you want to pay your employees, and then ultimately department heads rolls the manager, and then the manager tells us, and we as a council decide who should get paid what without any study. Not a path to go down. So I don't want to spend a lot of money on a study, but I know that we have to have somebody who is independent and objective to tell us what we need to pay. We can't make that decision and avoid.
Well, and the only thing I would add to that, and I agree with you, I agree with you, we need a study, but the thing is, if we just had a study done 2 years ago, we know what that study said, and we know what the cost of living has increased in the last 2 years. I mean, you can take that study and just update it. We could do that ourselves. So we've still got a study to go by, but at the same time, we don't pay for another new one. So, and I think Karen, or at least Karen's replacement, and maybe Crystal, could come up with those numbers for us so that we've got something to base our opinion on. And I agree with you. We don't want to just be shooting in the dark and saying, okay, talk to this department head and this department head and this department head, and they all come up with different figures of how much more they want their people to be paid. We know everybody needs to get a raise in pay, but how much we're going to pay them by, there needs to be some kind of data that backs up what we're doing. We're not just shooting from the hip. So I agree with you. We don't want to pay for a new one, but I agree with you. We've got to have a study, and I think we've already got the study. So just use
and that's where I was hoping we were going. We've got the 2019. It shouldn't be that expensive to update it, and that's where we need to go.
Shouldn't be expensive.
Sometimes Mr. Destin is just not any fun. We had it going on, Rodney.
I mean, I agree, but
And dang it, if he doesn't do that every single time, he brings stability and common sense to
But
the
he's also
discussion.
saying that we could use the 2019 study. I mean, that's what I'm trying to implore on. This is not needed, a brand-new study. And we have a very awesome financial director now. She knows what she's doing. So I'm sure she could take that and she could help her, and we could get the update, and then we could figure out a fair way to increase the wages across each department accordingly. That's all I'm saying.
I wonder if our partner, the chamber, is Shane still here? Do you guys have recent numbers? Have y'all looked into anything like this?
The FloridaScorecard.org.
TheFloridaScorecard.org, Florida 2030, which is the Florida Chamber Foundation and the Economic Development Plan for the state through 2030. The Florida Chamber is the only state chamber in the country that has a chief economist. And TheFloridaScorecard.org it's where I pull all of my stuff. You can break it down by counties. So you can see unemployment rate, number of jobs, number of people looking for jobs. And again, this is an issue across the state. This is not, trust me, my state level calls that I'm on twice a week, 3 times a week, this is what we're talking about. The $15 minimum wage was brought up a while ago. And I will tell you, we fought really, really, really hard to defeat that constitutional amendment of $15 an hour. We lost it by a percentage point. What people are not realizing about the $15 minimum wage, and I won't stay on my soapbox long, is that it doesn't stop at $15 an hour. Once it reaches 15, it will increase every year based on inflation rate. So it will continue to climb until there's another constitutional amendment or a repeal of this constitution. So people say, yeah, well, we're already paying $14 to wash dishes or flip burgers. In 5 years, 6 years, we're going to be paying $17, $18 an hour for people to flip burgers and wash dishes. That is going to kill the business community. Because again, as I said earlier, don't think that Niceville, Crestview, and Freeport are not going to continue to grow. And those jobs are going to be north of the bay, and they're not going to have to drive down here to go to work anymore. So this is a huge issue all the way around. You guys trying to find employees, I searched for a sales rep for eight months before I finally found a sales rep. I mean, a sales rep. And so it's across the board. And if I've got friends that work for accounting firms, law firms here, they can't find people. And those are high wage, high skill jobs, and they can't find people. So does the League of Cities not have this research for you? I know I've got 3 or 4 chamber associations that I can pick up the phone or go to a website and get everything salary and benefits wise I want on any chamber in America, just about. So does the League of Cities or League of Counties not have that?
I'm sure they've got all sorts of stuff.
Because you may have, because I agree with Mr. Destin. I mean, you've got that 19 survey, that 19 study. Things haven't changed that much. But you do need to know, I think, and to build on that. But if the League of Cities has got it, you may not even have to pay anybody. It might be there at leagueofcities. Whatever the website is. Yeah. Yeah.
If I can, if it's okay. I am part of my recruiting. That's 1/10 of my job is looking at those things. I am a part of a HR organization, and I put information into a state survey every year. I just received that for 2020, and I've put it in for 2021, and I have that data. I would love to say that if recruitment was my only job, I'd be happy to do this wage and class study, but I have a lot of other hats that I wear, or this new individual will wear. So for it to be fair, again, I appreciate Councilmember Destin's having an outside person, because it's very stressful. I was involved in the wage and class study, and then I did one secondarily to that. It takes a lot of time and effort, and it weighs on someone to make sure that you're being fair. I mean, even myself, for an increase, I didn't want to have one because I didn't feel like that was fair for the organization. It's like, how can I ask for a body, or how can I? So it takes that pressure off of the HR person, and even Lance and Webb, to have an outside person do that. But you can also set those parameters of what you want that organization to do. The one that cost just under 15 that I mentioned before, it was a full-blown, we had done in 12 years prior to this. So we don't have to do a full-blown, no. We can just do an internal market equity study, which could only cost $2,500. So, but it's very helpful. It's helpful to have an external individual, especially with the work plate that I have and that HR has in front of them. I do workers' comp, I do risk management, I do, recruiting, I do hiring, firing, benefits. I mean, the whole gamut. So it's, like I said, it's a division of 1.5. So for a budget of, say, 5 at the max or something like that, to do a salary saver would be helpful, because I would literally have to close my door to staff to get it done and get it to you guys, which I'm willing to do. It's just the priorities will definitely have to change.
So I think,
Yeah, my only point was, or thought was, that if Michael needs a mechanic, he knows what a mechanic is making, or should make, to get a good mechanic and keep him. If I need a carpenter, I've been in the business long enough, I know what it takes to pay a good carpenter and keep him. Mr. Destin, if he needs a cook, he knows what it's going to take to get a good cook and keep that cook. So if Michael needs a mechanic in that position, why can't he make a couple phone calls? Because that's all public record. I mean, if we're losing mechanics to Walton County, or wherever, it's all public record what they're, and we've already heard today that it's, you know, we can look and see what they're making. And why are we losing them? And if Lewis needs a couple of planners, you know, he's got a good idea what they're making, or he can make a couple phone calls and find out what these planners are making and where we need to be up to speed instead of spending, you know.
All that input makes the study, as Karen was talking about, makes the study easier. The more input you can get.
Yeah, if we can get that, I mean, let the department heads, let them do, you know, that's their job. That's what they know what they want, or they know what they need.
Right.
So, you know, get their input and let them be part of that process, so we're not just paying some outsider.
Yep. Well, the outsiders, my experience with consultants is that there's somebody from 50 miles away with a briefcase that tells you what you already know. So they're gonna take what you know and what Karen knows, and they're gonna take the pressure off her, put it in a report and say, here's job enrichment, the scope creep in various jobs has gone from a planner includes this last year, but now it includes this. You better pay them more. So all that work gets done and sifted by a consultant, and they put it in a folder and give it to Karen to distribute to you. So it makes sense, but it's just easier the more input you can get. I think next.
I think we've accomplished a lot today, and if nothing else, I hope that we all understand now, if we want to address these personnel and equipments, that it has to come from a reoccurring revenue source. You can't treat it like a capital project where it's a one-time expenditure. That money has to be there every year because those salaries are going to be there every year. And those sources are somewhat limited, but we do have some. And so as we go forward, we will have to come to conclusions about which one of those we're going to set aside and say, okay, we're not going to use these for capital projects. We're going to use these to keep the city salaries and the city equipment and the city facilities up to grade. I see that most of the things, or at least the one or two things I requested, are up on the board. So I don't have a lot to add to that. But for the benefit of the new guys on the council and even the staff, visionings are very good, but they give direction in a very fuzzy manner, because until these issues come before the council at a meeting where motions can be made and where discussion and debate can take place, that's all they are, is real fuzzy direction. You know, I want to bear everybody to bear that in mind, because I'd hate to see us go down the road on all of these things and make plans to budget for them and then find out when we get to the meeting where the decisions are actually made that it's not really a priority, that it's going to pass with a vote. I don't want to waste the staff's time with that. But as a general direction, you know, it's pretty good, and I don't have anything to add other than the ones that we've already got on there. And I think our little stickers are, even though we're not voting, we're going to vote. So when we get to that, we'll have some direction for the staff to go forward and at least to understand the general sentiment of what the council wants.
Yeah, this is kind of a first step, as you said. It's fuzzy. It's a workshop. Nothing's official until it's assimilated and put on a format that you can actually vote on. And then, as Crystal's pointed out many times, until you figure out a way to pay for it, it's not real. So, let's see, Skip, Mr. Overdue, you're next.
Yeah, I think probably just a couple things real quick. One of the things that, you know, we kind of hang on our hat on this idea that we've done this beach acquisition, and so that's a big success, and it is a big success, but it's not done yet. I mean, there's a lot more to do on that. Number one, we really want to have more beach access, so we want to buy more properties. But the thing of it is, once you buy those properties, you've still got to develop them. But so there's a whole long tail yet that we haven't finished on this dog. So we don't want to forget or put that by the wayside, and it's going to take money to do that. And then we've already talked about how we need to spend our money a little bit more wisely than maybe we have in the past, and where we want to focus on. But one of the things that we want to focus on, I think, is beach acquisition, and then annexation. I don't want us to lose sight of annexation, of how important that could be to us in not only getting a new source of revenue, because those properties all pay taxes, but you know, we're going to be giving services to them that a lot of them are already getting. But this way, if they're annexed and they're actually part of the city of Destin, they actually would be paying for them They kind of like it, the idea now that they're getting a lot of these things and they're not really having to pay for them. So I think annexation is something that we ought to kind of look at. And I'll just piggyback on what Buzz said, that we really need to take a look at what are our revenue sources now and what is allowed? What could we do what does the law allow us to do? Because for so long, I've heard this many times, even from us on the council, that, we're one of the lowest taxed municipalities in the state of Florida. And that's great to be able to say that, because that makes the citizens all feel, that makes us, as citizens, tax-paying citizens, makes us feel happy because we're not paying a lot of taxes. But at the same time, we're not being able to provide them the real services that they need, and we're not able to provide our employees the benefits and the pay that they should be receiving either. So sometimes that low tax rate is not something that you really want to say that's a great thing for us.
Well, everybody in the United States, well, I shouldn't say everybody, most people have sort of a cognitive dissonance problem with taxes and what the services they get. We all want more, but we're not really willing to pay for it. I know I've seen you at League of Cities conferences around over the years. These facilities that you have are second to none. I mean, they're great, they're gorgeous, but Destin really may be at a lower area of per capita in taxes. I mean, the income tax rates in the United States are really effectively what they were in the 50s. So if that's also the case in the sorts of things that people are paying for in the city of Destin, I guess it gets down to something Lewis would tell you is the level of service that people are consuming is really, really high, but the taxes are really, really low. And to try to bring those closer together to eliminate that dissonance problem might underscore the point you're making. So next we have Councilman Aber.
Yes, I agree with what my teammates have all said here, and want to kind of piggyback on what Skip just said, that, the list of what we've already got, like the beach acquisition, that's been a priority. We've been working on it. We've got 2 down, third one coming, and it definitely isn't done. And then getting everything cleaned off those beaches, as well as, getting them ready for for beachgoers to enjoy.
Clean up, yes.
So I would say that we still need, that needs to still be a top priority, to continue that process and stay on it. Same with the underground utilities. We've now come to the table with, okay, this has been discussed for over the 10 years. This is definitely a project everybody in the city wants. Everybody's ready for it. We know it's going to cost, and it's now we have an engineer that can help the process begin to be more, fruitful. As far as what you and I were discussing whenever we sat down, I personally think it would be wonderful if we could make the town center, which is down there where Old Time Pottery is, maybe get this, this convention / sports center of sorts, somehow get that to be a useful area of town, because it's in the area of the city that most people come into and expect something big and something interesting to go to. So I really think that, we should continue that mindset of pursuing, hopefully working with whoever the owners are of the property, to get that somewhere into our agenda over the next few years, to get us a nice convention center of sorts, more of a sports complex. And then I agree, the competitive wages and an annexation and getting that revenue source, like Ms. Preble said, a lot of times the people that, yeah, I voted for you, and I was like, you live in Kelly Plantation, you didn't vote, But they complain that they have to pay special fees to play soccer or have their kids in any of the sports because they're not a citizen, Destin resident. How do we do that? It's like, well, it's kind of an HOA thing, y'all come to as a consensus. We want you to be part of the annexation. So sort of giving them an oomph or a push to help them want to be part of the city and have those, things that they enjoy that we're already paying for, that they don't have to pay for because they're not, quote, citizens of Destin. And I like how you were like, okay, you could always put on a utilities tax on something to get the municipal cost of what people that are living in the city but not paying like the city taxes, to get those sources from them. That'd be an interesting way to get the extra money from those that live with the Destin benefits but don't really truly pay for them. So with that, pretty much,
Yeah, when we discussed annexation, one of the things you and I talked about was that there have been some changes in the law, and I'm going to have to talk to the League of Cities about what has occurred in the last couple of legislative sessions that might make annexation a little bit less than totally voluntary. So I have to work on that.
good. Thank you.
Next is Councilmember King.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Buzz, good to have you. Thanks for everything you bring to the table. It's been a privilege to have you here. I'm in agreement with, like Teresa said, with the rest of the team. I really like the idea of turning I call it the Kmart Shopping Center, but the old-time pottery. I called it Pottery Barn forever. My wife corrected me. Old-time Pottery Barn. That property, I like the idea of turning that into something that could bring in some sports-related tourism. I think those are the kind of folks that we want to have here. I mean, obviously it's a perfect place, and it looks like it's awful right now. But some of my earliest memories were from there. I got bit by a dog in that parking lot. I hate Dalmatians to this day. But no, I think the biggest thing, and I just have one other thing, is we talked about it, well, it's been mentioned a couple times, is the place for inshore guides to pick up, drop off, clean fish, take pictures, spray their boat. I mean, even potentially a small marina of sorts. But I've fished all over the world. I say that all over the hemisphere, and it seems like I was in the Keys one time, and I went to put my boat in the water, and it's like it's an impossibility to put your boat in the water down there. It's like I don't know if it's a way to boost their charter business or what, or land and water access is so hard. But I offered this guy, I said, hey man, I'll give you $50 you put my boat in here. He said, no man, we got to keep $1 million worth of liability insurance. We pay dues and fees, and it's only for fishing guides. And I thought, man, Destin needs something like that. Water access is a nightmare. I say that. Water access is tough, and there are, for several other factors, these guys who, I don't know how many, Mayor Jarvis, you could speak to this probably, I don't know how many of those guys are getting pushed out of the harbor for whatever reason or the other, and they can't do business. I mean, there are guys that are going to Panama City and Pensacola to go run charter fishing businesses that utilize our pass. Not necessarily Panama City, but, they're operating out of Fort Walton and Navarre and wherever. And it's just, it's awful. And I personally am a great proponent for the heritage of Destin. And I think that I want to be able to, if I have a kid one day and he wants to be a charter boat fisherman, I'm going to push him to that. I think that's a great opportunity, and it's, somebody, this was just a thought. Well, it doesn't matter. That's besides the point. But I think we need to protect somewhere for those guys. I mean, I got buddies who poured money into the Destin Co-op and these different associations for fishermen, whose kids are not going to have to protect that their kids could have somewhere to operate a fishing business out of one day. And it's looking like that may not, could potentially not be the case. And so I would like to see these guys have somewhere where they can pick up, drop off, take pictures. And I know that's tricky for access and parking and all that, but that's my number one. That's all I got.
Good. So next we have Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Just a few of the items that are up there, just want to highlight those first. Just for clarity, the competitive wages, trying to see it, my eyes are getting tired. And I don't want my statement earlier about the study to be misconstrued, or I want to show the importance of not just competitive wages, but the immediate need to hire people. So competitive wages, I just want to make sure that's not in the same boat as are we in support of a study. I think we all heard today that the higher priority is staffing in general, And if competitive wages is the problem to staffing, then sure, we got to pay our staff more. But I just want to make sure that the priority or a goal or a strategic objective for this coming year is just staffing our city staff. However we got to get there, we'll figure that out. But I'd rather just staffing, because I think that was one of the biggest things of, there's lots of reasons why we're having issues staffing, but I just want to make sure that the study wasn't competitive wages were the same thing, but just my 2 cents there. The Public Beach Initiative, which is amazing, the access, and we need beach access and all, it's very important. We talked about having access to the water as well, and I agree wholeheartedly. I gotta think about those sometimes, that a lot of the public beach access that we're starting to get currently, the 2 properties and the 3rd one that's coming, and maybe future ones as well, when I think about where they are, Crystal Beach, who is that going to benefit the most whenever it's done? The assumption is that everybody north of Old 98 and Crystal Beach area is going to be utilizing that beach access. I'm pretty sure they are. I'm not sure the exact numbers, but a lot of those are visitors. Fantastic. It's very exciting. We need to give them that access, but we got to also remember our customers in priority order or year-round residents. And I say that in the sense of we continue to add beach access, but how can we continue then to give our residents access to those beaches as well? And that might be piggybacking off of one of the ideas about the transportation shuttle or whatever, that we can keep getting access and buying $1 million beachfront properties, and it's going to help our visitors to have access. But if I want to bring my family of 5 to the beach, a public beach, I'm going to have to drive there and park, or I'm going to have to get there. And so I don't know if it's on that topic, which maybe Dr. Ramsdell was the one that brought that one up, but public beach access is a very important initiative, but I also want to highlight that shuttle or transportation system in some way, because that might be important to get us to that public beach that we continue to buy and sink in a lot of money. The TDC and funding and things, and I know this has been a forever discussion and argument and fight with TDC and all this, and we heard from the Sheriff's Department, and I don't know the exact details of the numbers of what we get from them and the funds that we then expense, but we know that we have a 14,000 citizen community. We heard about 100,000 people that we have to plan for. So one of the items up there is about the TDC relationship, or I think one specific was about TDC funds for OCSO services. And I just would like to make sure we're not just OCSO services, but if we're not exhausting all options to get as much money as we can possibly get from the TDC, and I'm not saying we're not, I'm sure we are, but if we're at that limit, we got to figure out how to push it even further, because, well, we got to figure it out. I think it's a priority that we are supporting, as Shane said from the chamber. The sheriff's office is responding to calls because of people on the beach, that then the sheriff's office is going to come to us at the next budget meeting and want to change their, possibly need more money because we got to put more patrol in. And I know we've heard that at city council meetings for years about the funding, but Destin is supporting a huge population of people that benefits the county. That's great. They're giving us $10+ million to the beach acquisition. That's awesome. We're very appreciative of that. But why wouldn't undergrounding utilities benefit the people that are coming into this area? Or why doesn't all these other projects that we're talking about doing, Morgan Sports Complex, Lisa and the team bring in people from all over the country. And if TC's not giving us any money for the Morgan's complex for whatever we do there, why not? I just hope the TDC relationship is a high priority, because we just got to continue trying to we do a lot, as we all know, for all of our visitors. So, the Convention Center, Community Center, one of the ones I want to talk about, the sports complex thing, all that. Yeah. I mean, I'll just continue off what I just said about Morgan's. I mean, Morgan's is amazing complex that we have, and it provides, I can only imagine the bed tax revenue and everything that are being brought in from families and people that are staying in the condos, the Palms across the street, and just, we bring them in all the time for these seasonal sports that we have. And the traveling sports leagues are popular across the country. Lacrosse is a growing sport that is getting very popular. And we used to have a Destin lacrosse team, and I think it lost traction because they had to go to Pensacola or, Panama City. I think the guy that runs the Destin one now, they practice in Pensacola, I think, just because they have to. So, finding a place, community center is, we have all the memories. Johnny, I mean, sure, yeah, I have memories growing up there, I was raised there, basically. It can't handle what we're doing now. I played basketball Friday night the other night, or the kids did, and I coach, and, it's COVID, I get it, so we have one side of the gym available, but even without COVID, it is impossible to go to a basketball game there. And with just two teams, two games going on, that community center cannot support our full-time year-round residents. It just can't. You can't pull the bleachers out. You can't sit in the bleachers to watch the games. So you have to put about 15 chairs out there, and then there's grandparents. It just can't support it. So we got to figure out a way to, in an athletic world, support that. And if we can figure out a way to put in a new place to be great for our full-time residents, to be great to bring in travel and tourism for all these competitive sports. And no offense to the hockey people, Mayor and Mr. Dave, hockey's great, but there's lots of awesome sports that we could put in a new arena. And then to get to the end of it, the Old Time Pottery, I think we've heard that location before. It's been discussed. I've heard about it when I was a citizen, when I was just in public listening, and it's expensive, and we get all that. But I truly think the public-private partnership could be an avenue to look into for a new venue on a derelict property that has been sitting there, and it's just unsightly, like Johnny was saying. And we've heard the past couple years or few years, we don't want a bunch of apartment complexes there. Well, you're right, we don't want a bunch of apartment complexes there. But what's a mixed-use village with condominiums and businesses, and we're walking, and the venue center, and we're having all that going on there. I mean, it might be something we can do and partner with a private person or business, where the city's not putting in all that money to do it, and somebody can come in and buy it with us or lease it or whatever they want to do. But that venue, an option for a venue, I think would be beneficial for all of our customers in the city of Destin, and our customers in priority order that we have here. I think it'd be beneficial, and rather than just sitting there, and possibly one day becoming apartment complexes, because if the right opportunity comes and the right council's here and they approve apartment complexes there, then they might be there. So just a high priority item as well. But that's it, sir. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
I know the convention center, arena, ice skating rink thing has come to us at least 4 times, I believe, over the past year and a half. And one of the concerns that was brought up was the fact that we've got the Okaloosa Island Center, and it's operating in the negative, and they're having a very difficult time even filling it. And I think Mr. Morgan made the joke that, yeah, they've resorted to midget wrestling to try to get folks to come in. So that was one of the main concerns, that if there's already a very large facility over there that maybe could be revamped or marketed in a different way, why would we want to build another one?
What she said today was that she said it was the bathrooms were not good, that the heating and air conditioning system wasn't in, that It was a very poorly designed building, and that's Okaloosa Island. That's their issue to fix. What we want to do is not create a convention center, but create a multi-use sports group thing that's not that huge, but better and bigger than the community center. Am I right? I mean, is that what we're all talking about?
I mean, I've heard the discussions here, and to answer your questions, from my opinion, it's a programming thing that they've struggled for many, many years, in my opinion, over there. But again, I think it's opposite ends of the spectrums. I think that facility versus what I've heard before, or what I'm even thinking now being built in here, I mean, the main objective that I could see from it is these traveling sports programs, these indoor sports programs, the winter programs, and all those. But on top of that, then it's a meeting place. It's an operation that we could possibly put a city facility in. You know, I mean, maybe a city facility, whatever we might need, could go in one of these buildings. I mean, I just think that the conference center, to compare it, and I've heard that in the past, I don't think it's a fair comparison, because I see two totally different projects, possibly. But yeah.
You could have pickleball tournaments there.
Well, I think we have $30,000 in the budget for pickleball tournaments, so we can throw that in there.
Perfect segue, Mr. Schmidt, because that's the only thing I'm going to talk about. And not just because of the hockey portion of it. I had Mr. McPherson come here because he deals on the professional sports or junior hockey programs, which is basically the stepping stone to the NHL. It's a paid league, and it's all over the United States, various levels of junior hockey as well. The original CRA master plan was established in 1998, 23 years ago. And then there was an update in 2014, except for Mr. Destin, long before all of us were involved in city politics on a real heavy level. Part of the whole CRA concept was its goals was to bring people, allow for movement, provide for activity, and also provide for economic opportunity. Redevelopment usually takes city-private partnerships, usually requires administration, finance, which we've talked about, regulations, and leadership. And on the regulatory part, that's where the community development comes in to work with the LDC and make redevelopment a possibility. Our comp plan is part of that. Our FLUM and zoning map is part of that regulations. And in most cases, this new rewrite of the LDC will come into play. It's supposed to create points of activity, enhance residential areas that are existing in our town center CRA today, and redesign Main Street was part of it. The original plan was redesign Main Street to become more of a shopping activity type center. They committed to fixing Airport Road and undergrounding Main Street to, of course, they stopped right there at Airport. But the early councils really wanted to see a change in what the CRA could provide for our community. Also, that's the way at that particular time, that's the way everything was moving. Destin, Old Destin, Calhoun, Cybert, the harbor, those areas, that was the main area of where people lived, and all the subdivisions adjacent to it. And then all the new development was steadily moving west. I remember I used to dove hunt where Indian Bayou is now. In fact, we actually ran dogs and hunted down the power line. So all the development went from west to east. So that brings us another one of the ideas behind the master plan, which was updated in 2014, was they recognized there was medical offices because the hospital was built, and of course it failed, but there could be a medical mixed-use component. We have the industrial complex there. There are some buffer things that help that with natural drainage. We have the lakes back here, Twin Lakes and stuff like that. So the whole purpose of the idea behind it was in 1998, even then our councils recognized we had not slums, which is usually what drives redevelopment, but we had some blighted areas in our own community as early as 1995, 1998. And so that's when they came up with the idea of a CRA. And one of the key things for a CRA is usually you have gateways or entryways into it, things that recognize that you are entering into those areas. We're kind of doing that with the Harbor CRA, with the Melvin Park, in the mixed-use Calhoun area is going to have be able to be recognizable, and so usually there's a gateway, and also usually you have to have something take place in those CRAs that spurs redevelopment. Now, in 1998, they recognized they had old warehouses. You know, we had a switching station with Gulf Power. It was kind of, most of the buildings at the time, and still are strip mall type developments. And so they recognized the only thing that's going to change that is you need to establish some type of gateway and some type of project that's really going to spur an influx of interest for people from outside, or, you know, private, I shouldn't say outside, private investment in that area. That private investment does many things. One is it will develop the economic opportunity through, you know, the proposed or envisioned shopping center, or what we're talking about here now, the activity event center. And then it would also enhance the communities that are already established inside those CRAs. In the end, when you instigate that type of economic engine, the value of the properties and the value to the city of that CRA becomes a net positive. So far, our town center, our finance manager can tell you, has been a net loss to the tune of $2.2 million right at the moment. Okay, so it's going to take some really innovative leadership, regulatory changes, and a willingness to try to do something to change the whole dynamic there, to where the CRA becomes everything that the visionaries that came before us started to try to establish at the time. That property, Kevin, that we're talking about is the perfect location. It's Highway 98, which we're fixing to change how people perceive Destin when they drive over the bridge into it, with the undergrounding of utilities, hopefully corridors of preserved trees. Changes in our signage, you know, making that aspect of Destin look different. But more importantly, this gives us an opportunity to make an event center, ice hockey rinks, community center, hardened storm facility for our emergency management team to work out of. It makes that the gateway into the CRA, and if the guys, as we all know, they want a lot of money for it. They're only going to sell it all at once. They don't want to piecemeal it. But if we were to develop either through taxing district or grants or bonds, bought that property and developed that center, then we could sell the remaining properties that we don't need to boutique hotels, lifestyle centers, and then everything else that takes place down Main Street and even Airport Road is a game changer. Now somebody will take a look at the old Ace Hardware building and say, you know what, we really like having Ace Hardware, but we'll offer you X amount of dollars to buy it because we want to put a lifestyle center, and next to it, we're going to buy that other piece of property where that strip office building is, so we can put a shopping complex to support the lifestyle center. So I mean, you know, I'm just throwing possibilities out there, but you got to start with the initial project. Mr. McPherson came here last year, visiting session, and talked about potentials. He understands sports marketing, traveling sports. If you build a place that can hold ice hockey, you can also build a place that holds indoor soccer, pickleball, basketball. All those things can take place, monster trucks, the whole 9 yards, because you are building a convention-size type event center, but with a 3,500 seat arena, you can also do skyboxes. Mr. McPherson and his company does this all over the country and in Canada, and they can sell enough skyboxes to make the payment on the building itself, just in that aspect. So the financing aspect of it is, you know, it's easy to say, let's build one. It's another thing to pay for it. So that's going to have to happen. But if we really want our CRA to turn into something that it could be, if we want to keep our ad valorem taxes low because our property values go up, this investment can enhance that probability of keeping our ad valorem taxes low. But we all agree that our community center in Calhoun and Cybert Avenue creates traffic that really doesn't need to be there. We're fixing to spend millions of dollars trying to change that intersection. We pull the community center that I raised my children in, so I have emotional ties to it. We pull it out of an area where it doesn't need to be. We provide our community with a brand new community center that can provide all the services that they need. We can support the high school above and beyond what most of the Okaloosa County schools could provide as far as indoor and outdoor sports facilities on that property if need be. So it fits a whole bunch of things. It fits the CRA, it fits the vision of prior councils. It would provide a tremendous amount of economic income. The sports tourism from ice hockey or speed skating or figure skating, that's a 365-day deal. People will come to play in tournaments in the summer, but so Ms. Adams says, no, we don't need people here in the summer. We need them in October, November, December, January, February. That fits into it. They book all the big events in the off-season type things. But during the season, you could still use that facility on a daily basis, could be tied in with our community center. So, and when you bring a convention in, one of the problems with the convention in Fort Walton Beach is it's not big enough. When they go to, they are limited to certain types of conventions because a lot of conventions need floor space. You got two rink, you got the main arena and the section. Now you have twice the floor space in a format to where if you're having a special event in the event center, that ice rink, or if you put the floor down, the indoor soccer center in the summertime, you have continuous use 365 days out of the year. We know, Ms. Firth will attest to it, how busy our community center is. If we kept that thing open 24 hours, people would be there. They would continue to be there. So if you incorporate all these needs, and these are 5, long-term, short-term and long-term needs, we need a hardened storm management, emergency management center, one that can withstand a Hurricane Michael. Wouldn't be a bad idea to build a community center that could do the same thing. One of the things we don't have in Destin is an emergency shelter for people. So another consideration. That particular piece of property is probably due 18 foot above sea level, 20. It's one of the higher pieces of property in the city of Destin. So it could meet those type of storm requirements. If we have an underground infrastructure in front of it, and then underground infrastructure in it, that helps that whole facility. So I'm the cheerleader for an event, sports center, multi-use, ice hockey rink to change our appearance. Everybody kind of complains that up till now, we're just like the drive-through destination. They come over the bridge, they look at it, and they keep going from Miramar Beach on. That's where they want to stay. This type of thing, along with our long-term plans of undergrounding Highway 98, beautification, redevelopment of our CRA, and I'll ask Mike to maybe step up and just to add to what I'm adding. All that changes that dynamic. Now, instead of a drive-through community, we become a go-to community. We talk about the cost of that property and the cost of building a center of this. That center only needs about maybe half of that property. The rest of it could be resold. I would resell it till after the event center was built, because guess what? Then you don't have to ask X amount of dollars per acre. Now you got something that to where a boutique hotel or a lifestyle center where people would like to live there, where they could get out, they could go shopping, they could go to events and that kind of stuff. So I know it's a little pie in the sky. We've got some big projects underway with the beach acquisition that is not done. We have a 10-year project of undergrounding our community, but part of leadership is thinking big and trying to grab for the golden ring. And there will be plenty of implements to actually making this, and money being number one. The atmosphere today with the Triumph funds is they still have more money than they can spend because they haven't been able to find enough people to provide bids or present ideas. That pot of money is not to clean the beaches or plant seagrass. That pot of money is for economic opportunity. You build a facility like this that serves the community, provides economic, activity through tournaments and just the center itself, on top of what happens to the CRA afterwards. I think it's a pretty good sell for Triumph funding, which is still probably one of the best things for this community to look into. We haven't tapped that resource yet. And we live on the coast, and we were impacted by that oil spill. And that's kind of, it's not tragic, but it just makes me go, why haven't we done that? Well, maybe because we haven't thought about what type of project could we try to pursue that would fall under that pot of money, those regulations. Mr. McPherson and some of those guys have gone down that route looking to approach Triumph through just strictly sports-oriented. They've had some difficulties, but just recently, Panama City Beach got money to expand a field house, so there's a precedent's been set that wasn't set this time last year. And so this is something that I believe in, and I'm 64, so I'm not sure how much hockey I got left in me, but I'm going to keep playing. But I see it more than the hockey. I'm thinking big and dreaming big because I think we could solve 4 or 5, maybe 6 of the things here behind me in one facility. So that's, my cheerleading is done. Mike, you wanted to address, because I am on the subject of CRA. As chairman of the Harbor CRA, I'd like for you just to weigh in on where you think all this fits in.
Thank you all. I think it's been going on about 12 years now. I've been in the CRA board, and I chair it now. I have the last few years, and our committee has been very, very strong and very loud about cleaning the harbor up, bringing the harbor back to something that we once had. I've listened to quite a few comments tonight, and a few of them really ties to what my thought is and what our committee's thought was. And Johnny, you brought up some good points today about the fishing industry. Well, that's one of our biggest things that we try to do is, try to support the fishing industry. There's been a lot of talk in my committee about why don't we have a city marina? Why? I'm originally from Madeira Beach, Clearwater, St. Pete. Take a look around some of these other municipalities. And my second part of this conversation is going to go back to the employees. I'd like to touch on that if I may, but we have an opportunity to, let me jump off. I'm working on a big project with Eddie and Charles Morgan right now for Harbor Docks. We're going to be coming in front of the staff here shortly with a new plan for a new dockage system. Should hold approximately, hopefully, 40 to 45 boats, and I mean big boats. Eddie, right now, as of today, and I don't think he minds me saying this, but he has 26 fishing boats that are in Walton County right now. I'm talking big boats, fishing boats, the ones we want in this community, that's sitting out towards the Sandestin area, that have committed to moving their boats here in our harbor again, bringing them back, which is what we need. So with bringing this type boating industry back, the fishing community back to the harbor, I've heard you all today speak, which we have tried for many years. How do we get the unincorporated areas to want to come in to be part of City of Destin? Well, I spoke with many of them community leaders over there. A lot of them are very, very good friends of mine. I've drank a lot of really good wine with them. And they laugh at our harbor. They said, for God's sakes, when you pull out of Holiday Isle, for example, and you turn right, everything from when you turn right all the way down is something to look at. Look at the landscaping. Look at the buildings. I mean, it really is something to look at. Sit at the same red light, turn left, head towards the harbor. Pretty sad. If y'all want to try to convince these people to come on board with the city of Destin, let's give them something in the harbor that's worth them, it's worth them to get involved in. Look, it's just not incorporating them in their taxes, but the talent that is in some of these communities over there in Kelly Plantation. You want some good community leaders? There's some smart people over there. They're very smart people over there. Very wealthy people. They're not stupid. They'd be a big part of helping this community, steering us in the right direction. But I've had, like I said, I've had multiple, conversations with these people, and they said, look, you clean this harbor up, bring back what would enhance our type lifestyle, now you might have something to talk about. So I would like y'all to think very, very hard. I think you just said, Mayor, about the Triumph money. There's plenty of money out there. Here we are trying to buy more beachfront, which I think is a great idea. We need it. But we need something to really pop. That's what you just said. Something really big to get this community rolling again. What better could it be than a city marina? Let's protect the fishing industry. There's 3 or 4 parcels of big land right on the harbor that I'm sure, and I have done some conversations with some of them. There's interest out there. Let's protect the fishing industry. Let's protect it. Let's look very hard on a city marina that is something first class and change what we have down there now. Yeah. Number 2.
Mr. Mike, I respect everything you're saying, but I mean, we're going to do public comment. It's all important, but we still have to do our prioritization, right?
We're going to do public comment.
Wait, well, this isn't public. He asked me because of the CRA.
About the event center?
About the what now?
About the event center, you said, right?
Yeah, well, no, just the CRA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the CRA.
I was talking about town center, and Mike wanted to talk about what they're doing with the CRA.
I know, it's all very good.
Right.
And we want to hear it, but I would rather just kind of I'd rather continue our agenda, and if that's okay, please come back up, but.
So Buzz, because of what Councilman Schmidt had asked for earlier, at this point, we would be moving back to public comment.
Yes,
So,
right.
Public comment, let them keep talking.
Right.
That's what I'm confused about.
Yeah, you done?
No, I was done.
So now we're going to go to public comments.
By all means, it's hard to make you sit down, but if we're on public comment, then I apologize, then he can continue. Mike, I thought we had a whole other action item to continue going.
Are we still going to go with the 3-minute limit?
Yeah, well, he's already used his. You've already used your 3 minutes on.
I didn't know we were on public comment, so now we're on public comment.
It's just, if you could, just make it short, your comments about the labor.
Yeah, the other thing was y'all are big.
You can have my 3 minutes, Mike.
I'm sorry? Thank you. Y'all talking about the labor. I'm big about employees. You're only as good, I don't care what business you're in, you're only as good as your employees. Y'all have opened up a can of worms right now because you're talking about it. I would encourage you all, instead of making all these big studies and going after studies and studies again, we at the fire department as a fire commissioner had the same problem. So this past year, it was real simple. Our board directed our city manager to go to some of the other fire departments, not just in our area, but in areas that fit our environment. City of Clearwater, Orange Beach, and it was real simple. He reached out and got what the going rate for these employees were, brought it back within 2 weeks. We voted on it and moved on. I would encourage you all very hard to push and get the employees where they need to be financially. I would. Thank you.
So at this point, we are going to open it back up to the public because we wanted the public to have one more opportunity before the council entered into the prioritizing stage of the afternoon. So, Lockwood, you want to come up?
I have nothing to add. The mayor hit it. The purpose behind
Hey, Lockwood, I'm sorry, but because of our online presence.
One of the things everybody needs to remember is the town center CRA is currently operating in the red because of the downturn of the economy. Had anticipated the funding to come, and as we built the roads, we completed that, then we had the crash, and so all the property values dropped, and that's what killed it. It is on track to be in the red, and it's moving faster towards that track than what we've seen. And the finance director, I think, can give you those numbers and see what that anticipated date is. The mayor was spot on in what we were trying to do with the town center CRA, and in the plan that we had was to create a redevelopment parcel that could really spark redevelopment, and the Destin, downtown Destin Shopping Center is that place. I think it's, you have an opportunity to develop a anchor that draws people to it, and then you have the excess land to develop the residential, commercial, and other supporting facilities. So I encourage you to consider that. Public-private partnerships are a good way to do that, and I think you've had several people approach you about those options. You just have to know what what the agreement is when you move forward with it. But as the chairman or as an individual on the CRA, Town Center CRA, I support what the mayor said. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public?
We asked to bring the public up before we continued on, just so we get your input. That's right.
Shane Moody, President and CEO of the Destin Chamber. Annexation was mentioned for, good Lord, that's strong stuff. Probably my clothes are going to be bleached now. Annexation 3 or 4 times was mentioned. Keep in mind on annexation, it's not about what you can do for them now. It's what about you can, what about you, it's about what you can do. It's about what you can do for them 8 or 10 years down the road once their money comes into you. And you have to get creative with things like, okay, Kelly Plantation, we're going to walk your taxes up. We're only going to go up 5% for the first 3 years, 10% for the next 5 years. You have to get creative in those kinds of things to get them to come in. But before you go to them with a plan, this is what we're going to be able to give you. The event center is an event center, not a convention center. And nobody mentioned concerts. You got a 3,500, 4,000 seat in the summertime, and a lot of these older artists are now playing small, intimate venues. They don't want the 30,000 seat, they want the 4,000 seat coliseums. And we could get some big names in here in the summertime and generate lots of money. Yeah, absolutely. Well, the winter you do the sports, but my kids are in travel basketball, and thank God most of it's day trips, because it gets expensive even on day trips to Panama City or Pensacola or Navarre or Gulf Breeze or the places that we're going, and spending a day and coming home and then going back the next day. So the sports thing is big. The Chamber's been on that for a while. And then I guess it's in the past, but nobody mentioned parking garages. Again, parking in the harbor and the garages is the only piece of public infrastructure that pays for itself and can lead to better development. Thanks.
I got my vaccine today, so I'm good, right? Anyway. Yeah. Well, I've already had it, so I'm not sure why I got the vaccine, but this is... Anyway, what I wanted to talk about was the big issue I see in everything that you guys are talking about is transportation. We don't have it.
We need it. If we don't start getting it now, we're not going to be able to expand it to the point where we need it if we do all of these things. So somehow, I think that needs to be a priority, public transportation, a public-private partnership, however you want to work it. I think the Back Bay boats should have a place too. Here's what I think you as council members can do. You legislate. You've set criteria for everything else. Why can't you set a criteria that if you have a marina, there's so many for Back Bay boats, there's so many for private, there's so many for pontoon, there's so many for charter. Why can't you do that? You can. It's very simple. Costs nothing. Gives them an opportunity. There's not a dock down there in that harbor that doesn't have fish cleaning facilities that I know of anyway. So work with the people that own the land, that own those docks and those harbors, and let's see if we can't come up with something. We're working with the library vessels now. Why can't we work with the back boat people? Or Back Bay people, I should call them. The other thing is, with the sports complex, I'm with Shane Moody. Part of the reason that the one on the island is not working is they've discontinued all local festivals. They've made the criteria and the rent so high, and you have to provide 35 rooms, have to be guaranteed to even begin to have an event over there. So if we could open it up to local festivals, it would be something to do in between the sports. I know I managed the Greek festival for many years. We will no longer be going to the conference center because they can't afford it. They just can't afford it. You can't afford 20, 30 grand plus 35 rooms guaranteed plus this, and then you have to pay to have everything catered. So for small venues like that and festivals, that's what people come here to see as well, not just sports. That's great for our kids and our adults that participate. But for those of us that may be older than we need to be to participate in those, we like going to those kinds of activities. And Harbor Walk's done a great job providing some of those, but wouldn't it be great if we had them in other parts of the town? But you've got to provide the transportation to get there. So transportation should be your number one thing up here. Nothing but transportation by itself. Public transportation. I guess that I'll end with that.
Which underscores what you remembered to bring up, and I forgot.
Your trolley,
about
right?
Tapping into that. Yeah, the Walton County trolley that they're initiating, whatever, my brain's not working. It's been thinking too long. But yeah, tapping into that and building onto it so that we had one that went all the way down to Marlow Bridge. So.
Anybody else from the public?
Marcy.
Come.
I won't be last. She wants to say something. Great point. So, Destin High School, if this idea comes to fruition and we're wanting to make a place for concerts for 3,500 seats, then what about the Mattie Kelly property? Or the Mattie Kelly, where they have concerts now? Make it a switch out, and the high school can have a open area for their sports right there in the back.
I'm not following you. Have Mattie Kelly go to where?
Well, if you have a 3,500 seat down in the town CRA, then you would need, Mattie Kelly would not, that would be a competition. So then you would have, this is not my idea, I'm sharing it because somebody had something else to say. So, no, somebody in the audience. Because this is our last chance to speak, I just wanted to say these other things. Are you guys aware that there's single-family residential homes that are claiming homestead when the people don't even live here? I know of 4 properties on Holiday Isle that's currently, 4 is not a lot, but if, as I say, if there's 4 on Holiday Isle, how many are there everywhere else? So how much of that tax base is being taken, being cut by having a homestead exemption? And I would like to know who actually takes care of that. Is that the county appraiser? Is that the cities?
You have to go to the county and you have to bring your address and your driver's license and submit.
My point being is I have actually addressed this with the county and they've done nothing. So while the county is doing nothing, the city of Destin is also losing tax dollars because they continue to allow it to happen. So I think that this body and staff should probably take that into consideration, that there are properties out there where they claim homestead exemption and they're not even here. 180 days. These people don't even come here 1 week out of a year. I also want to mention the fact that in my personal opinion, when you have a short-term rental property, you are actually operating a commercial business in a single-family residential neighborhood. There has to be something about that that's just not right. Private-public partnerships. I think Lockwood had mentioned that earlier, so I won't go there. Last thing I wanted to say was, this is one of the best meetings I've ever attended like this. I attended one where it was just nothing but a really nasty lecture to the city council members, so I'm really happy to see that there's been all this participation with everyone, and thank you very much. Oh man, you beat me.
Wanted to do it once.
I'm Kimberly Perry, Claude Perry's daughter. You know what I'm probably going to say. Because he always has the subliminal message of the parking garages, and Shane brought it up today. And if you do something wonderful like you're talking about, and you're going to be building this big facility, the roadways are definitely going to have to be addressed, and there's going to be need for parking, even more parking everywhere. And I know that would be taken into consideration if you were to build a facility. But we need parking garages all up and down and near the harbor as well. So take that into consideration when you're making these plans. And I think that, that probably needs to be considered before this other. You need to solve the problems that currently exist. Also, about transportation, if you're not going to build, I don't know what the time frame on all these projects are, but if you're not going to build a parking garage immediately in the harbor area, at least provide a shuttle down there. I mean, a shuttle system is a great idea. It doesn't have to be too terribly expensive or extensive, and make the shuttle make sense. I mean, having a shuttle that goes from one end of the city all the way out to Silver Sands shopping, that didn't make any sense. And that dadgum green trolley, it was driving as fast. I mean, you couldn't hardly wave it down. It was moving so fast. I would just see it whisk by. It was ridiculous. That's not what we need. We need to slow down, and we need to see people and pick them up and get them where they need to go. So that's all I have to say about that. But I'm all for, as Claude Perry is all for, parking garages, and thank you. And it's been a great meeting. I've learned a lot. Thank you. I have a lot to take back to Claude. I've been taking extensive notes.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Anyone else want to come up? Good.
It's nice to have friends in places. I forgot what I was going to say. One of the things I really wanted to impress upon y'all that has happened but could happen better is our volunteer committees are the public. They meet the public. They help settle the issues with the public, and I don't think council in the last several years has utilized us to the point where they could. I think it's been okay, send it that way. But one of the things that happened 5 years ago now, I've been off of council, 6 years, I went around and I trained the teams, but one of the things we told them was, you now have the ability to come up with ideas to generate funding to get the things done. You have two priorities. One is the council's priority of vision, and the other is the committee's priorities. You have the ability to find and look and generate funding. Did you know that the wine tasting started out in Destin? Last year, in the middle of COVID, they generated $1.5 million. That's no chump change. We can do a lot with that kind of money. We can generate those kinds of activities ourselves as well. Obviously, anything we choose to do has to have council approval and it has to go through the processes. But we can make those connections with the private sector if you allow us and charge us to do that. Volunteer committees also take direction from council with those kinds of charges. So don't be afraid to do it. Thank you.
It'll be less than that, thank you. Before I mention the name, I wanted to verify that I got a text that it was okay that I brought his name to this conversation. But I've been working, like I said, for months about trying to come up with some kind of a location / whatever for City Marina. And I reached out to Commissioner Melponder to see if he thought that the county would be able to get involved and help this out. He said most definitely. He would definitely support that. So this council, if y'all seriously think about maybe putting a city marina down in the harbor, we can get some support from the county to move on with maybe Triumph money or something. But I just want to throw that out there. Thanks.
Mike, if you look maybe to Keith Howard's property with the old Captain Dave's, a large piece of property there.
Yeah, I'm doing some homework. Yes, sir.
And see how this is in my purview, and Mr. Destin may want to add in too. We've got issues with enough places for our past and present charter operators to operate out of it. Some of it, we know the reason why is because there's not any slips available. They've been utilized by other industries. So this is a challenge. When it was brought to my attention about the idea of City Marina, I've seen it on Facebook a couple of times, and people bannering back and forth, Mr. Buckingham and others. I reached out to some of my charter operator friends in other locations because we've never had any experience with city marinas here. And so there's pluses and minuses, and I'm sure if we get to that point where we're having that discussion at this level, we can look into them further. Mostly, my concern would be the change of the guard every 4 years, and how that would affect the charter fishing fleet. What I did find out that talking to guys from Clearwater Marina and Galveston Bay, they got in 2 other locations that have city-owned marinas, there is also some stability there as well. And so there are some challenges, but overall impression from the federal and state licensed charter boat operators is that they said supporting a city marina from the charter boat operator side is more beneficial than not. In all those locations, they have the same problems: not enough parking, and and then the uncertainty of what can be regulatory from one council to the next. But some of that can be resolved through ordinances or the language of the deeds, guaranteeing the charter fleet a place to be. On the issue of having a place for operators to come and unload their people, that's because there's not enough slips available to run your business out of Destin, mostly. Paying $1,000 to $900 to $1,100 for a slip rent is the other problem. Some of the guys don't want to pay that money. They'd rather pay a couple grand to launch their boat at the boat ramp. The mayor of Destin has a 6-pack charter boat that he's running that can't operate right now because there's no place to operate out of. So we're working on that issue myself. So my interest is greatly piqued about having that opportunity. And so the situation for those guys is real. And so as a city, and to preserve the heritage of our fishing industry, that's one of the things that needs to be addressed. We need to take that one up and put it on our agenda and start having that discussion, whether it's a city marina or some type of ordinance that guarantees a participation level of our charter industry. I think it's a no-brainer for me, being a legacy fisherman, that is the way I want to lean. And now that I'm wearing that shoe myself personally, I got to slip, I got to place a dock, but I'm having to come up to get the city license, I'm probably gonna have to park in the parking lot, go pick up the people and take them fishing, take them back to the parking lot, because I happen to have luckily I found a slip, but it's not a slip that I can actually run a regular charter business out of. So we are at critical mass there. Mr. Destin, you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I was going to add the benefit of having a city marina is the likelihood that it'll get sold out from underneath the charter folks is much less than it is when you have private corporations that own a marina. And so, that's something that we should look into, and I hope that we will. I was just make one brief comment on the sports complex. I support looking at the property that you were talking about, but I hope we do it with realistic eyes, and we have to figure some way to fund it. And I'm just going to run a few numbers by you just so that we understand the funding side of it. I think they want like 12 million for the property. If we put another 6 million into the facility, that's 18 million. It would take $900,000 a year in recurring income to pay that bond over 20 years. If we got somebody to partner with us and knocked it down to 500,000, we still have to come up with $500,000 worth of recurring income to give us just a yardstick to look at. I think Ms. Strickland testified earlier that our ad valorem tax total take was around $800,000 a year. So if we were trying to get $900,000 for the sports complex, I think you understand the problem. The mayor talked about the fact that we hopefully can get some BP money or something associated with that without having a really big contributor from the private side. That's about the only way we can afford it, because we're struggling to figure out how we're going to get our $500,000 a year in recurring revenue to go forward with the undergrounding. So we need to look at it, but it's going to be a hard nut to crack because the money is a lot. And I think it would be a go if we can do sports tourism, because a lot of people come. We mentioned taking the old community center down. Bad idea. The fire department took out our fire station in Old Destin about 15 years ago. Now we just spent $2.5 million to put it back again. You never pull ahead by taking away recreational opportunities that already exist. And as far as the traffic problem at Stallman Avenue, that's not being created by the community center. So my comment on that issue.
Anybody else?
It must be that gas station causing that traffic, 'cause it's sure not in McGrath.
So because of we are in the COVID era, I will turn to Matthew and see if we have any online comments that want to be made by the public and or staff that are online.
Not at this time.
Not this time? Well then, before I turn this back over to Buzz for the prioritization phase of this operation, which is the final stage at this point, once again, I just want to thank everyone for taking the time. I can tell you that for some reason, the south side of me is telling me that these chairs were not made to be sat in for more than 7 hours. So that's why I'm opting to stand the rest of the day. But there is a slide that Matthew's going to put up for me now that pretty much sums up my day-to-day operation. I thought, man, when I get this job, I can do a whole bunch of things and just make a whole bunch of things happen. And really what I do is decide what not to do. And I need your help to tell me what to tell staff not to do. By prioritizing over here, you're going to be telling us that. So I appreciate your help on this, and I'll turn it back over to Buzz.
I don't have a whole lot to add. It's just that now's the time to take your stickers and place them next to those cards, either the ones in black handwriting that haven't been completed or the ones in purple that are new, and a couple of new ones up on the flip chart. So
is everything that, just how do we go from 7 to like 25 that we're on this year's? Is it everything that has a sticker will automatically get added to the list, or how does this work?
Ones that get more than one, let's say, that get a predominance of some stickers, they will get added to the list. And as was brought up earlier, this is just a workshop. You're going to have an opportunity to vote on this at a council meeting coming up.
Gotcha, thank you.
One of the questions that came up last year, Buzz, I don't know if you remember, but the question was, can I put more than one dot on one item?
And the answer was?
I'm asking for your advice on
Yes, you
it.
can put more than one dot on an item. I'm sorry that we should have mentioned that Councilmember King had to leave, but he's going to put his dots up tomorrow. So just go ahead and hit the board, and then that's it. This concludes